And that's
Right.
what's wrong with America is that we try to governmentally we try to uh, take parenting out of parents, and we try to have society be the parent, and I think that's wrong.
Yeah,
I think
because
that
they want to teach the child scientism. This is
parents
this
should
is
be the
kind of what we're
parents.
getting at.
They
Mm.
would decide what's best. I think the chips will fall where they may. There are bad parents, there are good parents, there are wrong parents, there are right parents. But I say let the chips fall where they may. Let us humans
Sure.
decide.
Okay, I'm going to try to bring it back to where I was I jumped off the rails there, and in a notion to sort of present to you this idea that it's highly likely, as far as my worldview is concerned, is that there is a set of religious practices, you might say, or a different worldview that the elites and the people in positions of power that project down these imagined ideas down to us as the common folk. We are presented with scientism, while these guys get to play around with the very like fabric and nature of the world itself. And we're sort of limited because we're presented this sort of materialistic worldview, effectively, that doesn't allow us to explore too much because we're in servitude to the larger system. You might say that this is very well represented by the notion of like during the Dark Ages, when if you went to church as the common peasant, you would climb up the hill, you would walk into the church, and the priest would be effectively conducting a ceremony in Latin, in a language that you didn't understand, that and you weren't even allowed to read the book. You probably weren't even capable of reading, right? But as we sit in the modern age, I'm not suggesting that we can't read. I'm just saying that we're presented with a lower form of the true nature of what these guys are exploring at the top. And so this is why they've given us the globe. The globe and scientism and stuck in the material world is the notion of what's going on here, while these guys continue frolicking around playing with like molecular particles and advanced scientific experimentation.
I just want to say, well done, Risky. Well done.
What's that?
You have beautifully presented your case.
Okay.
I think you've done just an astonishing job.
If I've done my job well, you should be able to explain back to me in a sort of a rudimentary way that the comprehension of what I'm presenting.
I will.
Richie's pretty fucking good. Richie is pretty fucking good, man. And look, I love both of you. Okay,
I will analog it. I will. Can I analog it to space exploration? So this is something that none of us have access to. It is only the chosen few. It is only the very, very, very elite that have access to this. And we are to trust their findings, their results, their scientific experimentation. All of this is done by analog. Like you could be a PhD times 3 and not have access to these space machines that these people do. However, we entrust. I think the number is $20 billion per year to them, and we like the results that we get. Like it, I see similarities to like rust growing on iron. Like we get these like little sedimentary results. Like we get this little tiny bit that keeps us happy. But
yeah,
we don't get the full truth. Like we don't get the full wealth of whatever it is that they're doing.
So to bring it back on point, yeah, you're right, man. I know where you're going with that, and you're definitely right. So to bring it back on point, moon landing. What do you think happened there?
Well, I mean, like, I'll be completely honest. Like, I think that the moon landing was real. Like, I think that it happened. I think that Neil Armstrong was the first person to set foot on the moon. I can expand on that, but like, I don't
That's okay.
see.
That's all right. No, it's all right, man. No one's going to judge you here. So why do you think it's real, and what proofs do you have?
Oh, I have no proof.
Globe time.
Like, I'll
I'm
say,
kidding.
I'll say that on the outset. I have no proofs. I think the story. I just don't feel this urge to disbelieve it. I've watched the documentaries surrounding it. I've listened to explanations of the programming and the technology that went into the computers. I've watched the footage of it. I've watched videos of the training that went into the astronauts. All of that combined, the summation of it all just leads me to believe. It is a belief. It is not knowledge that it happened.
Could I suggest to you that the idea of all the things that you've just listed off, it's very similar to a ceremony, something of more of like a religious sentiment, something more like, as I presented before, the idea that the Catholic priest would sort of perform a sermon in Latin, as a genuflection to like sort of God, and all the peasants would be in awe of what's going on. And
I think in this circumstance, a better defeater would be like, could I believe that it was fake?
Well, I mean, this comes down to the nature of like how we define what truth is. And if you're observant in the world,
so knowledge is justified true belief. Do we have
knowledge is a justified true belief?
Cortico, I love you, man, but no, knowledge is not justified true belief at all. You've got knowledge.
Well, I want him to unpack it a little bit to understand where he's coming from.
Yeah, gotcha. I'm just going to quickly say, okay, you've got knowledge, you've got wisdom, and discernment is the combination of knowledge and wisdom. That's all I'm going to say. Sorry. I'm sorry to keep interjecting here. Look, I like Cortico. I like you, Rixie. I like everybody here.
No, I love you,
anyway,
Vet. I love you, Vet. So there are defeaters to justified true belief. Like, I could go through them. Like with like you see a facsimile of a cow in a field. It's cardboard cutout. You ask me, do I see a cow in the field? I say yes. That is a justified true. And there is a cow in the field, but it's just beyond the horizon. And I say yes. I see a cow in the field.
It's behind the image of the cow. Cut out of the cow. Yeah.
So it's like a trick question. Like, so yes, it is a justified truth. But so there are qualms with this definition. But that's not what's important here. So
that's very similar to the allegory of the cave. Allegory of the cave proposition by Plato, right? If you did a bit of philosophy, yeah.
I have a 4-year degree in philosophy.
Far out, dude. So you should know all the logical fallacies.
I think I do. Like we actually didn't like that. That's not like a class you take where like you learn the logical fallacies, but you pick them. Yeah. You pick them up as you go.
I hate to be a fucking asshole here. We talked about this a few nights ago. Maybe you were too drunk. Philosophy.
Bit, maybe. Yo.
Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. So, what are the three main branches of philosophy?
Oh, I
First
do
one.
remember you at epistemology, ontology, and I don't know.
Now, it's metaphysics, epistemology, and ethics. Okay, metaphysics is trying to figure out what is real. Epistemology is trying to figure out what is true. Ethics is trying to figure out what is right. And then after that, you got politics, which is human interaction, and aesthetics, which is what is visually pleasing
But
or aesthetically.
when you undertake a degree in philosophy, you don't like sit on like a bridle and like look at the three paths. You just take classes, and the classes come as they may. Like you don't say what are the three major branches.
Look,
You
dude,
just
I'm not
study.
trying to be a dick here, but you keep bringing up that you study philosophy, and
I did.
philosophy has nothing to do with flat Earth. Okay, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, anyway, sorry. Yeah, back to Ricksky. Sorry, man.
That's fair enough. Okay, thank you,
Um,
Matt.
I don't know. I'd contend with that. I'd say that philosophy
Well, I would
is what
always
the
argue that
exploration of. Yeah. Go ahead.
I would always champion philosophy for being a source of truth in any manner. Like you could be in the highest of sciences. You could be 3 steps away from the theory of everything in physics, and I would still say that philosophy has a place.
Oh, for sure. I think it's actually the stuff that I'd be a bit concerned that philosophy has been toned down within the colleges. That maybe they're not. I really do feel like I think the solution to the world is a philosopher king, effectively a charismatic leader which is capable of applying philosophical sort of, what would you say?
What was that Plato?
What?
Who talked about the philosopher kings?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
I think
also
so.
sort of like yeah. But I mean, if we bring up Plato and the allegory of the cave, right?
Right.
You mentioned the Apollo missions, and I think Skinny Vet at least asked you about the lunar landing.
Yeah.
What our proposition is to you is that these are but the shadows upon the wall of the cave,
Right.
and that we're propositioning that, like, if you come into this chat room at least, you sort of you undo those shackles that are supposedly sort of you're locked down, like within the allegory of the cave. You sort of the people are shackled.
The idea is that the only knowledge that you know, the only knowledge that you're born with, is these shadows, these silhouettes, really, and what truth may come from that? Like, what truth can you truly infer from these shadows? And I'm interested.
Well, this is the proposition: is that that footage that you saw of the lunar lander and Neil Armstrong landing upon the moon, and what did he say? It's like one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. That the proposition here is that those are but the shadows presented upon the wall of the cave, and that we're sort of not cautioning you, we're propositioning you to sort of to undo those shackles a little bit and consider to come up to the surface and find out what's actually causing that shadow.
That's so exciting. Like, if I were in the cave, what would I make of it?
Let's get out of the cave.
Like, I want to get out of the cave. That is such a great thought experiment. Risky, can you start me off? Like, how would you exit the cave?
Okay. First and foremostly, I would be asking, and this is the way I feel like I got out of the cave, was effectively that what I was being presented with through the television was a set of kind of presentations of issues of the world that needed to be responded to, and that these are the proposed solutions, and this is what they're asking of me to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to get too specific with it, so I'm going to try to keep it broad. But essentially, when they started imposing upon me to act in the world, to have a certain set of behaviors, that I wanted to understand why I was having to perform that action. And
So
effectively,
you would challenge the authority.
Yeah, well, I wanted it to be justified because it's an uncomfortable proposition to have to perform their actions that they're requiring of me.
I agree.
So essentially, essentially at that point, I needed justification for it. I couldn't just be told what to do. I needed to understand what to do and why to do it. And what is it? It took me about 1.5 years, and what I would call so in literary terms, if you've ever heard of the notion of killing one's darlings, essentially that I had darlings in the world, things that I held to be true, to be faithful to, and that once I was presented with the data, I was like, It was quite challenging to go through that process, and that's the process of lifting the veil, as far as I can understand psychologically.
Yeah. Sacred cows, Rexy. Sacred cows, man, and you are doing so fucking awesome with this.
He's a fucking champion.
Fucking oath he is. I'd also, on top of what Rexy's saying here, and Rexy, man, fucking oath, man, you're OG, man. You're fucking great. I'd also say,
once I understand a topic a little bit, I know how to decently present it, I feel. So, yeah.
No, I'm mesmerized. I'm mesmerized.
I'd also say, just to back up Rexy and not take over, just to back up what Rexy's saying, all right? Cui bono? Who benefits? That's the whole... Who benefits from us knowing wrong shit? Anyway, yeah, sorry, Rexy, man, you're doing a fucking great job. I just wanted to say you are, and yeah, cui bono? Who benefits? To back up what you're saying.
And who benefits really came into the notion once I started realizing that there was a problem. You've got to start asking about, so, they're telling me it's for my benefit, and then if the evidence starts indicating to me that it's not of my benefit, I've got to start asking a question, well, of whose benefit is it for? So that sort of then leads you down the rabbit holes, of course.
Could I ask what cui bono is? Like Skinny Vet said, cui bono.
It's literally Latin for who benefits. Cui bono.
Oh, okay.
Just like quid pro quo, for example. Quid pro quo is an exchange. Right?
Okay, you're Latin already, law student.
Yeah.
How would you know you're out of the cave?
Oh, did someone ask, like, did we learn all this in law? Like, the truth is no.
How about we just leave this between Rexy and Cortico?
What do you mean? What do you mean? He's talking a subject. Can I say anything about it?
Yeah. I don't mind that.
He's talking about the cave. Maybe you're knowing about it. How would you know you're no longer in the cave, or that you're even in the cave?
Well, Elder Bear, I don't give a flying fuck what you think about me. Leave out of it and let these two we're having a good conversation before you come along. So bite out of it.
Why do you think it won't be? Because I asked the question, Skinny. What's the problem with you, man? Why do you think it won't be a good conversation?
I don't care.
That's a good question.
Nothing to do with
I don't need you
so shut up and let Rexy
policing me and trying to silence me. This is the cave, Skinny. Skinny.
Pause.
You are the shadow giant in the cave.
Hey, guys,
you are it.
We're all
for a sec.
We're all friends. I will take the question. Risky, like, do you not agree that it would be akin to living in a two-dimensional world and observe, like being thrust into a three-dimensional world to understand the shadows.
Yes.
So it would be like
thoroughly.
being thrust from a two-dimensional world into a three-dimensional world to understand the shadows. You would have to
definitely
make a very human understanding of what was going on. You would have to understand. It's something that, as far as I know, only humans could do. You would have to see other humans and realize that they are the third dimension of the thing that you were seeing. So it would be just like being thrust from a two-dimensional world into a three-dimensional world to understanding the shadows.
That's metaphorically, that is beautiful, because the only thing that you ever saw of the lunar lander was a two-dimensional picture. You were presented with a 2D, what I would say is a fabrication, but no matter what you do, you've never experienced this third. I mean, you experience a 3D world in your natural world, but this extension that is being presented to us on the screen is actually a 2D representation. And what I'm suggesting to you is that the TV screen is now the cave that we are being presented with.
Yeah.
And primarily because through a sort of a limitation of being presented with these alternative ideas, so censorship has been greatly sort of like on these ideas, on these notions that we're talking about now, there's a lot of censorship. So those are the shackles. But the irony is that...
Agreed.
A lot of people, like, I think even the guy that's named Bear, I think in this conversation, I mean, it would just be my position anyway that he's not been able to cast off the shackles, because the shackles are actually of your mind in a philosophical sort of dynamic.
No, they absolutely are.
About me?
And that's, well, yeah, sorry, man, I'm just pointing out
I have shackles,
dynamic.
is that...
Don't.
How would you know that you...
Hey, Elder Bear, it's not about you, it's about Cortico and Rexy, so butt the fuck out. You keep coming into conversations that are not about you, so shut up.
He just addressed me, not you.
I may have invoked him. My apologies.
Right, Skinny's not in charge. I don't know what the hell's going on with Skinny. Why has he been given this power? He is like a shadow giant in the cave. Don't you see that? He's trying to stop me from speaking. He's acting just like a shadow giant.
It's about these two. So shut up. I'm shutting up. You shut up. I'm shutting up. You shut up.
Why? Okay, just sit down, Skinny.
No,
it's a bit too intellectual for you, maybe.
No. Skinny has been a moderator all night. He's not a
moderator. He's just a loud voice in the room. I'm just engaging in a conversation with some other people about the allegory of the cave. I asked the question. I was addressed, and I just replied.
Rexy, not you. Not you. Not me.
He just
not
anybody else. Say that?
So shut the fuck up. Cortico.
Rexy, he spoke to me.
Hold on. No,
does Rexy want me to speak or not?
Just give me 1 sec. Can I put a bookmark in it with you, Mr. Bear? And I think we should be able to sort of wrap up our conversation with Cortico and just sort of... I mean, I feel like you kind of get where I'm coming from, dude. Have you got any more questions as it regards that? Or can we, I have no problem personally with Elder Bear sort of getting involved in the notion of what the allegory, or the implications of what the allegory of the cave means for the dynamics of Flat Earth and the interpretation.
Risky, by the way, I've said that, I had an undergraduate degree in philosophy. This has been one of the most productive conversations that I've ever had, regardless of whether or not it was under the guise of being scholastic. Like, this has been more productive than than many of the conversations that I've had while paying tuition.
If I may say, Cortico and Rexy, man, you guys are both fucking awesome. And yeah, it's fucking awesome. Go ahead.
Cheers, bro. Cortico, none of this is my own sort of I haven't come up with any of this stuff myself. I have adapted it from various sort of sources, and one of the major ones is a documentary called...
You're a scholar.
No. I haven't written. I'm trying to suggest that these are not my own ideas. I'm just collecting ideas.
That's what I'm saying it means to be a scholar, is listening to voices that are prouder than yours. And if you can impart their wisdom, then the job is done.
Mm-hmm. But with your background in philosophy, I think a documentary you might like to look into, and it's just available for free on YouTube. It's called Heliosorcery.
Okay, I'm typing it right now.
A lot of the major points that I've touched on are presented within that documentary, and they explain the historical context and the sort of philosophical implications of what was being suggested. And it was actually an Australian guy as well, which is really cool. But I'm not nationalist.
So when I think of Flat Earth and the ideas behind it, I think of it as kind of not a positive idea. It is a negative idea in the sense that it is a rejection of the common belief, the rejection of just accepting things the way that they are. It's not a positive belief that the Earth is flat. It is a rejection when people tell you the way that science is and the way that tradition says that the world works. And
hope is a sacred cow, and we slaughter it.
Yeah. So what I would propose to you is...
If I may, Richie and Cortico, if I may, if that's okay.
Yes.
Okay, so Cortico, look, a lot of people look at us as contrarians. We're not contrarians. I don't like contrarians. None of us like contrarians. Contrarians are people that it doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. Whatever the current narrative is, they automatically go against it, and that's the incorrect way to be. Okay, it's teenage rebellion. Yeah?
That's right. We're not doing this because we have some higher principle or ideal that we're aspiring to, and we're rejecting things out of principle. There's evidence that we reject.
So I look at more as a philosophy of science, like a philosophy of science, saying that there are empirical ways to view the world. Like, if you can see it yourself, if these are experiments that you can run, that you can know truth, then you will run them and you will know truth. Like it has to.
Yeah, I think this is a good point. Sorry to interject, Cortico, but modern science is not interested in empiricism anymore. It's more religious, and that's our point. We see ourselves as the guardians of what is natural philosophy and should have been the developmental path for human existence.
And so, it becomes a philosophy of science question, and that's why I respect you guys so much. That's why I keep coming back. It's because I think
yeah, gotcha. So we'll just little the conversation between Richie and Cortico. I was just saying, look, we're not contrarian, man. Okay, we're not contrarians. We're not spoiled little fucking teenage bitches. But anyway, yeah, Richie, go ahead, man.
What I'm sort of maybe trying to suggest within the sentiment of, I think, was it Mr. Amish was sort of presenting it to you, is that I would suggest, if I was to sort of convey this in an image, it would be that contemporary science is in a storm, and we are the anchor of truth, effectively. And the boat is the civilization, and it would seem to me that science is running wild. It's a storm it's going all over the place. They can't make up their decisions about what the nature of it is. They're tricking people into certain things. It's real messy. And most of the guys here, recognizing that there are some baseline observations that we can make about the world, and that is that it's not curved, that, you know, laws of science, or what was it, why is it not coming off on the top of my tongue? No measured curve, no measured movement, and effectively we have gas pressure. There is a pressure here, and pressure requires containment. And those three fundamental principles keep us anchored into the nature of reality, where science would seem is invoking trust the science to sort of like, science is this ever amorphous thing that keeps changing. It's like in 1984, the Truth Society, or what was it called? What was the terminology for it?
No, I think you captured it.
It's the Ministry of Truth, Rixky. Yeah. And I'll tell you what, buddy. You are doing our country proud, brother. You are doing our country proud right now. Sorry.
We'll work it out.
And I would caution against the staple of like when you said oh gosh, it was 2 seconds ago, and I'm looking a fool.
It was Ministry of Truth, and I was saying that Rixky, I'm so fucking proud of him as an Aussie, like I am with Matrix, T-Dub, Tembo, AJ, all of them. Yeah, Ministry of Truth in 1984, the book. Yeah.
Just right before that, he presented like a scientific truth, like I forgot what it was. I'm a fool. Like you guys go on. I apologize.
No, don't apologize, man.
So yeah, like effectively, you want to go?
Yeah, the point was like anytime that we say something as a scientific truth, like I would caution anyone ever of proclaiming something to be a scientific truth, because science is always evolving. Science is always moving. It's like a slippery pig. Like anytime you think you have a grasp of it, it moves out from under you. Even when you think that it proves the thing that you want it to prove, and then it will slip from you further. And it is always disguising itself. It is always running away. It is always
that's false.
That's false. Science. So
slipping beneath your feet.
As it regards that, like, this is my kind of point that science, it would seem, is become very slippery, and it seems to actually, like, the whole endeavor of science seems to be in servitude to a greater power. This is what we've observed here, that science is the new paradigm for control, because the control is whatever they say the science is.
Yeah, but I think that what you guys are speaking of is not science; it's scientism.
Yes.
Hey, welcome. Welcome, Matt.
Scientism. Hold on. Scientism is a religion. Science is not. There's a difference. A religion is a faith-based. It's faith-based, and it has nothing to do with empiricism. So, if you want to find something out, yeah. So there's a dividing line in what people are saying in this room right now, and let's not conflate science with scientism. Just remember that one of them's a religion, the other one isn't.
Are you on the highway, Veritas?
Yeah,
but I mean, did you guys understand what I just said? Like,
yes, sir.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
Yeah, definitely, dude. And I'm going to address that actually.
Drive safe.
Yeah, see, I've got a problem with the terminology of even like just calling it science. I think we're just I don't know what to call it now, but just actually observing the natural world. I don't know what.
You just call it
observation. I don't know. Yeah, I guess you'd call it that, but they've bastardized the word science, so I don't want to really use it too much anymore. I frankly, as soon as you say science, I think of scientism, as the gentleman just mentioned, that, and it's very hard to definitionally sort of suggest that science isn't scientism. Those two things go hand in hand.
I agree. I agree 100%, man. I agree 100%.
Terminology. Yeah.
It's like there's been a lot of confusion between philosophy and sophistry, for example. However, like Alpha was just saying, You've got science, which is real, which is provable, 100%. And then you got scientism, which is what we get with the heliocentric model. We get with so much. And obviously there's things we can't delve into.
Yeah. Let me just give you guys. Yeah, sorry, Skitty. Let me just give you guys one example. You guys know what an atom is? An atom.
I think I do.
Supposedly.
Right, so an atom, was it discovered or invented?
It was invented by was it the Greeks? But then it was discovered later on through mathematics.
Yeah, but it can only exist in only one form. It can't be. It's not a paradox. It's not both discovered and invented. It's only either invented or discovered. Which one was it?
So
I'm going to give a complex answer to this, and it would be that the modern version, the contemporary science, like whatever you want to call this dynamic that we happen to be living in, their version of the atom has been invented, but the true nature of atoms sort of are to be discovered, I suppose. Our version of the atom is an infected version of the atom.
No, there is no. The atom is just it's a convention. It's not a real thing. So it doesn't exist. It doesn't. Hold on. It doesn't exist in physical reality. We don't have tiny special things of matter that are considered to be atoms. There is no such thing. It's a convention. Just like any other convention that you could use to describe the smallest amounts of matter. So an atom was something that was used like in philosophy back in the days of Epicurus. So that was thousands of years ago, which was, you can look at Epicurus and we can do a Wikipedia on him, and you'll find out that Democritus, I think, was his teacher.
They theorize.
Hey, Cortico, just quickly, and this goes for everybody else here, and there's one particular person on this panel that never gets this. Do not talk over the mods here. Alpha is the main mod here. Don't talk over him, okay?
I apologize.
Thanks, Skinny. Yeah, thank you. So Democritus was the actual father of the atom. I want you guys, if you may, please go ahead and Google right now Democritus or Epicurus, and I want you to pull up their Wikipedia. Now, I want you to pay special attention to what they mention about the atom there. Now, it would behoove you to understand this because of the fact that a lot of people get this incorrect, which I hear a lot of talk within the Discord. There's a lot of division, pun intended, about the atom. But most notably, it was actually an invention of people, and not the only way that could exist in our physical reality is not through anything actually, tangible, but through mathematics. So the atom is a convention that's used to describe the smallest amounts of matter. So when you get down to the smallest minute particles, there's always something that's actually smaller than that. And just because we haven't divided the smallest amounts of matter, like it could still keep being divided. But those smallest chunks of matter are described as atoms, but there isn't any such thing as the specific thing that they invented as far as atoms go that exists. So once you look up Democritus or Epicurus, I want you to pay attention to like what they proposed when they invented an atom as like philosophy. So just if you guys want to take a look at that, this is all a part of what I'm saying. It's all to do with scientism. So a lot of things that people talk about today within like the atoms and all this, these are conventions that are used, but then people are using them as in there's something that exists in tangible reality, which that is the problem that we have. It's a religion and it's faith-based, based upon some philosophy that was invented a long time ago. Anyway, I'm not going to go too much more into that, but there's a lot of points that we would bring up on flat Earth and globe Earth discussions that have to deal with why the globe has been propagated in the way that it has traditionally without any refutation, because it doesn't exist in tangible reality. It is in and of itself another thing that was invented, and it exists in mathematics. Does it exist in tangible reality? You can describe the globe with math, but you can't put it in the really is level, which is the place you and I are in right now. So I want you guys just to think about that, because of the fact that you can describe things with math, but you can't actually touch these things. There's no way that they exist. That's why you can only have these ad hoc explanations. Anyway,
Miggy,
what do you guys think about that?
Well, the way I'm taking that, the first thing that's come to mind is dimensions, a bit like how we try to, predict that there are higher dimensions due to the fractal nature of how things work. Yet we can't access them and we can't actually identify them, but we assume that they're there just based on the fractal nature of how everything works, right?
So,
I get what you're saying.
I just read a paper. I just read a paper on Democritus, and he was the origin of the atomic theory, and he's largely credited. However, his theory of the atom doesn't precisely align with how we understand the atom today. So he understood it as you could devise a section of matter, like say you have food before you, and you could cut it in half, and then you can cut that in half, and you can cut that in half, and you can cut that in half. But his theory was, at the end of the cutting, there would be more mass in the individual thing than was left behind, and that is a true theory of matter, because individual atoms have mass, they have weight. So it was the first time that someone had theorized that an individual atom had mass. So
I'd like to. Yeah. Here's the thing, though. We start using words that are just other conventions, right? Like mass. That's a convention. It doesn't exist in reality. You can't hand me something like a description of something like that. If you try to qualify it with mass, I will ask you, what does mass mean?
It means resistance. Can you tell me? Resistance to acceleration.
To inertia. So if you were to tell me that
acceleration,
if you were to, go look it up, you're gonna find out you're wrong. So when you figure this out, right? Like when you start to realize that these conventions that are being used are used to then superimpose themselves over our tangible reality, then you start talking with a lot of scientism in your mouth. You don't know that. You think that they mean something, but these conventions are only used to describe other things, right? They're not in and of themselves something concrete. You can't tell me how much mass an apple has, because an apple doesn't have mass. It has matter. And matter is used to describe the individual elements that create whatever it is you're talking about. But then again, mass has a specific definition, and then nothing has in and of itself the name mass. I think that's been used as a convention to describe what something has, like the components of something, right? Like something has an amount of, and then you would put the word mass to the end of that.
Right? I thought mass was just a measure of the amount of matter in a body. That's all mass is.
Sorry, if I may, Alpha. Sorry, Alpha talked about convention. Cortico, what convention? Another word for convention is consensus. So if you get a bunch of people together and they decide that something is something, does that mean it's right?
It means that is the current convention. I don't know what right means. I don't like. I would not attempt to topple them. I just know that masses.
Okay, maybe I said that wrong. If a bunch of people get together, okay, and say that something is correct, whether it's correct or not,
and does that mean it's correct? Can I hypothesize that I personally view it as wrong? Like if they say up is down, if 150 PhD scholars say that up is down, like what would I do?
My point, the point that I'm trying to make and that Alpha's trying to make, okay, convention and consensus does not mean truth. Now, you can get a bunch of people together and agree that something is quote unquote right.
I agree.
Doesn't mean it's right. Okay.
I think truth is one of the most difficult things to find.
So when we point out contradictions in the globe's claims, we're pointing out a violation of the law of non-contradiction in the pursuit of truth.
Yeah.
I think Amish, you've just countered what Cortico said, was that truth is hard to find, and I think what you've just described is truth is very simple and easy once you're in tune with it.
I was just gonna say that, Big Root. You took the words right out of my mouth.
Thank you. Well, we can go outside and debunk the globe. Just take a deep breath of air.
I disagree.
You can go to the beach and debunk. You can go to the beach and debunk the globe.
I think you can go to the beach and debunk flat Earth.
So the problem, Cortico, is the globe's own claims are contradictory. The globe's claims are contradictory, not ours.
Yeah, you can watch water vapor and debunk gravity.
You can watch the sunset and debunk flat Earth.
No.
How? Tell me how.
You're just pre-assuming. Go ahead.
Just quickly. I know Cortico, man. I want you to take the cotton wool out of your ears and shove it in your mouth and listen to what Alpha and listen to what these guys are telling you. Honestly, and get into it. Okay.
I'll listen.
I love you, man. But yeah, take the cotton wool out of your ears and shove it in your mouth.
By the way, but regardless of whether or not I'm wrong, Vet, you're a fucking hero. Like I fucking love you, mate.
All right. So check it out, Cortico. You said that a sunset debunks flat Earth. Now I need to figure out your mindset in this, because like a sunset doesn't do anything but show us the sun moving from east to west on our horizons, right? So if we see the sun moving east to west, that actually shows it debunks heliocentrism. That means that we, as a base axiom, see the sun moving from east to west. Now the sun is said to be in the center of our solar system. Well, we don't see the sun at the center. We actually see the sun moving around the Earth. Now, you might say that it's because the Earth is spinning, but you made a logical leap there. We didn't do that when we made our observation. When we both go outside, we say, hey, the sun is moving from east to west. It is moving from the eastern part of our sky off to the western part of our sky. So that is our observation. Now, the logical leap happens when you say, well, we see the sun moving, but the Earth is the one that's spinning. And we ask you, how do you know that? And you would say, well, just because. And that's not an answer. You have to give us a pathway to understanding that. Now, if you only think that because you've been told that,
having a conversation with yourself. Like, do you want to know my position?
Yeah, but if it's going to give us a pathway into understanding how the Earth is actually spinning and not just you assuming it, then we can. Other than that, you're just going to tell us you're assuming.
Hey, Cortico, did you understand the leap of logic that Alpha Veritas is pointing out?
Just quickly. Okay, Cortico, please, honestly, love you, man. Listen to Alpha, listen to these other guys, honestly. Okay.
I mean, the thing is, if they just want to have a conversation with themselves, then they can have a conversation with themselves. If they want to involve
it's not a conversation with themselves. They're trying to educate you, buddy. Okay.
Yeah, let's go back to the leap of logic.
You can come up with anything. If you can come up with anything, to go against what they're telling you, please
the leap of logic that Alpha Veritas pointed out is at the heart of everything he was trying to say.
Now, why do I not have that same chance to educate them? Like, why are they the teachers and I'm the student?
Because you're here to talk to us. We didn't come to you.
I don't even know who you are.
We know.
Yeah, did you hear what he said? You came to us, we didn't go to you.
This is not your room, man. This is Heretic's room. Okay, you're in another person's house.
Amish is a mod.
Okay.
Amish is a valued mod as well. Get to know him.
I don't value him, but like I'll listen.
Yeah, that's your snake coming. That's your mask sliding off right there. You try to be a good guy, a nice guy, but that's your mask sliding off, Cortigo. That's the true nature. That's your true nature right there. I always pegged you for a snake, and you're just exposing yourself. This is the real you right here. You're here to educate people, and you're not here to listen. You're full of shit, dude. And you have been. I'm gonna point you out because, like, I'm gonna expose you because everybody thinks you're a nice guy, and I don't. I think you're a piece of shit, dude. You're here to. I'm here to expose all pieces of shit, just like you. And you're gonna keep coming in here. I'm gonna keep exposing you because you're here to educate us, and you're full of shit, dude. So if you're not here to fucking have a forth or at least listen. Because, like Amish pointed out, you came here to us. We didn't go to you. So if you have a tough time with that, there's another room you can go to. You don't need to be in here. I'm gonna tell you like it is, man. Everybody can sugarcoat the way you are. You're a fucking asshole, dude, for being the way you are. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me do. I got a little bit more. I got a little bit more. Settle down. No, we ain't gonna do that. Nope. Check this out, man. Because this guy. He's been doing this whole time. Okay? He blows sunshine up everybody's ass, but at the same time, he's a snake. He's waiting to just educate people. That's all he's here for.
Yeah. Cortico, I called you a good egg yesterday. Come on, man.
No. Okay, so if Veritas is done, like the reason why I said that is because I didn't know your name. Like I haven't seen you.
That's some bullshit right there, dude. You took a dump on Amish. Just right now, and you want him to be happy about that shit? Fuck that, dude. Like you fucking like you're just a snake, dude. You're in here just waiting for the next person so you can educate them. Fuck that, dude. He is a valued person in here.
I'm a valued person in here.
Nah, you want to be a valued person, and you want to find your worth in what everybody thinks about you. And that's how you find your value. And you shouldn't do that. But I'm telling you, the thing that you're doing in here every time you come in here, you're a snake, dude. You shouldn't be doing what you're doing. Blowing sunshine up everybody's ass. Oh, dude, I think you flat earthers are awesome. But at the same time, you're here to educate someone. And then you take a dump on the mods, bro. That's what you do. That's you.
Veritas, I think you need to take a moment and chill.
Hey, Cody, just quickly, dude. Before you completely shoot yourself in the fucking dick. Okay.
You already did.
Honestly, man.
He already did. He did that, Skinny. And you know what, Skinny? That's nobody else's fault but his. Because he shot himself in the fucking dick. That's that's on him, not on us.
I'll take the L. I'll take the punishment. I just think Veritas needs to.
Yeah, you bet your ass you will. You bet your ass you will. You're server muted, man. And so long as I can stand it, you're going to be server muted. Fuck it. There's no way, dude. There's no way that you're going to come in here and educate anybody else. If you're not here to have a conversation and you're shitting on mods, that's what you get.
Oh, what did I miss? I just joined.
Nothing.
I appreciate that, Alpha. Look, personally, sorry, Alpha. I'm just going to say quickly, I'm not trying to talk over you, buddy. I actually like Cortico. He's normally very, very cordial.
I don't.
Can you fucking do the same to Elder Bear and Bev as what you've done to him? Because they target very badly.
Well, yeah, they're well, I would say Elder Bear. Elder Bear can be a prick. But I think when we talk to him, he hasn't called any of the mods out yet. Cortigo has. Cortigo takes a shit on some of the mods in here. That's what he's done.
And
Wait,
so
what did he
now
say when he took the shit?
he's gonna. Don't worry about it, dude. I'm not talking to you. He's gonna reap what he sows. That guy. So I mean, if you guys, if as mods or whatever, if you want to find, that he's a nice guy and that shit, I've never liked that. Ever since he I took him to be a nice guy. To as far as when I heard him taking a dump on a mod, then I was like, fuck that, dude. This guy is not in here for the right reason. It's all bad with that guy. He's in here. He's like a snake. He wants to cuddle up against you, and then he wants to take a dump on you. Like, nah, not.
Snakes
That's not.
does that?
I'm done.
They shit on
I'm
you?
fucking done. I am done, bro. So
Okay,
I don't know.
fair call. I'm not gonna go against it. Sorry.
Hold on. But yeah, I'm just saying that because there's a lot of people that spend time in here. So
now that you mentioned that he's a snake and that he takes shit on mods, I've never seen a snake take a shit. Do they have do they do that?
I can answer that one. I can even put a photo in the chat if you like. I catch snakes a lot.
Yeah,
I catch snakes a lot.
AT is not genuine. He's an anti-flat earther. AT is an anti-flat earther. He's been here for a while. He's one of those guys.
All right, gotcha, Alpha. Yeah, look, Alpha, I wanted to bring something to your attention. Sorry, Alpha, I just wanted to bring something to your attention. All right, so Elder Bear here has targeted, and Bev has targeted. Flatsy has targeted Sydney. They have, they're pretty predatory in the way they do shit. And look, I'm happy to debate Elder Bear and Bev at the same time. I've done it 2 or 3 times now, no problem. I'm happy to do that. I am not happy with how they dogpile on females on the Flat Earth side. And they always do it when you guys aren't here. So if you're going to fuck off Cortico, I would highly recommend maybe fucking them off too.
Yeah, Skinny, I know you're well-intentioned, but let the mods do what we do, man. That's all I gotta say, man. We don't know we know what's going on, but if there's some input on who's gonna get what, then let the mods kind of control that. I know you're well-intentioned in that way, but we will be the team has another channel where we're talking, in the back chats. But outside of that, we'll handle it. So.
Hey, buddy, I am not telling you how to do your job in any way, shape, or form. I would never dream of fucking doing that ever.
Yeah, we'll handle that. We know when people kind of cross that line and whatnot, so we'll deal with it. On the other hand, he's still in here, but yeah. I mean, if it gets to that point, we usually get a handle on it. I did hear the conversation when Flatsy. I'll put it to you this way: I was here when the conversation in Flatsy and Elder Bear took place, and Bev was here. I was here for that, and I was listening to the back and forth. The thing about, okay, let me just say something. When you call somebody a specific name, or let's say I call you, let's just say, how about this, Skinny? I call you what's his name? An Oakleyite or something. No. An Oakleyite. You follow Oakley. You're an Oakleyite. I give you some kind of funny name, right? Well, you're just like Oakley, right? You follow Oakley. You're an Oakleyite. But if I was to call you that, right, as someone in this chat, and it's I guess you can call it an ad hom, and the person is going to respond and ask you well, what do you mean by that? And kind of that. You kind of set yourself up for that in a way, right? Mods are fair in that way. If we're listening to somebody, they're calling somebody a specific name, like an Oakleyite or a Bevite or whatever, then somebody that wants to stand up for themselves and say, hey, wait a minute, what do you mean by that? You know what I mean? So it's different when somebody's talking shit about the moderation in this room. And it's different when you let's say you call somebody a dumbass or whatever,
and then somebody, gave it back to you, and you're like, ah, man, do you hear that guy? He's calling me a dumbass. Well, yeah, you called him one too. So, I mean, you know what I mean? If you're gonna dish it out,
Alpha, mate.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, Alpha, mate. I've got no problem at all with the moderation of this room, and I've been server muted 3 times so far. And fair enough. At least on 2 of those occasions, no problem. And this is not about a personal problem between me and Elder Bear. I will happily debate Elder Bear and Bev at the same time. No problem. I don't. What I take issue with is they seem to really dogpile on the females. That's where I'm coming from here.
Oh, Alpha.
Well,
Alpha.
Alpha,
you were here that day, weren't you? You just said you were here when we had a discussion with Flatsy. Now, would you describe my behavior in any way as being predatory?
No.
No. Okay. And also another lady came in, and she was from the sister server PNR.
Yes,
.snow. And I was just chatting to her in the text in the channel. All right. Again, not predatory. I've added her in the messages and said if there was any issue that she felt I was predating on her or causing her to be uncomfortable, she could let me know. She hasn't replied to me on that. And it just seems that Skinny's got this thing of being his bonnet about it. Yeah, hang on. Being his bonnet about it. And every time I speak, he jumps on me. And now he's got into this thing about, that we are predatory, which is as bigoted as calling me a Bev Earther. All right, and it's just poisoning the well. It's poisoning the well, and it's causing some real issues. So that whenever I tend to say anything or ask a question,
hey, Elder Bear, stop talking over Alpha Veritas. Stop talking over Alpha.
Here he goes.
Tried to talk another time. Stop talking over them.
Now you heard nobody else has said that I was doing any predatory behavior or targeting women at all. And I want that withdrawn.
Talking over Alpha.
I want that accusation.
Stop talking over Alpha, man. It's not about you and me. Stop talking over Alpha. He's a mod here. Stop talking over Alpha.
Withdraw the accusation, please, Skinny. Withdraw it.
Hang on. All right, so we're gonna gain control. Yeah. So we don't want any more like tit for tat kind of thing back and forth between the people, because I mean this becomes a drama. We don't need that here. So if we can do away with that, that's fine. However, like I said before, when the moderation happens in here, we're gonna be like looking at both sides. So we're fair in that way, right? Somebody's talking shit and then you're talking shit back, then it's both sides, right? So, but I mean, there shouldn't be any more of that. If the person violates, like, is just then targeting somebody, then yeah, we're gonna be, moderating that. But outside of that, I mean, it's just the nature of this room is a bit hostile, right? It's gonna get that way, and both sides are gonna talk shit to each other. That's a given. We already know that.
Alpha, if it's okay, how about this? Hey, Elder Bear, fucking peace.
Let me unmute him. Hold on. Let me unmute him.
All right. There's peace. Stop talking over moderators, which is one of the things that I've always gotten up you about. Talking over moderators is one of the biggest things that I've always gotten up you about. And stop targeting females.
You need to withdraw that. That's not true. That's not true, Skinny. You need to withdraw that accusation. That is not true. Absolutely not true. I would stand for any woman who has to have a voice in here.
Yeah, as a woman, I've had many conversations with Elder Bear. I don't know what's going on here. It's none of my business, right? So I'm not taking sides. But as that's a very hard comment, guys, because I'm a woman and I'm like, whoa, that's harsh. And he's always been very respectful to me as a woman. So I'm not trying to kind of stand up for him, but I'm just being honest. He's never been disrespectful to me as a woman and always been super, super nice to me.
Yeah, what I'm saying is this.
How about we just say, sorry, Alpha, I was just going to say, how about we just say, Elder Bear, we'll call peace. If you stop speaking over moderators.
You withdraw the comment. Withdraw the accusation, please. Withdraw the accusation. I'm not happy.
With the woman thing, I am not going to withdraw that. However, I will
let it be known that this is a false accusation for anybody who cares to hear it. That's the point.
However, if you don't do it in future, then I will not.
No, I haven't done it yet, and I won't be poisoned by you, Skinny, into putting me into a position where any time I might speak, then this is going to come up in people's minds. And as you were talking earlier hang on, don't talk over me. Don't talk over me. Earlier, they were talking about the allegory of the cave, and I was trying to talk in that conversation. And I will point out that the way you're acting is like the shadow giants in the allegory of Plato's cave. And by putting out these accusations, you are casting shadows for people. And that will come up in their minds before anything else. And that's what happens in this arena. And this is what I'm trying to point out. There's a lot of fallacy going on, a lot of people who just repeat what loud voices say. You've got one of the loudest voices in the room, Skinny. I find you a bit dangerous. A dangerous person.
How about you don't talk over mods anymore and you leave Flatsy the fuck alone and you stop.
I only asked her about her claim. She made.
Hold on. I'm sorry, Skinny, but I have to do this, bro. Alright. So we're gonna kibosh that conversation. There shouldn't be any bad blood between anyone. If anything is done in this room, we're going to moderate it. The moderators will handle it. So if the person is still here, then the team will find out whether or not those accusations are true. Which, in light of this case, I don't find anything as of yet. Right? No, nothing's come to my attention. There's no DMs showing any messages or predatory behavior, anything like that. However, if something does come up, we will take care of it. If nothing's come up yet in our radar about it, so any other things that get accused here, we usually are the arbiters of that, like the team does. Like there's a group of us in a channel. We're talking in the back chats. Don't worry about it, guys. We'll take care of it. But if the person's still here, that means that nobody's found anything on them. So let the moderators just do their job. And if we're going to do something, then we'll handle it. But nobody should be accusing anyone of anything if nothing has been done. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Don't accuse somebody of something if we, the moderators, haven't, got a handle of them. Because if they are predatory or something like this, they're not going to be in this room. You know what I mean? That will just be the case. They will not be in this room. But if they're in here, that means we don't find fault with them on that level. They could be anything else. They could be jerks, assholes, whatever it is. But if they're not targeting people, then they're still here. Then you know that we're doing what we're doing, right? So just let the moderators moderate. Don't jump in and try to control the conversation or anything. The moderators will handle it. Anyway, just that being said, I'm going to mute both of you. Hopefully we can get past this. If not, we're going to take action as moderators to figure out what we're going to do with Skinny and Elder Bear, because we don't need this bad blood in here. So if anything progresses, we're going to handle it in the moderation style. So I'm going to mute you both. Please, let's not continue with this conversation about that. Thank you very much. And there you go, Skinny. And AT, I'm going to mute you too. All right, so we're going to go back into our regularly scheduled program, which is we're going to be having the topic of the shape of the Earth conversation. If anybody has any evidence of the Earth being a globe, first of all, present your claim that it's whatever you think it is as a globe, be it spheroid, a sphere, a pear shape, whatever it is, and then go ahead and provide your evidence to back that claim up. So if anybody in here thinks the Earth's a globe, please provide your evidence. And welcome everybody, 24/7. Go ahead.
Thank you, Veritas. I accept the sunset.
All right. So anybody else? Anybody else? Yeah, he came in on another. I just I don't know if you get this or not, Cortigo. You are not going to be doing this to the moderating staff here, man. You took a dump on the moderator. This is the second time. 2 times already. Amish was the second time. I was the other time. You're not gonna continue this behavior, man. And then, proceed to be in here. So you're gonna sit on a mute for now. But go ahead. If anybody else is brand new to the channel, welcome to the channel. We got somebody in here. Let's see. We got Z. Z, welcome to the channel. I see you're brand new to this channel. How you doing, Z? AT's in the house. Anti-flat earther.
Not anti. Anti means that I'm opposed to it on an irrational sort of angle, right?
What's your rational angle?
That it's untrue.
Really?
Yeah.
You see? Look at what Cortico's doing in the chat. I rest my case.
I'm not siding with him or anybody, but you are trigger happy on the mute today, so it's unfortunate.
That's moderation, getting control of the room. At, is that okay with you?
Yeah, but I mean, it's kind of like a parallel to the police, right? You can over-police. There is such a thing.
Well, yeah. If you don't like it, then there's the door right over there.
No, I said I don't.
Way.
You're not listening.
Can I add some from another mod's perspective? Can I add some clarity in here? This is a flat Earth room, right? And we do need to control an element of the conversation because of the trolls, because of the nature of the conversation. We do get a lot of obfuscation. And it doesn't matter whether this person comes with a nice personality or a nice illusional personality. We have to treat people on their actions. And if someone's dumping on a mod, not respecting the room and not respecting the whole premise of the conversation, then we're just indiscriminate. We just want to have good conversations with preferably new Globers as much as possible.
Why do they have to be new though? I got all the rest. I got it completely. That's not really what I was talking about because I wasn't here for Cortico. I was just talking about me being muted instantaneously and called an anti-flat earther. I think that's kind of insincere, especially because I was here for like a talk, as you say. But yeah, besides that, like, why does it have to be new people?
Let's figure this out. If I was misrepresenting you or not, how long have you been doing this, At? Coming into this channel?
I don't know, like 3 months, something like that, 2 months. I don't know.
And every time you come in here, is your position that the Earth is a globe?
Actually, no. It's kind of funny. If you want to like get the whole narrative, it started off being a firm believer of the globe. Then I got like a bit challenged on it, I would say, and I didn't flip to a flat Earth belief, but I definitely questioned it more. And now I'm back even stronger than I was before as a globe believer. So yeah, kind of like a roller coaster, you could say, a ride.
Convinced you?
Convince me of what?
Yeah, what convinced you to go back harder on your globe?
Well, I mean, I guess it's how you interpret data and the research you conduct, and you hold up all variables, and then you do like a probability matrix. And so,
yeah. Specifically, what data?
Well, I mean, the more I looked at like evidence from space, I was just more and more segmented in my belief, and then also GPS systems and how like that technology.
How does GPS work?
Yeah, we have like a guy who works developing GPSs in here. I think it was like 3 days ago. I don't know if you were here for it. He educated me.
Yeah, I called him out.
How does it work?
You were here for it. Yeah, he educated me a whole lot.
So how does it work, and how has it convinced you that we live on a globe?
Well, I mean, he's the expert, right? So I'm only paraphrasing, but as I recall, it's
okay. Let's stop there. Do you see the default in your thinking?
What?
He's the expert. He's the expert. You said almost without thinking.
Well, on GPS systems, yeah, I never claimed to be, nor did I say they were like hard evidence swaying me over to a globe.
Do you believe it's a globe because he was convincing to you?
That's not what I said. I said,
well, you don't seem to know enough to evaluate the evidence itself. You're evaluating the personality.
No. But okay, so if you want to be fair to the conversation, what I said was photos from space is what, convinced me, what segmented my belief or my knowledge, right? Now, this guy talking about GPS systems added to that, but that was not like a big component of swaying me back or,
That doesn't really make sense though, AT. That doesn't really make sense because you said you were a globe believer and then you got challenged and you weren't sure. And then you became more sure because you looked at images from space. But surely you would have seen the images from space before you came in here.
Photos, yeah. Yeah, no, like I guess like I looked into the science of like space travel. I tried to digest sort of
travel.
Yes. So
what science space travel specifically? What is it?
So how, for instance, like the second law of thermodynamics and gravity, and how rocket fuel propels with the momentum of an object, and how you can even orbit something with the gravitational pull. I had to like examine that.
How does the second law of thermodynamics help you believe in the globe, though?
Yeah, well, because it actually kind of does, yeah, because it explains gravity and how it actually violates the second law of thermodynamics. In
wait, what violates the second law of thermodynamics?
Well, I mean, you need to have a container to have gas pressure, right? Is the posit of the claim,
right?
Which you obviously
don't have that on the globe,
right? Yeah, exactly.
All right. So far, every reason you listed is something that is not scientifically falsifiable or empirical.
So when you say that it is not statistically falsifiable, do you mean by everybody, by like laymen, or by anybody?
At all.
So nobody can go to space ever.
Yeah, nobody can.
Right.
Space,
okay.
as you know, is itself a contradiction.
Not really. So I guess I would ask, right? Because if this is about winning you over in this conversation, if your posit is nobody can go to space, I would ask, well, if I think that they can, what would it take for me to show to you to change your position, right? And if you just say, well, nothing can, then we can't really have a conversation because you're not
willing. How about this? I want space that doesn't violate its own laws of nature.
Yeah, but they're human made, right? So
no,
they can be wrong. Yes, absolutely.
No, natural laws are not human made.
No, it's possible they're discovered
regardless of our existence.
No, that's false. So if it's a true law, sure, but the understanding is built upon by prior and current knowledge, which is not always sufficient, right? So you're incorrect.
No, what I'm saying is like things that can be experienced in reality continue without your existence being necessary.
Yeah, I know the philosophy of how your existence.
That's a natural law. So, for example, if a tree falls in the woods, if a tree falls in the woods and nobody hears it, the tree still falls in the woods, regardless of how you think about it.
Wait, does it really?
Regardless of whether or not you're alive, the tree's going to fall. And the tree will decompose and go through all these natural processes that we study in
Yes, I'm aware, but if I say, hey, the tree fell because of this law, that every time that a mouse is near the tree, it will fall, and the mouse just so happened to be near the tree and it fell.
What law does that? That's ridiculous. No,
it is ridiculous.
How about this?
Absolutely.
Try this one on. Everything that is alive goes through a birth and death cycle. So trees, we know, will decompose. They will decompose by law. And it happens regardless of our existence.
Yeah, but see, even that law in itself, right, has been violated many times because you can resurrect something that is dead, right?
You can resurrect something, okay?
Right, you can.
So that doesn't change the cycle, though. That's just manipulation. That doesn't change nature. You're just manipulating it temporarily.
So direct intervention to prevent the natural law process of unfolding is not proof of a non-natural law.
So Amish, all I'm saying
is, contradiction here.
Amish, all I'm saying is there is such a thing as something you discover in science that will be there regardless of humans. It's not something that's man-made. It's man-discovered, right? And yes, natural laws in that sense are complete, right? But what I'm saying, my posit, right, is that the natural laws, quote unquote, that we have discovered are not always fully understood, right? And so when you try to write them down and formulate how they play out, they can be lackluster, right? such as with the case of the second law of thermodynamics.
All right, how does anybody falsify space?
Well, you'd have to go there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm asking you, right, as a firm believer that you cannot. What would it take for you to think, well, I changed my mind, if anything, right? Because you might not be willing to change your mind.
I'd have to see the globe.
I mean, there is a way you could falsify space.
So you would have to. I'm trying to listen. So you personally would have to go to space to believe it.
Can you at least give me a space story that isn't a contradiction? So like, before I even see something like a globe, the very story of what outer space is not consistent with what we can experience in reality itself. It is an extraordinary claim.
We can talk about the reliability.
Do you need me to go provide examples?
Yeah, but I'm asking you, like, if we are going to have this conversation, which I'm willing to, right? I have examples. I've done the research. Like, I'm not talking out of my ass, right? And I'm eager to learn more. By the way, I'm not saying that I'm definitely right.
Right.
I'm saying if we're going to have this conversation,
do you agree that outer space is extraordinary?
Well, in what sense?
Yeah, I'm trying to move it forward.
Like its existence? No.
In the sense that I just said, in that its very explanation, its very description, is a contradiction of what we experience in everyday reality itself.
Oh, then I would.
Do you understand that part?
Yeah, but I think like if you
then let me elucidate
can you not
some
talk
examples,
over me?
Okay.
If you want to have a conversation
I'm not
respectfully,
done talking. Okay,
let me
I'm
answer
trying to make
a question.
point. You asked me to educate you. So,
I said I'm willing to be educated.
All right. So if you aren't, then why don't you just shut up so I can talk? Because I'm trying to educate you.
Because when you okay, go on.
Okay, look, when you go outside, you don't experience an Earth that moves and rotates, or you don't experience curvature. But they say, well, when you go to outer space, you see an Earth that does rotate and an Earth that does curve into a globe. And then we say, well, okay, you need gas pressure. You need containment for gas pressure. And by containment, I mean a defined volume. And then, well, outer space is this grand, infinitely expanding container, and you have gas molecules that are coalescing into balls instead of dispersing as they normally do. So it's like, okay, so there's another thing that runs against everything that we can possibly experience. So we have all these extraordinary claims. Now, in order to back those claims to provide evidence, we need to see actual evidence that can be verified. And unfortunately, all the evidence that's presented to us is not verifiable. It's proprietary. It's hidden behind the veil of classified programs. It's hidden behind the veil of NASA. Even private space companies have to give their payloads over to a government agency and have a government agency provide oversight for security, for clearances, and everything else. We do not understand the technology that is being claimed to go up there. We have no way to independently verify any of it. For example, a stage 2 deployment of a satellite is something that you'll never actually see in its totality because it's considered a national security secret. It's considered a secret for the state. And that very thing is being claimed to happen all the time commercially, and everybody believes that commercial space is open source, and it's not. So when I say verifiable, when I say something that's falsifiable, I really mean it. The technology that's claimed to exist that provides you with the belief in your worldview is not verifiable.
Again, I asked because you've been talking a while, and I wrote down the points that you made, so I did hear him, right? When you say it's not verifiable, what is your framework for verifying something scientifically?
Okay, do you understand what industrial security clearance is and why everybody from SpaceX to Lockheed Martin and NASA abide by these?
Yes, and I also understand why they make sense, and I support it completely. But that's besides my question. So you
can. Well, no, my question is pertinent because you can't verify something that is hidden behind a classified program.
That depends on how you verify things,
makes
right?
Something not verifiable. If I hide something behind a national security secret, then I am denying anybody's ability to verify it.
I mean, you're obviously not here for a conversation, so I don't think you're the right person to talk to.
I was here to educate you. I think you're being out of order. I think you're being massively out of order. Every single one of us, and if any flat earther disagrees with what Amish has said, please speak up. But every single one of us fully agree and understand and are struggling to figure out why you can't accept that space is an extraordinary claim. It's not self-evident and it goes against natural law. It's as simple as that.
Which natural law does space go against?
The laws of thermodynamics, my friend.
So, if we're not gonna... Yeah, and the funny thing about that is, right, if you're going to posit the claim that there is such a thing as the second law of thermodynamics, keeping the gas pressure on Earth at a constant, right, then you would have to show me the container, which hasn't been done yet. So I would say I don't buy that claim at all.
Hey, you're walking on part of the container.
That doesn't make sense because the air is outside of it, right? So that's the bottom. Where's the top, right? Don't show me a part of it. Show me its entirety, right? That's what you guys
say. We don't need to. We don't need to show you that. All we need to do is show you. No, listen. All we need to do is show you that in order to have gas pressure, you'll need a volume. And to have a volume, you'll need containment. So if you want to demonstrate, if you want to express otherwise, then that is an extraordinary claim. Because that goes against everything we know about gas pressure.
By the way, not how science is done at all. So
yeah. So how do we experience the globe that we're taught exists? How do we know that?
You see how this conversation is like all over the place, right? I don't mind tackling all of these issues.
No, it's not. AT, if you can't keep up, we'll move on to the other guy who had some questions. But it's very simple. You need to be able to have evidence, or you need to be able to demonstrate some sort of evidence that your claim isn't extraordinary. Yeah, so we're not all over the place. We are on one point, and we're trying to get this clear, right? That space is an extraordinary claim.
Yeah, but when you say extraordinary, right? When you say extraordinary or extraordinary, right? You're invoking a word which means unusual, right? Or remarkable. And so I'm asking you, right, what part of it is unusual and remarkable? And you've said, well, it's because it can't exist. It violates the laws that we have. For instance, second law of thermodynamics. I then segued into, if that is the case, prove that. You haven't proven that, right? So you're stuck at that point, and you want to derail to another person.
AT, I addressed these points a few minutes ago, and I brought up the first example of curvature and Earth rotation. I said we cannot experience that here. And the only place it's claimed to be experienced is in outer space, and you can't get there.
Well, you don't really feel a plane going 300 miles an hour, right?
Bingo, AT. He's just explained why it's an extraordinary claim. We've made it very clear that space as an idea goes against natural law, and the only evidence we have are photos from an agency, okay? So the burden of proof is on the man who says that space, a vacuum, can exist adjacent to an open system.
Right.
That is your burden.
If you recall the conversation, right? That's where we were at before you interjected, right? And what I asked was, what is this verifiable evidence that you would need? He was talking about stage 2 deployment of satellites being secret, and that you can't really research the items recovered from space, right? So he said those two things are the reason why we can't verify anything, right? And I was trying to get at is like, would a photo be enough? Would a video? Would you have to go to space? And he was dodging because he knows deep down
you're going to need to provide overwhelming evidence.
Yeah, but what does that mean? I'm asking you, what is overwhelming evidence? What does it take?
I don't know what it looks like right now because the claims were started.
Well, first of all of your videos, sorry, Amish, for all of your videos and pictures have been through strict editing processes and releases, okay?
Right.
So we'd have to go
what do you need?
we would have to go to private exploration. We would have to start doing these things ourselves, but we can't. So there is no exclusive
When you say private,
evidence.
do you mean you as an individual or other people
let me give you
that aren't government
Let me give you
controlled?
something that I wanted to work on, okay? I wanted to deploy a satellite, and I wanted to have a signal that was cryptographically signed so that I could study the Doppler effect of the signal so I could know that the signal that is being transmitted was digitally signed by me in the first instance. Well, guess what? That's illegal to do. Did you know that? I can't send up a satellite and cryptographically verify. I cannot independently cryptographically verify a signal that I would send into space. You know why? Because it's a violation of International Traffic in Arms Regulations, ITAR. I'd have to provide the U.S. government my equipment and the copy of the code for the cryptography so that they could backdoor it.
And you don't think that?
And
that
they may not even approve it because it's illegal according to the FCC and under conventions outlined by the International Telecommunications Union to transmit encrypted data. So I'd be in violation of all kinds of laws if I were to send up the satellite with cryptographic keys so that I could verify that it's actually in orbit.
Great.
Okay,
so again, I ask, right? I don't think that's unreasonable to have governance on rockets being orbited, right? Because that is weapon technology, and that is why it's classified as such, right? It is a danger. So first of all, I don't think that's a bad thing. Second of all, right? You still haven't told me what it would take. You're kind of like nearing in on it now that you would have to send.
I gave you an example of what it would take: a freaking satellite that I put up with cryptographic keys and a signal that's being transmitted that I alone can independently study.
Yeah, but so you're essentially saying something that the only thing that you can verify is illegal. So therefore, you can never change your mind until it's it's legal.
Pretty much everything we want to do to verify what this place is illegal.
Right. Then you already have your answer. Then why engage? Then why engage? You will never change.
Why is it illegal?
You will never change it because I say it makes perfect sense.
So,
it's weapons technology. It's classified as such.
AT, we're engaging because you asked. All we're demonstrating is that
everything we need to verify the positive claims of the globe is illegal, or just forbidden, or blocked off by militaries, or hidden behind classification programs. We cannot verify the government's claims.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny because you were speaking like you've made some kind of self-reflective changes in how you approach this discussion since coming in here, but it sounds like you're just the same as you were when you came in those few months ago. You were speaking about unverifiable images and stories then, and it sounds like that's what you're still resting on.
No, you're resting on that one quote from the guy on the Blue Marble saying it's a composite image because you couldn't see.
No, because it's all the images from space are none that you can verify, which was the case when you first claimed
I went into metadata, Cyclone, and I respect you actually remembering this, right? Because I went into metadata on the photos before with you guys. I don't know if you were here for it. I specifically downloaded software just to analyze the metadata, and I walked through all the metadata because I did analysis on it. And I even proved to some of you guys who made claims about the Blue Marble being fake just because it was a composite image. I actually found the original photos that were the composite. And I looked at all of them and I showed it to you guys. And it's like, the reason I ask these questions up front is like, what would it take for you to change your mind? Is because when AV, for instance, it sounds like there is nothing I can say that will change his mind, right?
Because it would be very simple.
What did you see in the metadata that was so convincing? You said you dug into the metadata. What on earth convinced you in the metadata?
That you can verify the image, the photos not being images.
What are you
right?
verifying? You're just seeing stuff in metadata. How did you verify what's in the metadata?
Are you familiar with EXIF tool?
Yeah, I am. Are you familiar with the kind of devices that are claimed to be taking these images?
Yeah, but you also have you talked about before that you don't have private institutions taking images at that height. You had Red Bull, you had fucking Blue Origin, right? You had fucking like a SpaceX even, right? Like yes, they're government.
Listen, I just told you.
They're government subsidized.
SpaceX is beholden to industrial security clearance regulation.
Yes,
there are,
of course, they have rockets.
A slew of top secret jobs that you cannot gain access to unless you have a need to know and the clearance. And these involve launch operations.
Yeah, because if not, then you could fly a rocket into the White House, right? So yeah, it makes
so there's not a single private space agency that independently launches rockets without the government providing a framework for security.
No, because they have to fire it on government soil.
Yeah.
You realize that, right? Like, where would you launch the rocket?
Unverifiability.
It doesn't even make sense. Like, even international waters are under legal constrictions in this matter, and it would be highly improbable for you to launch a rocket from water.
Yeah, we know. They launch balloons from water.
I know nothing about balloons, so.
Okay, I do.
Great. But so for instance,
everything
right?
that we need to verify the claims are hidden behind classified programs and other secrecy arrangements.
Oh, I thought you were AV. You're Amish. My bad. So Amish, right? So for instance, right? I'll say I'm a glober. It would take for me to change my mind either showing the cutoff of the Earth, so the edge of the Earth, right? If it's flat, you would have to show me the container concealing the gas pressure in its entirety. You would have to show me high altitude pictures showing the Earth as a flat surface consistently, and you would have to explain to me how phenomena such as viewing distance alters with the viewer height variable increasing and decreasing at a consistent rate, accounting for, of course, refraction and disruption of your vision.
If that's your standard for evidence, then you are a hypocrite if you still believe the Earth is a spinning
No, any one of those.
If that is your standard for evidence, you are a hypocrite.
Tell me how that's hypocritical.
What you require is impossible on both paradigms. Because the first thing, one of the things you said was the horizon. The horizon is an optical effect created by a combination of your visual acuity and the weather.
How do you know that? Yeah, that's a positive claim, right?
How do I know that? Open your weather app and look at the visibility to the horizon. It changes every day and throughout the day.
Okay, yeah. You said it's a visible phenomena only, right?
I said it's optical. There's no physical curve. There's no geometric curve. You only see a weather phenomenon with your own visual acuity.
Right. Still, I don't see how anyone. I gave 4 or 5 ways that you could sway me over. I think you gave me 0.
We made one of them.
I don't see how that's
multiplied one of them. Want to keep going?
Can anyone tell me how I would ever care about this hypocrite? How is it
hypocritical?
Dude, if you would use the standard that you go against by with the Earth representing itself to be a topographical plane or a flat Earth, however I'm going to call it, if you use that standard against your heliocentric model, you would not be believing in a spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball. You are a hypocrite.
You still haven't explained how it's hypocritical.
I'm going to explain it now. Because when we asked you what swayed you to the globe, you said pictures from space. You didn't say anything about actual, confirmation of the measurements like you're asking for. You said pictures from space, and you specifically brought up the blue marble. You can see sex copy and pasted into the clouds on the blue marble. You can see text boxes. So that's why you're a hypocrite, because you believe the globe on a doctored photograph, but you're expecting unrealistic standards from flat Earth.
Oh, not only that.
Well, I think it's
not only that. 1 second.
Wait, Cleander, please. No, because you're not adding anything, please. So we have enough.
Oh, I'm gonna add something really quick. We have Robert Simmons on the website. We have Robert Simmons on the NASA website. On the NASA website, saying that it needs to be photoshopped, and it is a flat map that they wrap around the globe. It is literally officially stated by NASA that it's all photoshopped. No. And if that's your standard, and then you being a hypocrite in here, having a complete absurdity of a standard against our claim,
this guy. Tell me when it's done.
You don't want to hear the truth.
I'm going to mute you, mate. I'm going to mute you if you speak to him again.
Go for it, Roots. But I'm trying to have a conversation.
He's an anti-flat earther.
You can talk with yourself, or you can engage.
We're not engaging with you, dude. You're an anti-flat earther, like I said in the beginning, and you just proved it. Right now, what Clay's describing is that you're a hypocrite. The same standard and the rigor that you apply for flat Earth, you don't do it for the globe.
Thank you, guys. I very much appreciate that.
Oh, you're fine.
That really gets me, man.
And I don't like it. Yeah, and I don't like it when they say, "Oh, you're not adding anything," when what you're actually doing is exposing them. So that's their defense mechanism kicking in. Don't let them dominate by saying he's not adding anything. They're just afraid of what you're about to say. So well done, Clay.
Well, I say well done you guys for not letting this be, because it really, why should we even care about such a person, man? That's ridiculous. Like, he's a hypocrite.
Did the globe person leave?
That's my point exactly. I keep saying that. Stop suffering so long with these quarrelsome fools.
Yep. Good form, guys. Good form.
Okay. Could you guys convince me that the Earth is flat?
No. No one wants to convince you.
If you don't want to believe the arguments we can present to you, then no. Does that answer your question?
I haven't heard the arguments, so I don't know if I would or would not believe them yet.
Okay, so someone can present the arguments to him.
All right, Rain. So we're coming in here and talking about the shape of the Earth or lack thereof. Is there any measured curvature for the Earth being a globe, Rain?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like, almost 100% sure, yeah.
Almost 100%. Okay. Can you present us the measurement for the Earth being a globe and how they measured it? The method by which they measured it.
I will see if I can pull that up in just a sec.
Sounds great. Can't wait.
So your whole life you didn't know, and now you're going to find out.
My whole life is literally 17 years, so I'm not too worried about that.
And now you're going to Google something and say, oh, that's it.
Are you Googling something right now?
Yep.
There you go.
But is that an issue? Or
No.
Yeah, it's an issue for me because prior to that, you didn't know how it's been measured. So you're trying to look for it right now. So the truth is,
you asked for it?
I know I asked for it, but you didn't know it. So
okay.
all this,
I know
your
that
17 years of living on this earth, you didn't know the answer, and right now you think you're gonna find it.
Not to that specific question, because I haven't really been bothered to look at it. Is that an issue?
Kind of.
Because I haven't been asked.
You have a right now. What I'm showing you is you have a blind belief, and you think the Earth's a globe. You don't know what. So currently, you don't know what the Earth is at this particular stage.
A giant ball of rock with a little bit of life on it.
Yeah, but that's your blind belief. I'm asking how do you know it's been measured to be a globe? Sphere.
I said I'm like pretty sure, like almost 100% sure it's been measured.
Yeah, but where is the evidence? You say that's the second time you said that, but there's no evidence.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up now.
Yeah, so here we are at the point that we're waiting for you to present
something
the data.
That you didn't know. Something that you didn't know.
I assume the majority of you guys all know how they calculated it?
No, I didn't ask for a calculation. I asked for a measurement, sir.
Yes. The same thing in this context.
No, it's not the same thing. A measurement is not a calculation. No.
To be fair, he did ask us though, right?
What?
He did when Gregory said to present, our evidence or our claim, didn't he want to hear it?
Yeah, I do want to take him to the rigmarole, but I just want him to answer these questions for sure. Because the bias will still be there if it's not removed. Or at least questions.
Okay. Geodesy. Do you know what that is?
Do you?
Well, according to this, the science of accurately measuring and understanding the globe's geometric shape, orientation in space, and gravity field. So it's basically like the ruler for the world in like 3-year-old terms.
Well, it's not a ruler. That's a category of knowledge.
I know. I said 3-year-old terms.
All right. So 3-year-old terms. How did they measure the Earth as a globe?
It's just inaccurate. It's not a simplification. It's just inaccurate. It's a category of knowledge.
Okay.
How did they use that ruler to? What's the method that they did?
They compared the sun's relative position at 2 different locations on the Earth's surface.
Why would they do that? That's not measuring the curvature of the Earth.
We'll see if there's one person on, let's say, what's the longest which country has is this one person at the very, very, very south part of Africa, lowest part, and then there's someone at the very north side of Africa, and they both do measurements at the exact same time, looking at the sun. It's not going to be in the same position for them. That actually can help with measuring the curvature.
No, it's not measuring curvature. You're measuring shadow lengths, and that's not the same as measuring the drop over the distance on a geometric shape. If you were standing on one, let's say you were on a sphere, there would be a specific drop over the distance that you would have to be understanding that there would be. It would necessarily be there as a consequence of it being a geometric shape. So in order to know that something that you're standing on is an oblate spheroid or a sphere, you know that the consequence of standing on a geometric shape would be such that the Earth would be dropping away at a specific drop rate, a drop over the distance, an elevation change from your position. Now, I want to know that in 2024, right up until today, has anyone ever measured that drop over the distance? I don't care about shadow lengths.
You've lost me.
So, like, you know how, like, if you're standing, like, think about this. You're standing on top of a ball. Can you imagine that real quick?
Yeah.
All right. So, any position away from you, on that ball, it would be dropping away from you. The ground would be dropping away from you. Can you understand that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, that would be drop over the distance. Now, that would be relatively easy, 3-year-old terms, for you to understand how to measure that specific drop rate. Now, on a spheroid, like they say that we're on, if you could measure a drop over the distance, that would be fantastic. Now, has there been anybody that's ever measured that drop over the distance?
You can't measure the drop over the distance for a human because... Wait, are we talking about for a human?
No, for the Earth that you're standing on.
I actually don't know if anyone's done that. I have no idea.
Well, that's what we need right now because measuring shadow lengths, I would say it this way: on a curved surface or a flat surface, it would be the same. So if you think about this, right? If you have a light source and you have an object on the floor could be flat or curved. It doesn't really matter. But the object in proximity to the light source would change the shadow lengths that it has. So if you think about it this way, on a flat surface, right, like the floor of your room, if you have a light source and you have an object, the closer that the object gets to it, the shadow length will change.
Yeah.
So and so the same for if a curved surface would be there. If you were standing on a curved surface and you had a light source, the closer the object got to the light source, the shadow length would then vary on a curved surface. The same thing.
Yes, this would be true if this ball was significantly smaller.
Right. So in the case of like that being like a light source proximity to the object changes the shadow lengths. So what we know is that it's not conclusive because it could happen on both flat and curved surfaces. So shadow lengths are not... Sorry?
Say that again, please.
Yeah, it could happen on both curved and flat surfaces because all you're doing is shadow lengths have to do with the object and the light source
and the light source.
The relationship between the two. So what we understand from this is that there's no conclusive evidence that the Earth is one thing or another by using shadow lengths. It could be assumed that it's a curved surface because of the object and light source relationship. But however, using some math, you can superimpose, I should say, the idea that the Earth is a curved surface, but it's not necessarily conclusive that it is. Because like I showed you, on a floor that's flat, you could still use the same idea of object and light source relationship. So that right there would put it in the realm of not conclusive. That means that we can't get to knowing if it is or not a globe. What it does is it just gets people to think that it could be a globe, but not necessarily a globe. So what I'm trying to show you is on this particular aspect, when I said drop over the distance, would be that if you did an observation test right over the Earth, it doesn't matter where you go, and you figure out, okay, I'm going to see how far I can see from where I'm at. And then if I find out, if I'm going to look off into the distance, and if I see the horizon where the sky and the Earth meet, well, then that should be the place where I would say I can't see any farther. Or like if you're on the beach, that's where ships disappear behind. They disappear behind the curvature of the Earth. So that means that where that ship is, or where I can see it, where I'm standing on the shore, that would be the ship is hiding behind the curvature, and I can't see the boat anymore because it's behind the curvature. Which means that from
that would be if the boat is far enough away.
Right.
I think you underestimate how big the Earth actually is.
Well, that's a problem though, because you have either the Earth's too big or the Earth's too small. We can't see it. So, do you think that ships disappear behind curvature? That people have notably said that that's where they're going, behind the curvature of the Earth. Do you agree with that, Ray?
They don't disappear, but from one's perspective, technically speaking, yes, it would disappear because of the curvature of the Earth. Yes.
Right. So that's the thing. So it's not too big that you can't see that effect happen. It is small enough to where you could see that effect happen.
So no, it's not really. You have to be a very.
All right. So you're saying that it's not. So you're saying that you can't see it disappear behind the curvature, or you can. It either is or is not possible to see the ship disappear behind curvature. Which one is it?
Look, theoretically you can. I'm not sure.
Theoretically? Do you mean like in theory? Or do people actually make this observation of ships disappearing behind curvature?
Well, it's an interesting one because the ship has to be quite far away from said perspective before it disappears, but I actually don't know. I could Google it.
Well, we're trying to figure this out. So if the ship is disappearing, so all of what I'm saying, I'm going to take you back to the premise, is that we're trying to figure out if that is possible, and it is happening, right? Like everybody tells you it is.
It's possible.
Then we should,
It's possible.
Well, if you say that it is, then we need to know what the drop over the distance would be from where you're standing to where the ship is disappearing bottom up. So if you figure that out, then you know the drop over the distance would be such that where that ship is disappearing bottom up would be exactly where the curvature begins.
The curvature begins where you're standing.
I know that, but what I'm saying is where ships things start to get not visible anymore, then that would be the place where you would say, okay, I mean, I know that the Earth is curving because I start to see the effects of curvature at this particular point. And then you'd be able to put a number to it, like a numerical value as to like what that curvature drop rate would be, and so on. So what we're getting to right now is, because we put the shadow lengths aside, right? Now we're focused on how is it possible that we're going to get this information that we know the Earth is dropping away at that specific drop rate. So that's what we're at right now, Rain. We want to know what that drop over the distance would be so that we can understand what math we can put to how big the Earth is, because they're telling us this information. Now, I'm gonna tell you this because I'm not gonna have you answer this and not know. So the size of the Earth, right? There's a radius, there's a diameter, and there's a circumference, because that is what an oblate spheroid would present itself as, a geometric shape to everyone. So then we're gonna figure out, okay, so what would be the drop over the distance factored into like the values of the Earth, how big it is right now. So we're gonna figure out, okay, so they gave us the radius right now. You know that, right? We know the size. We know the size of the Earth. It's not like too big. We know the size. Yeah. So radius of 3959. You could, it's public information. You could look it up if you want to.
I found the distance if you're standing at sea.
Mm-hmm.
And a boat is traveling away from you. I found the distance that I found the distance it takes for it to disappear because of the Earth's curvature, which is
excellent.
About 4.7 kilometers, which is roughly 2.9 miles.
Okay, what is the observation height?
1.7 meters. An observer with eye level above sea level by 1.7 meters, or 5'7".
About 6 foot. That's fine.
Yeah. Oh, 5'7" is pretty big. And 6 feet are very different.
Yeah, I usually round it up to about 6. Hey, did you want to say something?
Oh, that just sounds curious to me, because that sounds like the exact distances and measures of a triangle from an eye to a horizontal plane if you're standing, that matches the angular resolution of a human eye.
Very interesting.
What now?
Mm-hmm.
I what? Huh?
Yeah. So optics, angular optics with angular field of view, see in angles, right?
Do you get what he's saying?
No, not at all.
All right, so let me just tell AI. Rain is 17 years old, so he's a lot of the terminology that so you kind of.
Right. So an optic is obviously a camera, an eyeball, a telescope, things like that.
Yeah, we know what an optic is.
And in order to see something bigger than the size of your lens, you have to be receiving angular paths of light, right? Because if you had straight light coming in, it would just be the exact same size as your lens. You couldn't see bigger objects. So the way optics are able to see large areas, like your eyes, you can see everywhere around you, with your field of view, is because you're receiving the light at angles. It's passing the lens, and then the angle goes inverting and casting the image at the sensor. Does that make sense?
Not really.
Right. Something has to sense the light, right? Okay, that could be the problem. All right.
Yeah, go for it, Mike. I can hear you now.
Nah, I think I'm going to go through a bad zone here, so it kind of be pointless.
Okay, we're at the point where you're talking about like the distance. Where did you have the article of what you were reading?
Me?
Rain? Yeah.
I have a couple. The original one is that I found is Wikipedia that I don't trust, so I found a couple other sources.
Well, the specific one that you're talking about currently right now, the distance where you would see the ship disappear.
That's from Wikipedia, but it was from it's on Wikipedia, but it was from a study. Let's see. Okay. I'm gonna find the source.
You can't. I am the source.
Okay, Coggins.
Yeah, just put it in the text chat, will you? When you find it.
Yeah, of course.
I am the source.
So. All right, so drop over the distance. So how much would the Earth be dropping away every mile? Does it tell you? Does that article tell you?
It may. I'm not sure.
That's kind of why I want you to put it in there, because there's some relevant information I wanted to know if it actually tells you or not. Know what I mean?
It tells me a lot of stuff that I do not understand.
I know, but you're not really familiar with these arguments, are you? I'm just gonna.
Not a lot of time.
Okay.
Oh, here we go. ATY. I don't understand what it. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, just copy paste on the text chat, please.
It's that.
All right, thank you.
Hey, look, ATY. Same thing as on my link.
ATY sdsu.edu.
Yeah. And then someone right below said ATY, something like I think they were talking to Andrew Thomas Young.
All right. Distance to horizon. I'm going to read a little part there. It says, people often ask how far you can see or how far it is to the apparent horizon. These questions are somewhat different. Obviously, you can see high mountains farther away than low hills or flat islands. But the answer is affected by terrestrial refraction in both cases. Let's first consider these distances without refraction, and then add in the complications of varying refraction. Finally, we'll consider the atmospheric effects that play a part. And then it shows you ideal geometry with no refraction. Without refraction, the matter is very simple. Here's a diagram. And remember, I was telling you, like a guy is standing on the Earth. I think that's probably what they're doing right there. Just so they can get an idea, like standing on a geometric shape. Let's see here. They got a little formula at the bottom of that, where that diagram is. Do you see that?
Give me a sec. What could you repeat that?
Yeah, the formula that it has right there. Let's see. I'm gonna go into elementary geometry. Tells us that because the angle between the dashed lines G is a right angle, and the distance OG from the observer O to the horizon G is related to the radius R, and the observer's height in is H by the Pythagorean theorem, and it shows you the formula right underneath there. Do you see it? Right next to the diagram, it says no refraction.
No refraction. Yeah. Okay. Yep.
But there's a formula there. You see like a bunch of letters. It's got like R plus H.
Yeah, R plus H squared equals radius squared plus 2 radius height plus height squared. Yeah.
Basically a formula.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Can't believe I read that.
No.
You got it right.
This is a pathway. This is the pathway, right?
Yeah.
So what you need to do is so there's a bit of like, it's just simple, right? Pythagorean theorem. And then what you're figuring out here is from radius, the distance between the observer to the distance, like where G is. So that's going to be from the observer. Observer is O, like where you're at. And then G is going to be to the horizon. Okay. Do you get now? Do you see the curve that's where O is?
I thought G would be where you're at. I thought G would be where you're at, and O would be with the horizon.
Observer is O.
Oh,
and
yeah,
then
right.
G is related to the radius, and then you see?
Yep.
Okay, so there's a couple of lines that are drawn here, but there's a triangle. You see the triangle that's made with the dotted lines and then the one strip? Okay. So we get a triangle in the center of the Earth, and then going to, like, of course, if you're on Earth as a globe. But what we're seeing here is from the distance to where the person, the observer, O, can't see anymore from where the apparent horizon is. Can you see like where the observer, after it passes the apparent horizon, it's going to go downward where he's not going to be able to see anymore, because like that's where they say the ships disappear behind. You get me?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, so we have the numerical value for, or not in this form, but there's a numerical value for the amount, the size of the distance to the radius. So like if you type it in right now, which is what I want you to do, type in what is the radius of Earth. And tell me once you've done that.
6,371 kilometers.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want me to put that in miles?
No, well, you can. We usually say it in miles here, but
3,958.8 miles.
Yeah, or 3959. Just to kind of round it up. All right, so now the question would be, that's to the center, right, of the Earth as a globe?
Yep.
Okay, so what we have here is not only that, but then taking you back to this little diagram and the web page. So they have R as a value already, radius, which is what you just seen right now, the numerical value you just looked up.
Yep.
Now, I'm going to ask you a question. Let's see if you can either dig it up or no. How did they figure out the radius, the R value?
They would have measured the diameter after.
Okay. How did they measure the diameter?
Measuring the circumference, and then...
Well, how did they measure We're going to keep going. How did they measure the circumference?
No idea.
Okay, see, that's where we're at. So we're kind of digging through layers, right? The layers of information. So far they give us like this explanation, like with the page that you came into, but we didn't know how they got the information to support the information, right? So it's kind of weird. But like, so this web page that you see here with the information that they're giving you, we're trying to figure out how they ascertain the numerical values for like the radius.
What was that?
How did they get the numerical value for the radius or diameter or circumference?
Okay. Someone put a poll somewhere specific. And on the summer solstice, according to the Khan Academy, I'll put this in the
sure
thing that's also. Basically, they put two really tall things, and they looked at it, and they measured the distance between those two tall things, and they were like, "Hey, recognizing this curvature, we can do some math and see. We can see this. They can pretty much see." How far it was, the curvature of it, and then they just like applied that to the rest of the Earth.
Okay. Are you reading from an article, or did you pull something up where you're saying that?
Yep.
Can you put that in? Because I'm actually going to follow along with whatever you're doing. So. Okay.
No, Flat Earthers trust Google Maps, don't they? Not Google Earth.
Yeah, we're gonna go by all the information you're going through and see if we can.
Yep. See if
measuring. Yeah. So Eratosthenes of Cyrene.
Yep.
So remember the very first thing that we're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. Where is it? It's
Shadow links.
Yeah.
Okay, that's this. That's basically this. That's this.
Sure?
Yeah, positive.
Okay.
So we're back to square one. Actually, we started there, but remember, we're talking about shadow links, and I'd like you to see here if they did any. Like, we're just gonna give the information a whirl. Where can you show me in here that they measured, not calculated, measured?
Measured.
Yeah.
Let's see. We can do it all.
In the information you pulled up. And if you want, you can take some time.
Okay. The person. I'm gonna call him Arato because I can't pronounce that letter. How could you say the name?
Eratosthenes? Who knows? Yeah, it just depends on you say.
E-Man estimated the distance from Alexandria to Siam as 5,000 stadia, which is about 500 miles. And he made this estimation from the time it took walkers, who were trained to measure distances by taking regular strides to trek between the cities.
Real quick, Rain, but that's just a real inefficient way to measure anything, dude. The length of a stride. Like, come on, dude. Like,
they were trained for it, so.
Yeah, I know, but think about how inefficient that is to measure anything. Because, like,
in this day and age, it is, but like back then, it was pretty useful.
Anyway, continue.
Okay, actually, let's Google the distance and see if he was right.
It's 500 miles.
Right. So while you're googling that, let's do a history lesson. So you guys are struggling to pronounce his name, but it doesn't matter because there's no proof that he actually was a person. So you could just call him whatever you want because Eratosthenes is a made-up story. So if you make up a different name, what's the difference? It's all fiction. Now you say, wait a minute, I'm reading it right here. But the problem is, dude, is that there's no primary source evidence that the man ever existed. It's basically a story that was told way, way after he allegedly even lived by somebody else. That's all it is. In other words, friend, it's a retroactive continuity, which means it's a story made up in the present about something that happened in the past to give credence to an idea by saying, oh, this guy knew it so long ago. So that's just a little history factoid for you. This is a made-up story. Never happened. All right, go ahead.
What I got from that was, let's call him Steve.
Yeah, it didn't matter, but like the story itself was a fabrication because we don't have primary source information about it. Like we don't. It's all like basically, not even secondaries. I think it's like tertiary. So we got like a watered down version of like what this story is about. Anyway, the most important bit that I think I want you to take away from this is that has there been any measurements done? So like just getting to the meat, right? Because It's all having to deal with like the layers of information. So we had, like you were showing this article that I'm looking at right now, distance to horizon. Now that is being presupposed that the R value has already been figured out, with the numerical value that you looked up. Remember when I told you to look it up? It has a value, right? So we're trying to figure out how they got that value. Now, this story about Eratosthenes doesn't seem like to fit the bill, because either it's not something that was true, that in a true event that happened, or it doesn't describe how we can measure the surface of curvature. So like the Earth is a curving surface. We need to know how much drop over the distance would be, but they're measuring shadow lengths, which I told you before. The issue was the light source and the object relationship, depending on where the object is in regards to the light source, is going to change the shadow length of that object. But you know this, right? Like we've been over this. That's just logical. You understand that, right? Like it's obvious. Like you have a flat floor in your room. If you move a soda can closer to the light, the shadow will change on the soda can, right? Depending on how close you put it to the light. So it's obvious to know that you could do it on a curved surface or a flat surface. It doesn't matter, but it's not going to show you conclusively that you live on a curved surface. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's got to make sense, bro. Like, so, all right, so that makes sense. So therefore, that's inconclusive. So we're back to being inconclusive again, because this guy doesn't give us the R value that we need to have the numerical value for a radius be measured. So we're still looking to who measured the radius of Earth, and how do we know that that numerical value stands to be reason that it's been measured? And that's what I'm asking you.
Say that one more time, please.
So the radius, right? Like, remember the first the distance to horizon, that web page you showed me? So how did they get the R value if they haven't measured it? And still, if you think that someone has, you continue to look for it, because Eratosthenes didn't get us there. Measuring shadow lengths is not going to help. We need to know drop over the distance.
Okay, I don't fully understand what you're asking me to do, but
well, somebody must have measured the drop over the distance, surely. And like, let's just take, for example, the ship that disappeared behind the horizon, right? It would be easy enough to understand that for a 6-foot observer, remember I rounded up because you gave me that, what was it, 5.7 or something like that?
Mm-hmm. 5'7".
Right. So I said 6 just to, kind of say how much. But it's curious enough that when somebody's that height, when they see something disappearing in the horizon at about, what was it, 4 miles? I think you're using kilometers, but I said miles. So it's like 4 to 5 miles in between there. But they start to see things disappearing from the bottom up at that distance. Well, that would mean that it either is curvature or the visual perspective that you have at where things start to disappear from the bottom up due to like the angle of view that you have. So, and how far the human eye can see. So we're starting to see whether it is something, blocking your view from the thing that you were trying to see, or something that's not blocking your view. So due to curvature. So if you were saying that there's some drop over the distance, that's what we're trying to figure out. How much drop over the distance would there be, so that when it gets to 4 miles or 5 miles, you won't be able to see the ship anymore. So we're trying to figure out what that drop over the distance would be. Did you get it?
Nope. I'm sorry.
So like the numerical value for the radius is given. So all you're gonna have to figure out here is using that math, right, that they give you for the radius. Okay, so from a 6-foot observer, right, how much drop would there be with a radius of 3959?
Okay.
That's a little bit easier because they gave you the numbers. So all you got to do is figure out, okay, you got a 6-foot observer, the distance is 4 miles, and then you got, 5 miles if you want to round up. Distance is 5 miles, and then you got, the radius at 3959. So if the Earth is 3959 radius, circumference of 24,901 miles, you could look all this up. And then you're trying to figure out, okay, so from where I'm standing to where that boat is, about 5 miles away, how much drop would there be all the way up until where that boat, I can't see the bottom of that boat. You get it now? Like you're starting
Can't see
to
the
figure
bottom of the boat?
Yeah. It starts to disappear from the bottom up.
From the bottom up.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
Well, I mean, people said that they started to see the boats in the water when they're viewing the boats. They disappear from the bottom up. I don't know if you've ever heard of this or not, but that's what the claim is for the Earth being a globe, is that things will start to disappear behind the curvature.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
it disappears behind the curvature.
Right.
Yes.
Right. From the bottom up. So the boat will start to disappear from the bottom of the boat all the way to the top.
Yeah. Okay. Now I understand. Yeah.
Okay, and that's all due to the curvature.
Mm-hmm.
Allegedly.
Yep.
So right. So now we're trying to figure out what would the drop over the distance be. So that's the most important part.
From the bottom to the top of the boat?
No, from where the observer is standing to where they see the ship disappearing from the bottom up. So like, let's say somebody's standing at the beach, right? And they see a ship disappear from the bottom up. Well, the distance we already know it's 5 miles, right?
Oh, you're asking what's like the
drop over the distance from the observer to the boat.
So, for example, like this is like, so if we're talking about a circle and they're standing at and the observer's at the very, very top, and it goes however many miles until the observer can't see it, how far did it drop down the circle? Technically,
yeah, you're getting it. The drop over the distance.
Okay.
So it would be like from the observer, dropping away from the observer, all the way into where they start to see the ship disappearing behind the curvature. What would the drop rate be? There's a drop rate from the observer to the bottom of the boat when he starts to.
Because they are technically speaking below the observer. Is that?
Yeah. Well.
Okay.
Yeah.
I understand what you mean.
Yeah. So now we're getting somewhere. So like, what would that drop rate be? There has to be a drop rate. You can look it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can look it up. And you could figure it out too. Kind of making you do some work here, Rain. You probably didn't sign up for this when you came in here, but it is what it is.
I always like good conversation. Okay.
And the reason why I'm doing this is so that you can have a method to test whether or not this is the case. So not only am I just giving you information about like if there's a method, the method then can be applied every time, all the time. So if the Earth is indeed curving like they say it is, then this method will be a guide to then go to wherever you go, right? Whatever body of water you want to go and see a ship disappearing behind, it will always do exactly as the globe Earth predicts. So there's a prediction that it's starting to do, right? So when you go out and view a boat like going away from you, you're going to say, I already done this in Discord that one day. I know exactly what the drop rate is. And at this specific point, I will start to see this specific effect take place. Every time, all the time.
Okay.
You get it?
Yeah, I understand that.
So yeah. What we're doing is we're building a method. Now, this method can be tested. Now, this is the reason why I'm taking you through this whole rigmarole, so that you can get to the end and say, okay, now I have a method to test the globe. This is a method to test it. And now if you're going to go in whatever body of water you're going to go, and you're going to see this happen, then when it's predicted to be disappearing at that specific mile marker, you're going to be able to say, okay, I know now it's about 4 miles. We're approaching 5. There it is, bottom up, gonna start happening. So you know what I mean? Like it starts to take place at the specific predictable range where it should be.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm only gonna give you a little bit more, and then I'm gonna probably kick back and let somebody else take over. But I want you to think about what we've talked about, because right now the radius is still not known of how they measured it, right? So I skipped the juicy bits.
I got that actually.
You got it? Okay, go ahead and present.
Yeah. So you know how the dude Steve got these people to take strides, and he estimated 500 miles.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, later people, like modern day, we've redone estimations with like GPS and satellites and stuff, I assume, and it's 5.25 miles, no, 525 miles. So he was pretty, yeah, he was really close. So using this new, more accurate measurement, that's of the curvature and the distance, you can theoretically measure the entire planet, because you only need a little bit of the Earth's curvature, and then just need to apply it.
That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing here with the method. The method of the drop rate over the distance, but at the same time, go ahead, yeah.
So if I went out in my backyard and I measured my backyard, right, and I found out that my backyard was curved, and then I just imagined a 360-degree circle, and I applied the curvature rate of my backyard to 360-degree circle, would that mean I measured the Earth?
That wouldn't be accurate.
Exactly. So why would you assume the previous thing you just said would be accurate?
Because your backyard may have. See, they're measuring between 525-mile distances. You're measuring between like a 5-meter distance. Oh, sorry, like 2 yard distance.
Right. Okay. We understand it's a different scale.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to say is the assumptions are the same. The assumptions are you're just applying. Whatever it is you allegedly measure to a assumption of a 360-degree circle, correct?
This would be if the Earth had no hills, no bumps, no ridges, no nothing. This is implying that the Earth is perfectly smooth.
So that's not the point. That's not the point. The point is.
No, I know. But see, if I'm going downhill, if I have a hill and I'm going downhill, I measure from top of the hill to the bottom of the hill. That's okay. And then I try and measure the Earth's curvature with that. It's very inaccurate.
Right. Calm down. You're not understanding the point. The point is, whatever you measure over any distance, you're assuming that you can wrap that around a sphere. You're taking your measurement and you're modeling it against a pre-assumed sphere, a circle that's 360 degrees that comes back in on itself, right? That's necessary to make your assertion, correct?
Say it in dumb terms, please. What do you mean it comes back on itself?
So a circle comes back on itself, right? If you travel along it, you're going to end up back where you started, correct?
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, absolutely. But just because you go out and you measure a portion of territory and you say, okay, this portion of territory I claim has this amount of curvature, therefore I can extrapolate that 360 degrees back to itself. Therefore I live on a giant sphere. Now, here's the thing, friend. That conclusion, okay, is an assertion that itself has to be proved severally. You can't just measure a small portion of something that you don't know the totality of and then say, I'm going to model it as a sphere. Therefore, it's a sphere. That doesn't follow logically.
Yeah. What if you do the exact same experiment hundreds of times in all these different areas of the sphere, and you find the average or the median, and then do the math with that?
That could work. That could work in principle if you understand the three-dimensional relationships between them. However, in these types of quote-unquote measurements, because they're not really measurements, they're not measurements of a sphere. Let's put it that way. What's being measured is shadow angles. Okay, so they're assuming that nature.
Yes, they haven't measured shadows at all.
Okay, what we're talking about when we're talking about this Eratosthenes thing is shadows, correct?
No, it's not. No.
What?
Yeah, it is Rain. No,
Dude, were you not? Hold on. Before you talk, were you not present in your own body for the last 20 minutes?
Yeah.
Because that's what we were talking about.
I was listening, but I don't see what.
No, you're talking. Listen, dude. You were talking about the strides that they were taking from city to city. And you're you're getting confused that the whole overall understanding of this was that they were measuring shadow lengths. That's I told you we were talking about the very first thing. Remember I said that?
I remember at the very start you said that, but I have no reason to accept that.
No, but read the rest of it. Like, read the story. It's gonna tell you exactly what I told you in the very beginning. But what you were reading, that little part that you read about them like getting the measuring of the stride, the length of a stride, so that they can get the distance between two cities. That's separate from what the overall understanding of what they were doing. Right? So that's you just read a portion of it. You need to read the whole thing. Like, it's all about what I've been saying, and AI just told you too. That's what it's about. Shadow links.
Yeah, well, see, there's a diagram, which is, I assume, what they did with Steve, what Steve and his friends did. But this is a very good way to measure the Earth's curvature and everything. But I can't post it into the chat because I don't have image pans. Can I send you like I'll find a link of it.
Send it, so you can send it to me. I'll post it for you.
Okay, thank you. Wait, who am I sending it to?
Crit.
Okay, thank you. I assume all of you would have seen this before.
Yeah, just keep reading, dude. Just trust me on that.
You got to think about it this way. Did Eratosthenes have a 500-mile-long caliper? Did Eratosthenes have a 500-mile-long laser? Did Eratosthenes have a 500-mile-long ruler? No, he didn't. The only thing that they did was they measured shadow angles in different locations. That's it.
Okay,
so what was measured? Hold on, friend. Hold on. The only thing that was measured, okay, when it comes to the relationship of the Earth in any sense of curvature, is the shadow angles. Now, let's say they measured the distance between the cities, but distances between cities, is just distances between cities. That has nothing to do with Earth curvature. So the whole point of the quote-unquote experiment, or whatever you want to call it, was to measure the angles of the shadows in the different locations. That was the entire premise of the entire endeavor.
Crit, could you post the image?
Yep, no problem.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you. Now, see if we measure those in the little chat. If you measure those two, the two, let's say poles,
that's not humanly possible, bro. That right there, that image.
Yeah, well,
that doesn't exist in reality nowhere. Like, I'm just being real with you, Rain. Like, listen? If you're in one city and you're in another one like that, the way it's showing you, there's no way you're gonna.
Nothing is tall enough for that. Yeah, I know.
Well, I'm just like, come on, man. Let's just be real. Like,
I know, but see, if you theoretically measure the distance, measure the height of those, and if you can do that, which we technically speaking could if we have two planes. Those planes do go pretty high.
Yeah, but you're getting into this hypothetical that nobody's ever done. Like, yeah, let's stick to reality, because I think you'll start going away from it. You'll start going away from reality real quick if you start thinking of this hypothetical as if it were real. So
okay, but see, if someone gets 2 helicopters and does it at a very at a bit of let's say half the curvature on this diagram.
Yeah, so but you're not gonna
put the observer in the middle.
No, because the helicopter would then be. Think of the helicopter on top of those poles. Do you think the helicopter would be seeing the other helicopter, looking like it was sideways like that, just hovering? That's not possible, bro. Like that's not reality at all. I'm just putting it to you like 100, man, because like there's no way. There's just no way. That's not reality, bro.
Do you have anything to prove that?
Yeah, it hasn't been done. That's my proof. My proof is it hasn't been done. Now, if you say that it has, then you need to bring that evidence because you're
yes,
showing.
I agree. Image. If I say it has, I need to bring that evidence. But
yeah,
saying it hasn't been done isn't evidence.
What about the Humber Bridge?
Listen, you showed this image, right, of 2 things like are opposing each other, and then you're saying, well, you got to disprove that. No, I don't. It's just an image, dude. It's like two sticks in a curvature. It doesn't show me something actually demonstrated in reality. There's nothing there. It's just an image. And then how am I going to disprove that? It's not something real. It's got to be something real, bro. Like that's not real.
If you want something real that demonstrates the curvature of the Earth, here's the Humber Bridge, which is basically the same concept, just built in reality. There you go.
The Humber Bridge. So what's the distance there? What does it say that the distance between end to end?
1.3
I sent a link. I think all the information is in there.
Okay. So
it's
you think that
2.22 kilometer.
Right. So 1.38 miles. Is that what it is?
Exactly, right. 1.38 miles.
So do you think that you could measure curvature within that distance? Brutal duck.
Yeah.
Not you.
I think you can measure distance between 2 points.
Okay, so within 1.38 miles, what's the drop over distance?
Again, you don't measure the curvature, you measure the distance between 2 points, not the curvature.
I know that. I know. But if there's curvature on that bridge, right, there you go. Like you said, well, how much curvature drop rate would there be between those 2 points of the bridge?
I'm not sure.
Well, you need to go check it out then, because that's what we need. We need to drop over the distance, sir. So if you say
No, you don't.
Yes,
if you want to prove that there's curvature, then you don't need that.
Yeah, you do, actually. Because if I say that between 1.38 miles, there's a drop over the distance on a curved surface, I would definitely need to provide that evidence. If
yeah, but I'm not claiming that. I'm claiming that
friend.
Distance between 2 points.
Hold on, friend. You didn't clearly state your premise, okay? So, is your premise that the distance between the bottoms and the tops of the tower are different? Is that your premise?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. How much difference?
A few millimeters when it shouldn't be.
Okay, perfect. So you're claiming it shouldn't be. Now, I happen to know that the type of material that these bridges are constructed of, it's impossible to make them exactly precise within 2 millimeter precision for the towers. So if you measure a difference on the towers, there's no way to know whether it's the imprecision of the construction and the materials or whether it's the curve of the Earth, causing them to be splayed out as if their plumb lines are different. So it's actually insufficient.
Well, when you measure each tower individually, you can measure how much tilted, I guess, they actually are, and you can account for that. The difference.
Okay, let's say that's true. Let's say that's true. Let's say that's true in principle. I could agree that that's true in principle. Now, cite us the primary source evidence where that has been done. Until you do so, and listen, friend, I'm going to be very clear with you. Until you cite the primary source evidence where that has been done, this is not an argument that you can proffer in this room anymore. Okay, so when you come back with this argument to present, you need that primary source evidence where these measurements have been done in practical reality, not modeled on a piece of paper. Okay?
Yes, those measurements have been done during the construction of the Humber Bridge. That is when they have been used in
circular. That is an interesting claim. That is an interesting claim, but I gave you a very specific set of rules for your claim to bring me the primary source documentation of when it was done. So until you do so, please don't talk about it anymore.
Can we go back to the image that Crit sent? Now, if we zoom in a lot, because this is like pretty big, that's like well over, that's almost a quarter Oh,
Yeah, but
that's
that's your
almost 45 degrees.
bro, Rain. That's your hypothetical once again. Like that image that you're showing there is not reality. So you have to actually. That's like basically what it is. It's like a perspective. It's an orthographic view of something that at a distance you would look at, right? So that's not reality. Reality is first person perspective, sir. That's like you looking off into the distance. That image that you portrayed is not something in reality. I'm just showing you that you can't work that off a premise. That's not a beginning point. That is something that you say, hey, let's think about it like this. And so if we're thinking of it like that, you'd already have to have presented something in reality that you're going to say, you're going to use that. Basically, that can't be a baseline. Your baseline would be reality, and then you could use this to bolster a point in reality, but not the other way around. Right now you have to start from reality. Start from, like, let's say, the guy went off and he measured, whatever it is, point on in North America to this other point, and then we're going to work off of specific points on geographically on the Earth, versus you pointing a picture and saying like this could happen in reality. We can't do that. You get what I'm saying, Rain? Like,
I do get what you're
just
saying.
can't use that. Okay. Well,
Okay,
yeah.
that's fair. What about if you go roughly? If you can leave the Earth, you personally leave the Earth.
You're just a fucking Jew, aren't you?
No, I'm agnostic. I don't believe in God.
No, we don't need that.
Quiet.
Quiet you. Go ahead, Rain.
Yeah, thank you. So roughly, you need an altitude of over 50,000 feet. So if you could go above 50,000 feet and look at the Earth, you could see the curvature from one point to another. So like from...
What did you say, 50,000 feet? Is that what you said?
Roughly 50,000 feet, yes.
Wait,
and you can see the horizon as an arc. So like, you know how there's like all of these, in all the movies where like, where someone goes into space and then it like zooms out onto the Earth and they can see like this massive arc. That's a pretty similar view of what it would be. You have to be roughly 50,000 feet. So I don't think planes get that high.
They get to 40,000, 45,000 feet. Airliner cruises at that altitude. So, okay. So you said 50,000 feet. Now, with the math involved, do you think the Earth at circumference of 24,901 miles and radius of 3959, working that out, do you think that at 50,000 feet you could see curvature?
Yeah.
Okay, you said yeah. So we happen to have someone who can actually state as a scientific communicator, a glober, right? Somebody who thinks the Earth's a globe would state that not even at 120,000 feet can you see Earth's curvature. Now, this was being said by Neil deGrasse Tyson. He was speaking of the Red Bull space jump, but Felix Baumgartner jumped out of a gondola, and he was in regards speaking to some people in a conference, right? And a bunch of, I don't know if it was students or whatnot, but he was telling them, you guys remember Felix Baumgartner's Red Bull space jump, right? It's called the Edge of Space Jump. He said, well, he jumped out of a gondola, he's like, I don't care if he calls it Edge of Space or whatever, but it's, that he's like, it's not the edge of space. He's like, from that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat. From 120,000 feet, the man said. 120,000 feet.
Could you show me a link of that? I'd love to see it.
Yeah, there's a video of him. Can somebody drop the video of Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that, guys? I don't have it on me, but we do. Somebody might pop it up in the text channel. Anyway, Clipcord might have it. No, that is not. He's responded to someone else.
Okay.
but no, he does. I think he might know where that clip is. Oh, thank you, Sal. It's right there. I just click on it. You might want to deafen so you can hear it.
Okay, there's a very short version.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a longer one. Maybe
Music, film, interactive. I'll just see if I can find it from that.
Yeah, that's actually just when he says that stuff is flat. But yeah, basically what I just said is what he says. Not really verbatim. I was kind of taking a little bit of liberty, but yeah. So he kind of, I use him as a hostile witness. Thank you very much, Sayo. Yeah, that's the full version right there.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you can deafen and come back after you're done watching that if you want. Or not. Either way.
No, I can just listen to both.
Multitasker, I like it. You probably get straight A's, don't you?
Me?
Uh-huh.
No, I dropped out. I failed.
That's alright.
School wasn't good for my mental health.
Well, you know what they say, Rain. School isn't a good place for smart people.
Oh, it depends on the smart person.
It's not a mark of intelligence either, man. But anyway,
No, it's not.
I digress.
No, they say don't do drugs and stay in school. I am now on antidepressants and I dropped out. So.
What the hell?
Yeah.
What the hell? That's all right, dude. Yeah, there's a lot of. I'll just say I don't have too much time, man. I'll just kind of give you the quick overview of my perspective. Is that there's a lot of information out there, and I would kind of put it as misinformation, like things that are put out in your like Google searches or whatever, like how we know something, and like you might have looked it up to where you wanted to find out, what altitude can I see the Earth's curvature, and you get like this generated response like, oh, you could see it from the airplane windows, you could see it from the from the shore of the a beach, whatever. Like they're gonna tell you a bunch of stuff, but the important thing is like you start to realize, why do the scientific communicators say that you can't see the curvature of the Earth at 120,000 feet? That's because those guys are they're taught how to speak to people about like keeping it real ambiguous. Like they don't want you to know exactly. So they'll say, the size of the Earth is really big, massive, and you'd have to be at a specific altitude above the Earth's surface, and not even the ISS could see the Earth's curvature like the way it's showing you on the those live streams or whatever. But yeah, so there's a lot of misinformation and like conflicting things that are being said from people that think that the Earth is a globe. So I don't know. I just do some research, man. To be honest, nobody's in here going to be trying to convince you, but we're going to challenge you for sure. We're going to challenge what you think and all that. So yeah, just look. And I don't know if you're ever going to come back, Rain, but stay curious, my friend. Like, stay curious. Always ask questions. And, even ask the people that, like, if you're going to school or whatever, ask them, how do you know the Earth's a globe and that? And if they tell you, oh, man, we learned that back in 3rd grade, like, shut you down real quick, then you'll start to realize, like, man, why is everybody being kind of, like, apprehensive when I ask them this, kind of thing. And if, just stay curious. I guess my whole point.
Thank you. I may go over to the trans debate in a couple minutes, but I'm almost finished watching that.
Yeah, and that video is interesting, isn't it? It's interesting.
So at the end of the video, someone edited it and replayed it when he said that stuff is flat like 3 times.
Rest of is flat.
Yeah.
You just gave me a good idea.
So I actually went looking AI and I found what you were asking for. That's some first-hand evidence of somebody actually measuring the distance.
Oh, I'd love to see that.
Wait, we gotta wait for AI. He's in a bad zone, but when he gets back, he's gonna. He'll talk to you about it, Brutal. I think Eli wants to come in here. Let's be for real.
Also, I just posted.
I did.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was saying that sounds like a great idea because I was wondering, man, like how do you go about it? And just talking about the things that you just said is perfect.
You're a bit quiet, Eli. We just about heard you.
Yeah. Go on.
Hey,
Go on.
real quick for the flat earthers in here. I'm gonna put a link in here. You guys keep this in your back pocket. This link.
Also, I just put a link in as well. It's to do with Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about how it's absurd to believe in flat Earth.
I know. There's other videos that he don't like flat Earth, but that all the more. Whoa. I think you're making a protein shake, Eli. No, but that link that I put in there, that one there is what this gentleman gave in here for the explanation of like distance to horizon. So that is interesting, dudes.
Is that the one I sent?
Distance to horizon, and see that's the EDU. So we can. It's a hostile kind of information there. We can use that against like the ballers because there's a lot of good stuff in there. Have you seen these buzzwords? Terrestrial refraction. We got the R value in there. Like it's prime for the pickings. I'm telling you guys. So for the FE crowd in here, keep it in your back pocket.
Okay, I'm gonna head off to another debate. Stay safe though.
Have a good one, Rain.
You too.
Either you were making coffee or a protein shake, Eli.
He stayed for quite a while. That was great.
Oh, Rain, yeah. Well, you got Brutal Duck left, so he's a bit brutal and he's a duck.
Oi. Yeah, the Humber Bridge.
Quack, quack, mofos.
Yep, so now what I want you to do to save me time is since you read it and you're saying that this has the evidence that was asked for, I want you to screenshot or cite the location in the document where that thing that I asked for is. So that way I can just bring it up and I'm right at the information I need. For example, the sentence may read, the Jones validation team set up a laser at the bottom of the tower and then set up a laser at the top of the tower and then laser pinged the opposite tower and got a return, and these were their values. Something like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see. It says here the authors carried out a series of measurements. Let's see who the authors are. There we go. So it's the first reference, actually. If you're looking at who did the measurements, it was a paper called Experimental Monitoring of the Humber Bridge Using GPS. By Ashkenazi V. Roberts, if you're looking for a name, like who wrote it. So these guys actually went out there and like measured the bridge with GPS.
Eli. Eli.
Good morning, Tora. It's good to see that you're still kicking and alive after those fruits yesterday. It's good to see you, honey.
You too. Definitely awesome to see you, Stacy, always.
Did you end up taking some of those home and planting them yet, or did you decide not to, or what's up with that?
I've got them drying out on the counter.
It's gonna be cool though. One day we're gonna be looking back like next year and going, "Look at my plant, it's growing," or my tree.
Exactly. I bet you a couple years, 3 years, maybe we'll have some loquats to go around. I'll send them out.
It's gonna be fun.
the hell, you know. So it sounds like we have a claim on the table that there's a GPS device that can be accurate within 2 millimeters. So we need the accuracy of that device, the device that was used. We also need the claimed geoidal equipotential as for the location of the towers. We need the validations that they measured them to be plumbed.
Oh yeah, the first one I've already posted in the chat before everybody started mocking the website for some reason.
Yeah, fine. So it has all that information I just talked about?
Well, so the link that I posted has the claim, or I guess the evidence for the claim that it's possible to use GPS to track it down to a millimeter, or a few millimeters.
Okay, so let's say it's true in principle that a GPS in 2 different spots, which by the way is just linked to a system, right? And that system has its own problems of accuracy. But let's just say it's perfect and you can get millimeter accuracy. So let's say that you do get millimeter accuracy off the bottom and top of a tower, and you say that it's 2 millimeters off. What does that prove? The top and bottom of a tower being 2 millimeters off alone, what would that prove?
That alone, you're right, that doesn't prove anything. But now when you have 2 towers, and let's say one of them is 2 millimeters off, the other one is 2 millimeters off, that should mean that they're 4 millimeters off in total. But if we now measure it,
let's say that 2 towers are 4 millimeters off at the tops and bottoms. What does that prove?
That, in and of itself, doesn't prove anything, or at least doesn't prove what I'm trying to claim.
Wait, does this measure this? Does it measure like this every day? Like these towers never sway or anything?
Well, of course they sway, and that's why they put the GPS tracker on there, and they found the mean position, right? When the middle basically.
Position. So
well, of course there's going to be wind, and there's going to
windy, or it just takes like the most windy and least windy days and does the mean position of that, bro.
Well, you can actually read it if you want. There's you can see everything there.
Did you read the bit where it says? I'll just post it in the chat. If this were the whole story, it would pretty much be case closed at this point. However, despite a lot of searching, I couldn't find any reference to the distances between the towers of the Humber Bridge actually being measured at the top and the bottom.
And that's why you have to keep
the figure of 36 millimeters was probably calculated assuming the curvature of the Earth, which makes this a circular argument.
You're at the very beginning. That's why you have to continue reading. He actually, he shows that it has been measured as well.
Tops and bottoms.
So why did he say I couldn't find any references to the distances between the towers of Humber Bridge actually being measured at the top and the bottom?
So as right after the paragraph you posted, it says, interestingly, I did find a paper about measuring the deflection of the north tower of the Humber Bridge caused by wind loading and other dynamic stresses in the structure. The paper is concerned with measuring the motion of the road deck, but they also mounted a kinematic GPS sensor at the top of the northern tower. And this GPS sensor is what we use.
Hold on, friend. The top of the tower only is not sufficient. Okay, it doesn't matter what the top of the tower is doing, because the claim is about the orientation of the plumb of the tower in total. So unless you have validation of the orientation of the plumb in the tower in total relative to its radial to the center of gravity, because let me rest assured, friend, I hope you get this when I say this, plumb lines do not point towards the center of the Earth. I hope you understand that. In the globe model, plumb lines do not point radially to the center of the Earth. One more time for the slow kids in the back. In the globe model, plumb lines do not point to the radial center of the Earth. Period.
Yeah, he still goes on to say that they're not. I mean, he's saying in principle we could measure that the towers are not parallel, but he's saying that there isn't that measurement.
Oh, so it sounds like the author himself is inconclusive, right?
No, the author says that you can measure that it's not parallel.
No, he says so. Okay, so we could in principle measure the mean positions of the tops of the suspension bridge towers with enough precision to establish that the towers are further apart at the top than the base. A laser ranging system could do this with ease. Unfortunately, in all my searching, I couldn't find any citations for anyone actually doing this.
Of course, but what it also says is, so it posted a graph which says the north-south deflection of the north tower of the Humber Bridge, right? So they used a GPS sensor to see how much the north and the south towers deflect.
Yes, dude. This... What? Hold on, friend. The deflection of the tops, as they stated, is variance from wind and temperature stressors, right? So basically what they're saying is that the tops of the towers are wiggling back and forth, and that if they take an average, they might get an average of 2 centimeters. Now, here's the problem, friend. There's no way to know whether those 2 centimeters are actually because of splayed radial plumb lines or because of the way the tower was constructed in the first place being an error. It's impossible to know. Okay? It's that simple.
But in whatever those deflections, whatever the cause of those deflections may be, like it's not about. So it's about the.
No, you're wrong, sir. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. No, stop, dude. A mean. There's no mean position, dude. It's in variance. Do you understand? The mean is of the variance. Do you follow?
A mean can only exist if there is a variant, right?
Right. So the problem at play is. What's causing the variance? We already know, as they said, temperature and wind. We know that. That's what's stated. Secondarily, if you come up with a number of a mean, and let's say that number is coincidentally small and comparable to what the radials would be if they were offset, that doesn't mean that you've proven that the towers are offset because of splayed radial plumb lines. Okay? It doesn't prove that.
It proves that the 2 towers are not parallel, even though they should be on a flat Earth model.
No, friend. If 2 things are not parallel that are built, the most common reason why they're not parallel is what now? Anybody? Bueller?
Well, yeah, stresses. Yeah.
I'm assuming you're going to say because they were built wrong.
No, not built wrong. Not built wrong. Built within tolerance. Anybody who builds anything on a large scale understands tolerances. There's no such thing as a perfectly level plumb building. Okay? That doesn't exist, Holmes. It's within tolerance. Now, if you go look up the tolerances for steel and concrete construction, okay, like a concrete segment is allowed to be variant of up to 1 3/4 inches. 1 3/4 inches, friend, that subsumes any claimed tolerance of splayed radials. For example, the Verrazano Narrows Bridge in New York City is claimed to be 1 5/8 inches apart. But since the construction for a single segment of concrete, which by the way the bridge is made up of multiple sections, is 1 3/4 inches, then that means just by having 3 sections alone, you almost triple the variance. So there's absolutely no way. Now look, friend, I'm not saying it's not possible that these are splayed out because of the quote-unquote Earth's curvature. In principle, that is possible. What I'm saying is it's impossible within the tolerances of the material to know for sure whether your measurement is measuring that radial or just the variant of the material or the temperature or the wind or any of those things. That's my point. My point is that this cannot be offered as... Listen, friend. My point is, this cannot be offered as conclusive proof of a curvature of the Earth, period.
Well, if you have the sensors and they show a deviation that's less than those 36 millimeters, then it couldn't have possibly been that, no matter what it was.
Oh my goodness, dude. You're listen, if it's less than the tolerances of the material, okay, unless you put a sensor on every position of the entire span, which you're not doing, there's no way for you to tell, dude. Okay?
No,
that's the point. This is inconclusive. No, dude, you just don't get it, do you? Okay, for example, if I level something, listen, friend, if I level something with a lever, okay, let's say I level a 2x10 as a stud. The top and the bottom of the studs could be parallel on a plane, but the center of the stud could be bowed, right?
But there is a discrepancy that the inaccuracy of the measurement tool does not account for.
Oh my goodness, dude. Listen. Why don't here's what I would do if I were you. I would volunteer for Habitat for Humanity, go and build a few houses, and then come back and tell us about these precise building techniques that exist. Okay, this is the problem with people that never do anything practical, okay? They don't understand that in the real world, nothing is perfectly plumb. Nothing is perfectly parallel. Dude, I know for a fact that you don't build crap from the way you're talking.
Uh-huh.
Okay? That's simple, dude. Anybody who builds understands that this tolerance and variance problem. They understand that their houses aren't that they build. Dude, it's clear you're demonstrating that you lack understanding.
I don't understand that when I acknowledge that that is the case, but I'm saying that these tolerances
fine.
do not account for the fact that they're too big. The difference is too big. They don't.
No, it's not, dude. Dude, what is the alleged variance in the top of the towers that's supposedly alleged taking into account for the curve of the Earth? What?
So it shows it right here. So I'm gonna post the link. Actually, this is the measurement. If you want to know exactly how much, this is the measurement.
Tell me the quantity. Tell me the quantity, please, for goodness sakes.
You should know it. Yes, it is plus minus 10 millimeters.
Okay, plus or minus 10 millimeters. No, dude. Holy shit, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, stop talking for a second and listen to the question. I'm not asking the sway that was measured. I'm asking what the alleged variance would be if the towers were splayed because of the curve of the Earth and radial plumb lines. That's what I'm asking. What would it be at
36
that scale?
Millimeters.
Okay, so the claim would be that the towers, if they were perfectly plumb and perfectly flat on the surface, straight to the bottom.
Yeah.
Right. Absolute precision. The plumb lines would be 36 millimeters apart?
Yes. No, the tops of the towers would be 36 millimeters apart.
Yeah, which is the plumb, dude. Right? Because notice, friend, that notice how if you say the tops of the towers, that doesn't matter because the top of the tower could be skewed by the construction. What I said was the plumb of the tower, which is a much different thing, is it not?
Well, that's why I'm clarifying. I'm not even sure what you mean with the plumb, because if you say the plumb is the top of the tower, then I agree with you.
Oh my god, dude. Do you know what a plumb line is, bro?
No, I don't.
Well, then this conversation is over and I rest my case. Ad infinitum into the future and ex ante into the past. I win
English is not
and I'm
my
going
first
to work.
language, dude.
Hey, I know, bro.
Just because I don't know a word doesn't
enough.
mean you're an argument.
Fair enough.
Do you think that if these bridges were built not plumb, that they'd be they'd be sound engineerily? Like they wouldn't collapse?
No, they wouldn't collapse, dude.
Alright. Can you show the engineering? Like loads?
Yes,
and
dude.
The weight?
Dude, I already told you. Listen, I already said in the beginning that steel and concrete construction in a segment of concrete. Now, I can't tell you offhand what the length of one segment is considered. Can be 1 3/4 inch variant and still be considered good enough. That is the tolerance of the material itself. Now, if you have 1 3/4 inch variance that varies within that range up an entire tower, then the entire surface of the tower wouldn't be plumb, would it? No, it'd be slightly off plumb. However, the total structure in aggregate would be considered efficiently plumb. Now,
you're not really answering my question.
Well, actually, that answers your questions perfectly, dude.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does. You just aren't intelligent enough to comprehend it.
No, you're not understanding. Like, I'm talking about the engineering load. Like, if a bridge that heavy with that dimensions and that load with, like, the length of it and the weight, if it was built off plumb.
Did you know that a lot of bridges... I get you. Dude, I'm telling you that the variance of the material makes it impossible to have a perfectly plumb tower. That's my point, dude. It's literally in the tolerances of the materials. Do you follow that, dude? So, yes, your answer is...
Nothing can be built perfectly. You're right.
Correct. So listen, number one, we know that's a fact. Number two, the bridge hasn't collapsed. So the answer to your question is yes. Not only that, but a lot of bridges aren't built plumb. They're built canted for load, for tension and counter tension. But that being said, I have to actually go build something, like in the real world. So I'm out for now.
Earth is not a spinning ball.
No.
Back that up.
Simple.
Balls are for games. Why would it be a ball?
What?
Balls are for games. Why would it be a ball?
Oh, sorry. It's not a spinning, wobbling, tilted spheroid.
Yeah, that's better.
Sounds like a claim. Can you back that up?
What?
Said that sounds like a claim. Can you back that up?
Oh yeah, for sure, man.
All day, bro.
Every day.
All right, lay it on me.
Have you ever heard of water?
No, what's that?
It's a liquid. When it is unmanipulated, conforms to its containment, it lays out flat and horizontal. I think that's why they call it sea level, because it's level.
And what's your explanation for the tides?
Means sea level is taken in between the tides. What are you even talking about, bro?
If water seeks level.
Hello, I was about to answer your question. Hello. Okay, have you ever seen a wave on the shoreline? Water's moving all the time, right? Okay. So sometimes it seems like if you have very big waves, the water goes back very far in order to create a big wave and get back to the shore. I guess when it comes to tides, it's just a way, way bigger kind of phenomena. But if you look at it on a smaller scale of just normal waves hitting the shoreline, it's kind of the same thing. The water moves backwards and it comes forward again. I don't know where the big magic behind that is, or how that speaks against water being flat and level. I just don't get the question.
Because tides go in one direction. What do you mean?
And what's the problem?
Like you can follow the tide around the earth. They time it. They know the exact times. So you're not really answering the point.
Yeah, but
if water seeks level and you have at one port a drop of 17 feet or 18 feet in the water level because of the tides, that means if water seeks level on this earth, this flat earth, either the earth is wobbling back and forth, which is causing that, or there's something else.
No, the earth is definitely not moving and wobbling back and forth.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there's a misconception going on in your mind because we don't have tides everywhere. If the earth would be moving or wobbling, right, you would have tides everywhere, even in big ponds and so forth. That doesn't happen.
We do have tides in lakes.
Neither do I think that the tides are being created by gravitational forces. So that's all just bullcrap. I don't think that tides is really something you should use for your spinning, wobbling tilted space ball. It makes you look very silly.
Well, you're saying water seeks level. If the Earth is stationary, what is causing these tides? Because I'll agree with you.
Why are you using tides, man? I already told you we don't have tides everywhere. Okay, what about the ponds and huge lakes where we don't have tides? What about the ponds and huge lakes where we don't have tides?
The Great Lakes do have tides.
Okay, but they're very, very, very small, right? So I can compare it to a wave, right?
Yeah, very small lakes have very small tides. What's the point?
Oh, I can't compare them to very small waves?
No, because waves follow the wind direction. So you can have a tide come raise up when the wind's going the opposite direction. So you're not really explaining it. No.
Okay. So we only have tides because the Earth is a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball. If so,
no, that's not the only reason. That's not the only reason.
Okay, what is the reason in your mind?
I think he's saying the moon is pulling all the blood to his head so he can't think properly.
Maybe,
no,
yeah.
that's not what I'm saying. You're saying that Earth is flat, water seeks level,
Yeah.
and I'm asking you to explain the tides. If water seeks level on a flat, stationary Earth, why do we have tides? Not waves, but tides.
Do I have tides in my bathtub or my water
No,
bottle?
it's a very
Does it
small
seek
body
level?
of water.
No, why do they exist at all anywhere?
Does it seek level? Does the water seek level in the bathtub?
In a very small container, sure.
Okay, it seeks level in the bathtub, right? So does
You're,
it seek level
you're
in the
talking
pond?
about a very small. How big's the pond?
It doesn't matter, just a big pond.
It kind of does matter.
Oh, okay. How so does it matter? I thought within your paradigm scale is just irrelevant or relative because we're just a grain of salt in ever expanding universe.
The effect on the water scales with the amount of water.
I find it interesting how you guys choose to sometimes use scale and then you just say, "Oh, scale is just unimportant in the vast majority of space." It's very interesting how you guys cherry pick everything in your paradigm. Very deceptive.
You're completely avoiding. Trying to answer the question. You're avoiding the fact that
tides exist? Yes or no?
I already answered that question. I already taught about tides, and I already told you guys it's.
So if you agree that tides exist, and you also agree that water seeks level, how is it possible that water does not seek level and instead it becomes tidal?
Why do you say it doesn't seek level if it's tiding? Like, what is wrong with you guys?
Because at that point it's not level anymore, right?
Yeah, we want your explanation. If water seeks level, why are there tides? And if the Earth is stationary, why
not?
So it's not. So water doesn't seek level. It's not stationary. Is that what you're saying? Water doesn't seek its level?
No, that's what you're trying to imagine in your mind. I'm still saying that water seeks level. You can't change what water does, man.
What's the explanation for tides?
If Earth is stationary and not moving, then the water wouldn't have tides.
That's stupid because I already told you don't have tides everywhere. Is your bathtub making a tide? Because I was moving.
The fact is that we do see tides exist on Earth. That's a fact.
Yeah, and there's also ponds and lakes and big bodies of water where you don't have tides. So
if it is possible for one tide anywhere to exist, that already is
you guys are putting forward. You guys are putting forward that it's the Earth spin that causes waves at this point. Is that correct?
No, he put forward the idea that the Earth is flat.
That is not what I'm saying.
Okay, so there can be waves without movement of the Earth. Is that correct?
Tides, not waves.
What do you think a tide is, dude?
A tide is not a wave.
A tide's not a wave? Okay.
No.
All right, dude.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
You don't think a tide is a wave, so the bulging water that your model claims is being pulled to one side and then reaches upon the land, what couldn't be described as a wave, bro?
Sure, a tide can create waves. Those are called tidal waves, but a tide is not a wave.
You're saying the tide doesn't come in the form of a wave onto the land?
What I'm saying is a tide is not a wave. I'm not saying anything else.
Can you cite that? A tide is not a wave?
We have two different words. One is tide, one is wave.
Go ahead and cite it. Go ahead and cite that a tide
You're
is not
using
a wave.
them. We agree already.
I'll cite that a tide is a wave if you'd like.
This point is just playing with words. There's no point to that.
So you concede that a tide is a wave then, correct?
No.
Okay, then cite your source that says a tide is not a wave.
A fruit is not an apple.
This is so stupid, man.
You guys are putting forth at this point that the Earth spin is what's causing the tides because it's a circle and it's spinning, and that's the reason for them. And then you can concede to the fact that you can have waves with wind. Are you kidding me?
So how do you explain tides in the flat Earth model?
Golly.
You get a stick, you go down to the beach, and you measure them.
In a flat Earth model.
That's how you measure them. That's not how you explain them. What is the cause of the tides?
Yes.
You don't have an explanation for the cause of the tides either.
Exactly. If Earth is stationary, would the tides show that water doesn't seek level?
You tell us, what are tides? What are causing the tides? You tell me, man. I
Tides
don't
go
have a
in,
model.
tides go out. Can't explain that.
What?
Haven't you heard that famous quote?
Yeah, please go ahead and explain tidal nodes to us, bro. Amphidromic points. Why does that? How's that match up in your model?
I want to be enlightened. Explain tides.
Here, I'll send you a link.
Yeah, do you know the amphidromic points?
You explain it.
Why? Why do you want to?
Oh, so that is what you believe how tides work?
Yes.
Oh golly, man.
What's wrong with it?
What's wrong with it? You really asking me what's wrong with
Yes.
it? Dude, you send in a comic.
Yes, I'm asking you what's wrong with it.
So the moon, in your perspective, is strong enough to move trillions of tons of water, but too weak to move your bathtub water.
Yes.
Okay, man. I can't help you, man.
Well, you're not bringing any argument. You're just saying this is ridiculous.
Can you not relate to how ridiculous it is? The moon has the gravitational force of moving tons of water, but not enough force to move water in my glass bottle right now that I'm holding in my hand, and I have water inside of it. Doesn't move. It's just stands still at some point.
Yeah, if there was a little bit of water, there would only be a little bit of force. But there's a lot of water, so there's a lot of force. Come on, this is just some. This is basic, really.
Let's just ignore all the ponds and lakes where we don't have any tides.
This is what I literally just said. If you have a small amount of water, you're going to have a small force. If you have a large amount of water, you have a large force. If you have a human body, it's a small amount of water. It is a small force. Is this hard to understand, or I don't know?
It's a great story, man. Can you prove it?
Well, the thing too, even if it's true, it doesn't prove a globe.
So what about the Caspian Sea? It's the world's largest lake. Doesn't have any tides.
That's a lie.
So how that?
Which one?
That's a lie?
What's
that is a lie.
What sea?
The Caspian Sea.
They might be called non-tidal, but that's because the tides are negligible and they don't have to be taken into consideration when navigating.
Wow, there you go again. It's the same with, we have measured curvature, but so negligible, we're just gonna treat it as if it's flat and stationary. I love that answer.
Yeah, what's the problem with that?
Yeah, the path of the moon. In their story, the path of the moon never goes past that Caspian Sea. It just misses it. There's no upwards pull.
Right.
Caspian Sea has the tide. Do you want the source?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, by the way, negligible is not the same as unmeasurable, right? We can still measure it.
Yeah,
negligible just means when you're going on a ship across the sea, then you don't have to worry about it because it's negligible.
Yeah, the Mediterranean, the Baltic, Black Sea, Caspian Sea, and Caribbean Sea do not experience tidal forces. They are described as non-tidal.
Yeah, right, and that doesn't mean that tides don't exist. That just means that for navigating on a ship, it's negligible.
How can you golly, how can you know that it's not just waves?
Because a wave wouldn't have the same effect as a tide. A tide is raising the level of the water, right? It's not just one wave.
Anyways, it's a great story. It's yet to be proven that the moon does anything.
Jamaica has no tides either. You think the excuse is It doesn't have a continental coastline. If the body of water is smaller than an ocean, there's little tide.
You know, nonetheless, when we measure over large bodies of water, it doesn't add up to a spinning wobbling kind of spaceball.
It's almost like the moon has to exert a force across a big body of water to have an effect.
Bro, actually, you know, if I'm very honest with you, I really don't mind if you're just gonna stay in your spinning wobbling tilted baseball paradigm, man. Like, it's up to you, bro. It really doesn't affect me at all, to be honest. If you want to believe that NASA is truthful and our space agency do great work for humanity, go on, man.
Oh yeah, you can live in blissful ignorance and just enjoy the hard work that scientists are doing while calling them idiots.
Well, respectfully, I could say the same thing about you, but I'm not doing that.
I'm not calling them idiots. I think they're doing great work. You're saying they're all liars.
Doing what?
Well, hold on. I didn't say that. I didn't.
Well, that's what follows when you claim that everybody who believes
that's
in a
what
spinning
you
spaceball
inserted upon perverting my speech. That's what people do who want to pervert and insert their own vain imaginations of what they can crystallize from someone's conclusions. If you just take the words I say for granted and just the words, you would not insert upon something that you speculate on. You don't know what I think about science and certain fields thereof. So stop doing that, man. I'm not doing that with you.
I can see inside your brain. I can only go off what you're saying.
I just literally accepted. If you want to believe in your narrative, go on. I can live with you. I would even have, I don't know, a couple of beers with you. I don't really care, man.
So I'm going off of what you're saying and how you are saying it. So don't act like I don't have any reason to say what I just said.
No, it's unreasonable to insert upon something you don't know about me. You don't know which fields of science and what I'm interested in, which I give a thumbs up to.
So you believe that NASA is real or fake? All the space.
This is such a vague.
No,
so
hold on,
vague,
Clay.
man.
Follow it. Okay, let's give it.
Do you believe that satellites orbit the Earth?
Okay, what does that do for you?
I believe.
Yes.
Okay, what exactly you think that you're thankful? Like at Thanksgiving dinner, you say you're thankful for NASA. What exactly are you thankful for?
I'm sorry?
You said that it was like Clay is not thankful for all the scientists. Okay, what exactly are you thankful for and he's not thankful? I think we can solve the conflict here by finding out exactly what it is that you are thankful for.
For one thing, the fact that we have GPS, I think that's a big advancement.
So what would you say about the fact that the precise GPS only works by using
Clay, let him get it all out.
We can start with one thing. If you're not willing to take that alone and say that they did a great job doing that, then I don't know.
Yeah, get it out. I'm not discrediting them. I've actually looked kind of deep into it. I hope you did so too, so you know what I'm talking about. That there's numerous papers that state that within high populated and dense areas, they concluded that satellites are more or less obsolete. But purely to get precise navigation aid data, they use so-called pseudolights, which are installed on high buildings or on towers in order to create a good ground-based triangulated network in order to give you good navigation in cities like New York, for example.
Well,
I hope you have looked into that because you would recognize that what we did is...
Clay, you're totally derailing here, okay?
Then so are you willing to...
You're thankful for NASA for GPS. Anything else?
Yeah, so my question is going to be, are you willing to right now give credit to the scientists, researchers who actually made it possible to send satellites into orbit and create GPS?
No. Okay, so anything else?
So no, and that's what I'm saying. You can continue your blissful ignorance. Take the
Okay, so here now this is where you get
researchers and call them idiots and liars.
Yeah, this is where you get
Praise the
headshot.
space people.
Space Force or the Air Force began launching the global positioning satellites in 1978. So you're not even thankful to the right organization. NASA had nothing to do with the GPS.
NASA was just one example, right? They did a lot of experimentation.
Okay, now do you have some? Okay, so now that GPS is out the window, what are you thankful for?
I'm not even citing any specific institution.
Yeah, so you're really thankful for the United States Air Force. That's what you want to be thankful for.
One second.
No, again, not a specific institution.
I just want to point out. One second. I want to point out his hypocrisy in saying that we are ignorant or arrogant of saying that we don't acknowledge such feat as shooting reflective dishes into a so-called space, right? What he does is says we are ignorant, but instead of asking the question, so why do you guys think what you think? Why you, Clay, think that GPS regarding something spinning around an Earth in an orbit would you disregard or even say is stupid to believe? No, what he does instead of doing that, being actually intellectually interested in why I would have such thinking patterns, he says, you're absolutely ignorant, which just shows the hypocrisy because a normal thinking human being...
You're being dishonest because you're completely ignoring the fact that I tried to talk to you about it. We asked about your position.
No, you didn't. You already made your conclusion. You already said as soon as I deny you believe, as soon as I deny you believe, I'm the ignorant one.
No, so we asked about your position. You then instead, in return, asked for my position.
Yeah, this is totally meta right now.
When I explained it, you said I don't care, and that was it.
Okay, we're done with the meta. Okay, you too, Clay. So here's directly from NASA's own website, nasa.gov. They give credit to the United States Air Force for operating and controlling the GPS. So now you have egg on your face because you were telling us, American citizens, to be thankful for NASA. God bless NASA. When that wasn't even the right answer.
No, that's not even the point I was trying to make.
Okay, okay, make the point again.
NASA was just one of the many institutions, right? What I'm saying is the point is we should be thankful.
GPS, what is it then?
No, that's also not what I'm saying. The point is that I'm trying to make is that we should be thankful for the scientists who made it possible, no matter what institution they're in.
Okay, so the United States military.
If that's the one that made it possible, sure.
Okay, so now, but before you thought it was NASA who made it possible. So who made it possible?
No, I'm not saying NASA made it possible that we have a GPS. I never said that.
You said be thankful for the scientists at NASA who made GPS possible.
No, those words have never left my mouth in that order.
I guess
might have said all these words in a different order, but not like that.
Okay, so who should I be thankful for?
I'm not knowledgeable on who actually made GPS, right? That's why I'm not saying anyone specifically did it. I'm not trying to make that argument.
Be thankful for GPS.
Be thankful that scientists were able to create GPS by going to space and sending satellites there.
Okay, and does the unnamed scientists who are part of some unnamed group just be thankful for them?
Well, I think it would be more productive to be thankful to the scientific method.
Okay, just a scientific method now.
I mean, in my position,
so we're down the back.
That's
right?
what I would do if in my position, since I don't know who exactly did it. I would just say thanks that they used the right process to come to that conclusion.
Okay, here's the process that the Air Force used. The Air Force mission is to fly, fight, and win air power anytime, anywhere. So that they use a scientific method, homie. That's the process they used.
So in any case, we can be thankful for the achievement of GPS, right? No matter how you want to put it.
Yeah, thankful for the United States Air Force to fly, fight, and win air power anytime, anywhere.
No, you're putting an institution on it. I'm just saying the scientists behind it.
Yeah,
I don't think the scientists who sent satellites to space wanted to kill anyone, right?
Okay, so the Air Force doesn't want to kill people now. That's not their goal.
No, I'm saying the Air Force is not one entity, or not one entity with one mind. It's many different people who have many different ideas.
Yeah, one driving mission. Just one.
That might be like, maybe it's like their slogan or whatever. I'm not sure, but this is not what everybody thinks, right? It's not like a
That was airforce.com. So you could say, oh, you know what? That's .com. That's not the real Air Force mission. Let's see what they say on their website.
No, I agree. Like maybe that's like their official slogan. Maybe that's their mission. But I'm just saying that it's not a
right here. Airforce.mil.
Not everybody thinks in the exact same way in that organization.
Yeah. So airforce.mil. The mission of the United States Air Force is to fly, fight, and win air power anytime, anywhere. The Department of the Air Force incorporates all elements of U.S. Air Force. It is administered by a civilian secretary that is appointed by the president and supervised by a military chief of staff. That's your process right there.
So I'm going to just take it as a most extreme example as I can take, and I hope that nobody misunderstands me here. So I hope we all can agree that Hitler was a terrible man and he did very terrible things.
Okay, yeah. We're not going to go into that. This is an off-topic conversation, okay? So what should I be thankful for? Your whole supposition here is the Earth is a globe, making flat earthers ingrates. Okay, so what am I being ingrateful for? So far, you shot yourself in the foot and said, be thankful for NASA for GPS. Okay, so that is...
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, well, you said something along those lines. Scientists that have worked at NASA.
Right, but I never tried to claim that NASA created GPS. I'm just clarifying that.
So what should I be thankful for?
You should be thankful for the fact that it is possible for us, for scientists, to develop a system that allows us to use GPS based on space technology.
That's not based on space technology, though.
Satellites are, yes.
No.
Of course satellites are.
Sorry, excuse me. Global ground positioning system is primarily taken place here on Earth with towers and so on, senders and receivers. Now, there is technology up in the sky, but that technology up in the sky since the 50s is balloons. Echo balloon, for example, just repeating signals off reflective surfaces. That's all that GPS is. You're invoking because scientists have gone into the vacuum of space, which is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. They can't have done that, these scientists. So when you say scientists to space because of GPS, that's completely incorrect.
You know what's funny about your GPS? If you go on Flight Radar 24 and you look up all the planes that cross big bodies of water, you always get GPS failure, man. If you ask real pilots, they tell you over a large body of water, mostly the GPS actually fails. Funny enough, as soon as you get close to a shoreline or to populated area or fly over populated area, you don't get any GPS outages on Flight Radar 24. It's almost like as if it's a ground-based system. But, you know, who am I to say so? Especially if they have recognized after spending billions of dollars of sending stuff into space that actually the ground-based triangulation is much more effective. I mean,
it might be primarily ground-based, but it is not entirely ground-based, right?
Yeah, the rest is satelloons, man. Has been going on since the 60s. You really gotta get up to date. Like I can stream it, man. Every plane in here crossing huge bodies of waters failed GPS signals. Like let's for example get this level. That's funny. Oh, the call sign is level. Lol. No wait, never mind. It's IBE 2624. Los Angeles to Barcelona. Look at this, man. The GPS stopped right here after leaving the shoreline of New Jersey. Then let's look at another flight right here. Oh, what happened? Right after Island, the GPS failed. Oh, what happened with, let's look at this one. Oh, interesting. Right after Island, same position, it failed. Oh, he got GPS
where does it
back.
say that it failed?
Oh, look, he's close to another shoreline. Here he got some GPS.
So where does it say that it failed?
It goes off the scanner. It goes off the radar.
This line right here, these little dots, is when they lose the signal, the GPS signal to the aircrafts. Right here,
it's not coming from the sky, is the point. There's GPS signals coming from the ground, radars and so on, and the aircraft goes out of radar range, GPS range. It's then down to telemetry data, how fast it's going, last known coordinates, and conversations with towers. But they literally go dead. They then reappear on somebody else's radar later. If you're saying that this GPS system exists in the sky, it's just categorically incorrect. You need to watch some aviation videos.
Can you show me the legend for a second? Because
yes.
Yeah,
I can show you all of this shit.
Every aircraft I'm looking here, as soon as they get away from the shoreline, they lose signal. There's not one aircraft that has constant signal. The funny thing is, you partially get the signal back as soon as they're closer to another shoreline. So I don't know, man, but if there's really stuff in space, it really doesn't work great for you, doesn't it?
Well, again, I would like to see the legend to see if that actually means what you say it means, that they're losing GPS signal.
I can get you interviews with people. Sorry, I can get. Sorry,
yeah, you're just pointing at a dotted line. I want to see where it says that means it lost GPS connection.
I can get you people telling you on YouTube that are ex-pilots that do aviation movies that tell you that this is exactly what happens. You lose contact with towers and radar stations. You're flying blind. Nobody knows where you are when you're across the sea apart from your telemetry data. You then reach another radar station and have communication with another tower when you start reappearing on the ground-based radar system.
What are the dotted lines? Flight radar 24.
Google.
So when we're talking about GPS pointing at radar station for some reason.
If the trail is a black dotted line, the aircraft is outside our coverage area and its position is being estimated.
Estimated?
And it always happens if they are away from the shoreline. Okay, if there's islands, for example, they're close enough to shoreline, it's still there. But all these ones, for example, that are crossing the Pacific Ocean right now, the Atlantic Ocean, they lose signal. Here it lost signal right after island, being close to island. You can see it with all aircrafts, man. You can see it even with aircrafts right here over the Black Sea, I think. No, Black Sea is actually covered pretty good. Yeah, here you don't really get the problem because you have probably full ground-based coverage. See, you don't get the problem here. Oh, there's one. But it's logical, right? Because the ground-based positioning system works. Except maybe for areas where you don't have good coverage. For example, if you can see, as soon as he goes across there, lost coverage. But yeah,
I actually just looked into it, and here on the Flight Radar 24 website it says, Flight Radar 24 coverage is only available in areas where someone has installed an ADS-B receiver and shares data with the Flight Radar 24 network. It doesn't even show GPS data.
Bingo.
Or at least not the entirety of it. It only shares the things that people share with Flight Radar 24.
Might look at that information.
So that's some cool dotted lines you got there.
Wait, can you post that information?
It's the first link. There you go. I know there was something weird about those dotted lines.
Got nothing to do with satellites in space, that's for sure.
Yeah, but that furthermore talks against the point that I was trying to make. If we would have pure satellite coverage, it wouldn't be a problem to track all these aircrafts. But they're all on estimation, even on the radar of the official stations.
This is not some kind of international intelligence agency. This is flightradar24.com.
I know, man. But radar. I'm saying...
Sorry, I misspoke. Yes, English is not my first language.
It's clues in the name radar. So this isn't GPS then, is it? This is radar systems on the floor, not things in the sky, satellites.
Right, so what he's pointing at is not even GPS in that case, when he was trying to discredit GPS.
But this is how aircrafts fly around. Radar to radar.
Then you're not even pointing at a usage of GPS, you're pointing at a usage of radar.
No one's pointing. Well, No one's using GPS in this instance, as in satellites in the sky. When we're talking about aviation, that happens on the floor because
but
they
this
fly
person
from
here is
radar
trying.
coverage to
But this person right here is trying to claim that. Look at these. This person right here is trying to claim that. Look at these dotted lines. This means that GPS is losing connection.
Excuse me. I hadn't finished. Why did you decide to interrupt me?
Because
I didn't hear a single thing that you fucking said because I was talking. You didn't have the conscience and peace of mind to not talk so I could finish what I was saying and then you could be heard. I didn't hear what you said. Idiot.
Yeah, because he kept talking even though I already understood.
Yes, I kept talking because I hadn't finished.
Because I got your point already.
Which was?
Well, now I forgot. Now that you brought up this whole ordeal.
They don't use satellites in space. They use ground-based receivers, radar. It's in the key word. They don't use satellites in the sky. They go from radar to radar. They go off radar. They go invisible, then appear on another radar.
But they also have GPS. Those are two different things.
Well, that's not true.
Okay, where's the GPS then?
One second. The funny thing is here that these ADSB things that the guy is talking about, which Flight Radar 24/7 uses, they are supposedly connected to satellites. That's what I was trying to make my point with. I mean, okay, I'm wrong with the GPS.
Yes, but they only get the data when somebody there has a receiver and provides that data to
Yes,
Flight Radar
but
24.
that receiver is connected to satellites in space.
But it's not always connected to this website. That's what I'm saying.
Bro.
Oh, wow.
Are you kidding me right now?
Yes.
Fucking wow, dude.
No, it's just true, dude. Like Flight Radar 24 doesn't have all the information. It doesn't have full GPS coverage.
If the receiver is stationary, the receiver is being sourced into the internet. How is it that is this receiver failing, or is this receiver that is supposedly connected to a satellite that then is connected to the aircraft is failing?
There isn't a receiver in the ocean.
Bro, the infrastructure of ADS right here is supposedly connected to satellites in the first place. Just look it up, man.
And again, somebody in the area needs to have a receiver, right? And in the middle of the ocean, that's pretty hard to receive something and send it to flightradar24.com.
Oh, shit.
So how are satellites in any way effective if the satellites themselves cannot give the signal back to the receiver, no matter? Isn't that the whole purpose of satellites? That I have things in the sky that give me full coverage, so it doesn't matter where I'm standing, I just get the signal?
Yes, but it's not the same as a radar. When you're losing the radar connection, that's not the same.
Is anyone else understanding what I'm saying? Come on, guys.
But in any case, you pointed at this website saying, look, they're losing connection, so clearly GPS doesn't work over the ocean. When that wasn't even GPS, turns out.
It's never GPS, it turns out.
Well, that's a completely different argument that you're making.
Can you find it?
That what he said was wrong?
Can you find it? Can you find it then?
Sure, before we go on, can we first acknowledge that the claim that he made previously was completely wrong?
What, that they're not using GPS?
It is wrong in a sense. It is wrong in a sense that
GPS doesn't work over the ocean.
It was wrong of me. One second, it was wrong of me, and I've already declared that in a sense that I used the word GPS, but it was not wrong to say that these ADBS things are directly connected to supposed satellites in orbit. And I'm pointing out, isn't it funny that it fails as soon as land is nowhere to be found? As soon as the aircraft is over water and we have supposedly something in space, why can't that thing that is connected with the aircraft in space give signal back to someone that is on the terrain trying to receive the signal? Like, that is the problem here, man. It's almost like as soon as the aircraft gets out of the ground-based radar, it's not able to be detected anymore, just as expected if there is no coverage over the sea, because there's nothing in the sky that is surveilling the ocean. What you
because
call
again, not every
satellites.
plane just.
I'm done, man.
Why?
You don't want to get it. Yeah, because you don't want to get it.
How long do you want to talk before I respond?
Until he's fucking finished. How about that? You don't get to.
Sure, keep going.
Good. Then let him finish, and then you can talk. It's like 4 times you've done it now. It's really frustrating.
Yeah, if you pose these dishonest rhetorical questions that are actually answered by a pretty clear, rational answer, then yeah, I'm going to interrupt.
Go find the GPS that an aircraft use. I'll show you the IRS that the aircraft use, not GPS. Go and find the GPS.
I mean, really, all this boils down to his original claim. Remember, his original claim was flat earthers are ingrates because X.
Who said that?
You did.
I never said the word ingrates. I don't have that in my vocabulary.
You know what the word ingrate means?
No.
It means someone who isn't grateful for something they should be.
Uh-huh. Okay, yeah, in that case, yes. You are ingrates.
It sounds worse.
Didn't say the word.
Yeah,
I didn't say the word. Now I said it. Yes, you're ingrates.
Okay. So that's a claim we should be looking at.
I'm ungrateful of the space cartoons.
How dare thee be ungrateful, you ingrate.
Praise the spaceman.
I find it funny that we live in a day and age where we have people like Mr. Brutal who thinks that there's like 5,000 active satellites in space, but still you can't have a website like Flight Radar 24 that can give you a perfect insight of where the plane is currently at. I mean, why is it that they when they cross the Pacific Ocean, for example, why do they always need to update the center controller on their height, on their speed?
So they can have a prediction on when they're next going to be seen on the next radar station they're heading to. When they go off radar, they need to give their bearing, their altitude, their speed, so they can then make a prediction of when they'll next be seen again. And the fuck's GPS? It's just radars, dude.
Yeah, I mean, even if he figures this out, right? If you tell him, hey, your handheld device is not communicating with the satellite, it's communicating with ground towers, they're using trilateration, you break it down to it for him. He's still going to just double down that even if that's true, flat earthers are still grateful for that. Because a scientist did something that you should be grateful for, but you're not.
Well, no, I'm saying you should be grateful because the technology works, right? If it didn't, if it was all just a lie, then I wouldn't say be grateful for it.
Yeah, but that's the key is that A, you don't know anything about it, and you really haven't given a reason to be grateful for it, other than some sort of vague scientific method, which was demonstrated to you that it wasn't about science, it was about expanding U.S. military might to anywhere, anytime.
But again, I was pointing out that you were conflating the idea of the institution and the idea of scientists who were working on a project.
You know who? Tyson has a really good book called The Accessory to Murder. Maybe you should check that out and reevaluate.
What's that about?
Is basically what you're saying, that all this space age technology hasn't advanced humanity. It's just advanced better ways of killing each other. Oh, accessory to war. Okay. I said it. They're like a Freudian slip there. So the book is The Accessory to War. the unspoken alliance between science and military power.
I found the title a bit differently. As accessory to war, the unspoken alliance between astrophysics and the military. Is that
I just corrected it right before I said it. I had said murder, but it was a
I was just making sure that it's the right one.
Yeah, accessory to war.
Anyways, GPS is so great that it mostly fails over the water. That's why they have an inertial navigation system.
When you look at a radar signal instead of GPS.
They don't look at GPS.
Bro, again, these ADSB receivers are connected to satellites within your paradigm. That's what they tell you. Seems to be a very efficient system if they fail as soon as the plane hits the water.
They don't fail, they're just not covered by Flight Radar 24.
Bro,
they're not covered
if
by
you have
satellite.
something, would you agree if there is a supposed satellite coverage that is connected to the ADSB receiver that is connected to the satellite is way up there above the Earth, able to cover almost half of the Earth, or let's say a quarter of it or whatnot. So it would be able to cover, like, just one or two satellites would be able to cover just the Pacific Ocean. Why is it that satellite is not able to give the signal back to the receiver? Why is it that it fails as soon as the airplane leaves the shoreline? Because you know why? Because it's a ground-based system. That's why. There is no
that is not why. And if you go to that is not why. And if you go to the FAQ of the website, Flight Radar 24, they actually tell you why that is the case, why you lose the signal in certain places, and it tells you why. And it's not what you just said.
Bro, again, they tell you why, but they don't point out that in their paradigm, these ADSB things are connected to supposed satellites. So if they're, why have the satellites in the first place if it just, as you can see, only works ground-based? I don't get it, man. It should it should work as good as over water as does it over the land.
Well, we can take a look at it again. So it says if the trailer is a black dotted line, the aircraft is outside of the coverage area, right? And that the position is estimated. Now let's look at what the coverage area actually means. What is the coverage area of an ADSB receiver? Coverage depends on many different factors. The antenna needs to be placed as high as possible with free visibility in all directions. Normally, the coverage is about 150 to 250 kilometers in all directions. Definitely not enough to go across the ocean.
Definitely not.
Are they connected to satellites?
How do they trace aircraft flying across the ocean? How do they do that?
Wait, what was the question?
How do they trace aircraft flying across the ocean?
Radar.
Radar and GPS, yeah.
Radar and GPS. So
well,
radar,
you personally probably just...
You've just said that radar's only got an extensive radius of about 200 kilometers. Okay, so when it's not radar, because you said radar not at sea, when's the GPS come into effect? And can you show that?
Outside of radar and on Flight Radar 24, you can actually see it as well. Anywhere, even if there isn't any radar signal for whatever reason, as long as you have an ADSB transponder there, you can you get the signal, the GPS signal of all aircraft within this area of 150 to 250 kilometers.
Okay, so not GPS then, which is a satellite in this instance.
How is it not GPS?
Where's the satellite?
The satellite is tracking the position of the plane.
What is?
The satellite.
Oh, okay. Can you show that then? Because all you've said so far is radar. So show me the satellite.
The GPS is something different, right?
Show me GPS, a satellite tracking an airplane.
Do you want to actually see the satellite? Because then I guess you need
No, I want the data.
I want the data from the satellite. Then you have to connect to a satellite.
I want someone somewhere saying yes. This satellite is tracing this airplane as it flies across the ocean because the radar can't do it anymore.
Then you can go on Flight Radar 24 and you can see which one is connected to an ADS-B transponder. As long as they are, you also get their data.
I would also like to see a real photograph of this thing that you're claiming. Do you have one of those?
A GPS or a satellite or what?
A satellite in space you're claiming, right?
A space? What is the image you're looking for?
You're saying there's a satellite, like a floating metal box flying around space, right? A vacuum.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, can I see a photo of that?
In space or on Earth?
In space.
In space, that's going to be pretty hard.
Oh, well, that's your claim, isn't it?
No, I just said it's hard to get a picture, but we can still prove it's there.
Okay, let's see the picture. Let's see the photograph.
Go buy a telescope. We can look at it.
So you don't have a photograph of this?
I don't.
Thing that you're claiming. You don't?
Mm-mm.
So how do you know what you're even talking about then? You've never seen what you're talking about.
Because I trust in the scientific method.
I trust the historian.
But since that is not enough for you, you can buy a telescope and look at it.
Well,
And then you have your
visual of what you're claiming is going on.
If you're
here.
unsure, you can buy a telescope and you can look at it and prove it.
Sorry, what's the scientific method? What's the scientific method?
If it doesn't matter to you, then you don't need to know.
I do. I'm asking you. You said scientific method. What is it?
Mm-hmm.
That
is what convinced me that satellites exist in space.
What, the scientific method?
Yes.
So the formulation of a hypothesis, which is a prediction into a cause and effect relationship that's been validated through experimentation.
Yes.
Seriously, what was your dependent and independent variable?
I'm not sure what that means. Sorry.
The phenomena and the cause.
I think you did it the last time we talked as well.
Hypothesis contains an independent and dependent variable, a cause and an effect. So when you look through a telescope, what was your dependent and independent variable? What was your cause and what was your effect?
So you're turning this again about on what I believe, right?
You don't know what science is. You don't know what science is. So
you said scientific method. I asked you what that was because you've said that looking up into the sky at satellites, scientific method. That is, you couldn't be more wrong.
This is completely pointless because I could be completely wrong about this. This is completely besides the point because, excuse me, you complain so much about interrupting, and now look what you're doing.
You said scientific method. I'm holding you to that.
You can't let me say what I want to say.
I can berate you.
If you want to micromanage the conversation so you can win, then sure, go ahead.
You don't know what science is. What's the scientific method? And show me how you applied it.
You're trying to micromanage the conversation. I don't care for that.
Yes. Good. So tell me what science is and show me how you applied that method.
In fact, now that you're demanding an answer from me, I'm not going to provide one.
Okay, then you're talking shit. You do not know what you're talking about for the second subject within the last half an hour. Awesome.
You just don't know how to ask questions properly, so you actually get a response.
What's the scientific method? Do you know?
It doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah, it does.
Why?
Of course it matters what it is.
Why?
Because there's a method that has to be applied correctly.
Why?
Do you know what the method is?
Does it have to be applied correctly? I could use it the wrong way and still trust it and still come to the conclusion on my own way. All I'm saying is whatever.
What's the right way?
Wow, look who's interrupting. All I'm saying is...
What's the right way?
Well, you're a bit of a hypocrite, aren't you?
And I hold you to this. What's the right way? You said science, the scientific method.
If you interrupt me after two words, I cannot ever tell you.
Good. What's the scientific method, please?
Good. And then you repeat the question.
Yes, I want to know what the scientific method is according to you. I need the help.
The scientific method, according to me, is a banana.
Yes.
Can we move on now?
Okay, no. If you're just going to be disingenuous and not point out and be honest with yourself, you don't know what the scientific
method is. What I'm trying to point out is that your question is pointless.
Well, you said scientific method. I want to know how you applied it.
You're changing the topic, and you're forcing the change of topic right now.
I want to know how you applied it.
Yes, I know you wanna.
And how did you apply it?
I know that you wanna.
Yes. So what is the scientific method, and how did you apply it?
I understand that you wanna, but I'm trying to point out that your question is pointless.
You said scientific method, didn't you?
I did, yeah.
We can trust and use the scientific method.
And I could have said God, or I could have said my bottle that's standing on my desk.
It
doesn't matter. The point that I'm trying to make is that.
Oh God!
Put me straight in this shit.
You just don't like being tripped up and caught out, do you, dude? Just tell us what the scientific method is, and then tell us how you applied it.
I mean, you got a hypothesis, nigga?
Yeah, I guess.
What's a hypothesis? Talk about scientific method. I'm sorry. I just joined this.
Yeah, so shush. You sound drunk.
What the fuck?
You sound
How
drunk.
dare you?
Some stuff. So, my friend, you said scientific method. We can trust the scientific method. I want you to tell me what the scientific method is and tell me how you applied it.
I could. I'm drunk, but
Not
I
you.
Tell you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I cannot tell you what the scientific method is, but I still trust it.
I mean, I gave you a clue with the hypothesis. I gave you a clue, bro.
Something you don't know.
This is changing the topic. This is completely deviating from what we talked about.
Oh, so he's trying to bail out on the conversation.
No, I'm trying to go back to what it was about before.
Oh, thank.
What I tried to point out was that whatever my method is, if it's not enough for you, you can take a telescope and look at a satellite.
That's awesome stuff.
Yeah.
Fuck all to do with science, though.
Okay, even if it doesn't, you can still do it.
Well, look for it. Brilliant.
Do you see a little light in the sky? Big whoop.
See balloons in the sky as well.
Yeah, I don't see balloons orbiting at that speed.
You've never seen a weather balloon.
They don't go at speeds the satellites do.
Do you know how many weather balloons get sent up into the atmosphere every single day?
What's the velocity?
I don't know.
Definitely not as fast as a satellite, so that can't be.
Bro, you don't know how fast a satellite is
2
going, you fool.
2 seconds. Do you remember the Echo program, Echo 1 and Echo 2, back in the 50s and the 60s? Do you remember that?
I wasn't alive back then.
Okay, but have you heard of Echo 1 and Echo 2?
No.
Okay, so balloons that were sent up into the stratosphere by the Americans, these were spherical shaped objects. Basically, they bounced signals off of the balloon from Russia to America and back again. The speed of these balloons at high altitude was somewhere around 15,000 miles an hour. 15,000 miles an hour for Echo 1 and Echo 2. They're balloons.
That's relative to ground, yes.
No, would it be relative to?
Well, is it relative to the surface or?
The surface, yeah. Just in future, my friend, and I'm only giving you this as a bit of friendly advice. Don't use the scientific method as something when you don't even know what it is. Because in this room, people will jump all over on you. Now, I apologize for jumping up and down, but if you say scientific method, I want to know that you know what it is and how you used it. It's a method, dude. Don't start using words out of context.
Sure, fair enough.
Yeah. Also, if you're going to make an argument,
pedal, but you're trying to hold me to it, so I don't know.
If you're going to make an argument in general, you should probably start with something that you have some physical knowledge of, first-hand experience, at least that you've observed. I mean, if you're saying it's this floating metal box at a certain altitude, and then we say, okay, well, could you at least show us a photograph, and you can't, then that just means you're using your imagination, which isn't a very good proof of reality.
Well, the thing is that anyone can do that, right? Like, before you say someone is just imagining things, you can actually go ahead and do it and see if it's true.
Well, how come you couldn't provide a photo then?
Well, whatever the reason is, you can actually test it and see if it works.
Well, you couldn't provide a photo. That was the issue. You're claiming this is working due to these particular devices in this location, etc. We say, okay, could you show us that? No. Okay.
Well, so me not being able to provide you a photo is only an issue as in that I can't provide you a photo, right? Even if I did it, you could say that, well, this photo is, I can't trust it. No, it's from a baller or whatever.
Right,
like you could say anything about it.
You can't even get to that stage of having an image to debate.
Well, we can skip it because we know that that's where it's going.
No, not so you can skip it and just believe your story.
No, you can you can skip my account of what's going to happen and do it yourself.
Do what?
Take a picture of a satellite in space. Do the calculations. See where it should end up
in space.
Do the calculations. Do the calculations and see where it would end up. And if you end up with a picture of a satellite at the right time, then
so
you know that it's true.
I take a picture of a light in the sky that I assume is a satellite. Now what?
And that's it. Well, it's not a light that's supposed to be a satellite. It's a picture of a satellite.
Globe confirmed.
You can actually, with the ISS, you can actually make out some details as well if it's big enough.
That's not what you were talking about though before with GPS, satellite, and airplanes and all that. You weren't talking about the ISS.
Well, no, that's what I'm bringing up now, right? The ISS is just kind of like a bigger satellite. And since it's bigger and it's also orbiting Earth just like a satellite, it's easier to make out some details on it. That's why I'm bringing it up.
Sorry, I got a call. Someone pick it up.
But yeah, if you want to, we can actually go back to where this all started with the Humber Bridge. I don't know why we even had to go to satellites. All right, because I pointed out that you should be grateful for the achievements. Right, I still think you should, because even without actually going to space, like shooting satellites into space, the fact that we have to take into consideration the curvature of the Earth when building structures, we should also give credit to the people who did that.
Show me one. In actual fact, show me every single structure having take account Earth curvature in it. Let's start with dams and canals that have to contain water. Can you show me a dam or a canal that's got the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, the first one I mentioned before you even asked was the Humber Bridge.
That's not a dam or canal.
Yeah, I don't know why you're specifically asking for a dam or canal.
Because they're extensive, as in miles and miles and miles and miles long. And
bridges, right?
My God. They contain water, dude.
Well, I think bridges are also a very good example because they're also miles and miles and miles long.
Okay,
and they
so
usually...
when I look at the Humber Bridge, I see the bridge curving, but the water that it's passing over, not.
Mm-hmm.
So the surface of the Earth, which is the water, isn't curving, but the bridge is.
Well, so the bridge is curving around the curvature or around the Earth because the Earth curves. And we can demonstrate that by looking at the two outermost towers of the bridge.
No, we already went through that. That wasn't measured, that was assumed. And in the article you sent, he said it was assumed.
And then after the first paragraph, which is the introduction, it actually measures it, right? If you keep
No. Again, it said it wasn't measured, but it could be done by some laser process, which, as far as he could find, hasn't been done. That's what it said.
No, he said it has been done with the GPS tracker, with the kinetographic GPS tracker.
No,
which is
that was
accurate to a few
talking about
millimeters.
movement in the wind. not measurement from bottom to top to measure a radial deviation due to the curve. Quote the bit where he says that has been measured for the Humber Bridge, or send the actual measurement.
What you're talking about is where they pointed out that a laser measurement would be even more accurate, right? Even less than a millimeter.
Okay, post the measurement that you're talking about.
I can post the whole link again, actually.
How hot?
No, because the link doesn't contain a measurement.
How hot was the bridge?
So I'm trying. So when we're trying to have a normal conversation, right, and then you suddenly come up with point out this specific number, what do you think is going to happen?
Oh, dear, you're going to be quizzed on your claim, dude. So we point out that the claim is pointless. If you're talking about, was it 3/4?
It's not even about specific numbers. You keep changing the pointers to something very specific that I'm not even trying to argue.
Yeah, exactly. The water isn't curving underneath the bridge, you say is curving because the two towers are a few millimeters apart when bearing load.
So when looking at each
load means?
Excuse me?
Do you know what bearing load means?
Yes. Can I make a statement?
If you want.
Thank you. So when looking at each tower separately, individually, why are you sighing?
Oh, sorry, dude. Didn't apologize. Do apologize. Didn't.
Okay. So when you're looking at each tower separately, individually, each tower is built vertically with a margin for error, which is less than the discrepancy of distance between the top and bottom of the towers. That's the whole argument, and that proves that the Earth is curved.
No, it doesn't, because the water underneath the bridge isn't curving.
That's a statement you're making.
Yes, it's measurably not curving. It's observably not curving when we look at structures like bridges that are curving over water in accordance to the curvature of the Earth. The water itself isn't curving. The surface of the Earth isn't curving. Now, you're pointing up two towers on two bridges that are an X amount of millimeter or centimeter value in difference. Okay, what load were they under? How hot was it on that particular day? Because we understand things like iron and steel contract and expand. What the
That's why they're taking the mean position. All of this is accounted for.
Brilliant stuff. And we have what? A slight deviation between two towers on a bridge?
Yes.
Awesome.
A slight deviation that is not accounted for in the flat Earth model.
What do you mean not accounted for in the flat Earth model?
Because in the flat Earth model, the two towers would be parallel.
No, not if they're bearing load.
Well, yes, you're right. In fact, if they're bearing load, they would actually be maybe more slanted towards each other.
Depending on how the bridge was constructed.
Right, and if the towers are constructed vertically, then they should be more towards each other, right? They should be more under load.
Cables being pulled in torsion over the top of the towers. You never built a bridge before, have you?
Are you saying that the two towers would separate from each other under load if the bridge is under load?
They have tolerance in them. They will move around.
Yes, and we can figure out the
mean average
median,
of
right?
them moving around because of temperature values, because of load values, because of lots of different things. And
Okay,
then you'll say, oh look, these are slightly far apart. That's because of curvature of Earth, that is, even though the water that the bridge is passing over is not curving. Okay.
So again, I'm not even talking about the water. I don't know why you're bringing it up. You don't even have to consider the water to demonstrate that the Earth is curved.
Dude, yes, we do, because that's the surface of the Earth, the thing that the bridge is passing over in accordance with the curvature of the Earth. So if the bridge is curving, the surface, the water, should be curving too.
If the bridge is curving, the water should be curving too. Well,
yes, because the water is the surface of the Earth.
It looks like it's not, but it is curving.
It looks like it's not. Can you show me that it is curving?
Just as much as I can show you that the bridge is curving.
You can see the bridge. Well, show me the water curving then.
Well, you can't see past the horizon, right?
Bridge, man-made device. Water, surface of Earth. Let's try to measure surface of Earth. Still waiting for that measurement of curvature of water, dude. You said horizon.
I thought you just want to see the water curving, because then I would have just sent you a picture of the bridge and the water around it.
Okay, and the bridge curving, but the water not.
Oh, the water is curving.
Can you show that? Can you show me curving water?
Here's a picture of the Humber Bridge and the water around it.
Is the water curving in that picture?
Yes. Well, the water is not curving in the picture. The water is curving underneath the Humber Bridge.
Yeah, so the picture.
What distance is that stretch of water?
Mm.
How much curvature should you have in that bridge over that distance?
I'm not sure. But there should be a curvature, and we can observe that.
You're not sure?
I am sure that there should be a curvature, and that is what we are observing.
Of the bridge or the water?
On both.
Well, when I look at the horizon, the water, that's not curving. And that can be anywhere between 5 to 45 miles from end to end, left to right, as I perceive the horizon. That's not curving.
It could be a slight curve.
It could be. Can you show me that could be a slight curve?
It's just hard to see.
I can see it in the bridge, but I can't see it on the water.
Why do they build the bridge curved?
Why don't they build all bridges curved?
No, I asked why do they build the bridge curved?
Probably mostly to support the load properly.
Hey.
They probably didn't have to build it specifically curved because of the curvature of the Earth. They could probably use pre-made parts, right, and then attach them to each other. But when you look at the end product, right, you have those two towers. They're both vertical, relatively, and yet not parallel.
Do you think that things like heat are going to have any effect on the expansion rate of this metal that is used within this bridge?
Yes, absolutely. There's heat, there's wind, there is cars moving across the bridge, right? So we have to take the mean position. We can't just go with any position on any day.
Okay, so just the mean position.
Yeah, that's what it would be under no stresses or anything, right? If there's no wind blowing, no vibrations, then
it's under stress because it's bearing its own weight. It's a bridge. It's under stress, dude.
Well, I'm talking like I guess short impulses, or I don't know what you want to call them, right? But the point is this: that we have a certain mean position, right? That varies to a certain degree, plus minus 10 millimeters. They measured.
Here's another picture of
the distance is more than those plus minus 10 millimeters, and that's the issue for the flat Earth.
I posted the curve of underneath the Humber Bridge.
I don't know, the whole curve of the Humber Bridge thing and the curved water is a red herring. The claim is not about that.
No, the claim is the surface of the Earth, which is the water, is curving. The bridge
claim is about the towers.
Dude. You understand that just because of heat alone, the variance of the expansion rate of the metals is in feet, not inches. You understand that, right?
Yes.
Good. You understand that things like the Eiffel Tower can be about 60 feet taller on hotter days. Sorry, 6 foot taller on hotter days. Did you know that? You knew that, did you?
Well, I'm not sure if it's actually 6 feet, but it's definitely taller on hotter days, yes.
Yes, exactly. So we have a lot of expansion and contraction. Can you show me within the blueprints of the Humber Bridge where the Earth curve was taken into account, please?
I'm not making the claim that the Earth curvature was taken into account when building the length of the bridge. But I think that they must have. But the claim that I'm making is that once the bridge has been built and once it's there now standing, there are two towers, both vertical yet not parallel.
Do you see that big metal cable that's going over the top of them, that's foundationed into the floor beyond the extremities of the bridge? Do you see that?
Oh yeah, I've seen the cables, yeah. I'm sure there's a lot of load.
I wonder if that would affect the towers.
Well, that would put them under stress.
Yes, they're under stress.
Yes.
Towers. Yes.
But being under stress, once they are under that stress, they don't, or they move, like they don't move more over a short period of time. It would take a long time for this stress to actually have a big effect. So over the short term, like right now, when they measured it, the effect of the stresses was plus minus 10 millimeters on the position of the top of the tower.
This is all within tolerance levels, right? We understand that we have tolerances when we build.
Right, yeah, so this is the tolerance for one of those towers swaying and rattling. That's plus minus 10 millimeters. Awesome. Now we take two of them. That's up to 20 millimeters is okay. But now when you measure them, it's 36 millimeters. That's even more.
Oh.
Yeah, so in a flat Earth model, these extra millimeters, they're not accounted for. That's
yeah, they are built into the tolerances of the structure.
But they measure the tolerances, and it's less. It's only up to 20 millimeters in both towers together.
So with the heat and wind and load bearing. And
yeah. With everything together, the whole movement of Yes.
Thanks.
I think it's higher up in the chat, actually.
And then can you show this in every single bridge, dam, and canal that's ever been built on the face of the Earth? Because if it's true here, then it will be true in everywhere else, which is
if
why
you want
I
the article again. I'm sorry, if you want the article again, I'll have to look, but here's the image that shows the actual data from the movement of the top of the tower. And then let me find the actual website. Ah, yeah. Here. Let me just... So that's a deviation over like a 15-minute period, is what it says.
So let me get this right. The average taken over a deviation measurement of 15 minutes. You're taking the average over a 15-minute measurement?
Yes.
Fuck off, dude.
But this is just one measurement. Of course you can do more than one measurement, but this is how you do it if you want the truth.
God bless the Enclave. God bless America. Do y'all believe that we live in a Zax computer?
Yeah, the people who are drawing this are completely misunderstanding what the point is.
Hey, I asked you a question. Are we living in a Zax computer?
I'm sorry?
One cares.
I need to know. Why is the Earth flat?
Thank you very much.
Still muted. Still muted.
Oh dear.
Bro, it has been a very long time since they attacked this channel and it's starting again. Like, you know, today we had like a screamer. Now all these trolls. Very
Can you imagine being such a pathetic man?
No, I can't imagine that because I have a life.
I really can't. He is going out of his way to irritate a couple dozen or more users in a voice channel on Discord.
It's all right. We showed him the door. Good morning, Gregory. How are you doing today?
Hey, I'm peaceful, and you?
Not too bad, thank you, my friend. Good to see you. Apparently, it's not good to see me, but I'll let that go.
It is good to hear your voice, even though I can't see you.
Very good, very good. We've been talking to our friend here about, I don't know, bridges and shit. His name is Brutal Duck.
Yeah, hello.
That's an oxymoron. How about that?
Duck.
A brutal, harmless beast.
Are you sure that ducks are harmless? Did you know that the whole reproductive cycle is based on rape?
No, I didn't. Wow.
They literally have corkscrew genitals both ways. Like one is screwed one way, the other is screwed the other to prevent them from raping.
That's fucked up.
Yeah.
Brutal Ducks, are you from Germany?
No, I'm from Austria.
So they mate in a way that prevents them from mating, is what you said.
Yeah, because so they even have dead ends, like multiple. It's like a labyrinth. Their insides, right? So it makes it harder for them to get to the right place. Putting it into
rape is just your.
I mean, that obviously seems false on its face, given that they copulate and spawn offspring.
Oh yeah, they still manage because they rape so hard.
Do you say? Are you saying rape? R-A-P-E?
Yes, literally.
What animal are we talking
about? Okay, but like, what is the sense in saying that? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, somebody pointed out that ducks are harmless when they're not.
Are you
right, but why call it rape?
Are you implying that female ducks don't want to reproduce?
Not in the way that they have to. No, I would imagine it's very painful.
All animals want to do
it. Imagine a corkscrew exploding inside of you. That's what it's like for a duck.
Have you been penetrated by a duck before?
No, but I studied the duck genetics.
Can we get off the ducks now?
Sure. We can go back to bridges.
Know what to expect from this guy about this subject. Guy believes ducks rape each other.
Golly.
Yeah, I mean, they do. Look it up.
Anyways, I think it's just a misinterpretation by men.
Yeah.
So have you provided an argument to prove the Earth is a ball?
Bridges.
Oh yeah, the Humber Bridge proves it.
The Humber Bridge has a curve under the bridge.
Why are you talking about curves under the bridge? It's about the bridge itself.
You said
so can you say it in an argument? How does the bridge prove that the Earth is a ball?
Well, because the bridge has two towers, or one tower on each end, and both towers are vertical but not parallel.
And you verified this how?
They made measurements, and I posted the link in the chat.
Okay, show us. Explain the process.
It's in the chat. It's a squiggly little chart thing.
Yeah, and underneath that, there is also a link where it explains more about it. The squiggly thing just shows the deviation, just to show that they take the mean, right? They just don't take any point at any time.
After a 15-minute measurement, they take the mean of that 15-minute measurement.
Well, yeah, how long do you want them to sit there? Like, how long can a vibration last?
I'm only pointing out what they're doing, dude. And we've already discussed the variables, the load, the wind, the temperature. And then we're going to have to go to every other construction on the surface of the Earth and see if that's got curvature in it too. This is why I brought up dams and canals earlier. Things that have to contain water.
So how long would this have to go on before you would be comfortable with accepting it? Like, how long would they have to study the kinetographic GPS?
I don't understand the question.
Like you're saying, a 50-minute period is not long enough to get a mean. What would be
No,
long enough?
that's not what I said.
It's not?
No. All I did
Then
was
15.
point out what they did. The second time I've told you.
Okay, so do you think there's an issue with them?
No, I'm just telling you that they've taken the mean.
Mhm.
After a 15-minute measurement, they've taken the mean of that 15-minute measurement. Awesome.
Okay, it's because before it sounded like you had an issue with it.
No, I'm just pointing out that it's just a mean measurement over. Sorry, it's just a 15-minute measurement, and they've taken the mean from it.
Right.
Cool.
Yeah, and so if you take even the highest and the lowest the differences, right? Like the highest and lowest, it was like plus minus 10 millimeters when they measured the movement on the tower itself. And even if you have double that, if you then measure the actual distance, it's more than that.
It's more than that now.
Yeah, it's what I said before. Like you have the 36 millimeters plus minus 10 millimeters was the difference. For 2 towers, that's 20. And 36 is more than that.
Before you continue this discussion with this Austrian, be reminded that he is of Jewish descent.
I'm not. What the hell? Well, actually, most of my ancestors were very German. Let me just put it that way.
Sorry, Cool Master, what the fuck has that got to do with anything? Might I ask? Cool Master.
Half of NASA is Jewish, you know that.
Okay, bye.
Okay, so supposedly the bridge is curving because the Earth is curving. Yes, that's your argument.
No, it has nothing to do with the curve at all.
Okay, so then your appeal.
The claim is
so then your appeal is worthless, and it doesn't prove the Earth is a ball.
What's the
so
claim?
Appeal to something else.
So the claim is that there's 2 towers, both vertical yet not parallel.
I get it. So by your own admission, I just asked you, the Earth is curving, and it's indicated by the bridge curving, or the towers not being parallel, even though they're vertical. But if they were vertical, then they would be parallel. So you just contradicted yourself in that premise.
It has nothing to do with
and that has nothing, like you just said, to do with the curvature of the Earth. So your argument is worthless.
Let me clarify, please. So again, the proposition that I'm making is different to what the conclusion is, right? Of course, the conclusion is yes. The conclusion is therefore the Earth cannot be flat. Because if you have 2 parallel lines...
So that's also non sequitur, because you can have leaning towers on a flat surface.
You can have leaning towers, but if the towers are vertical, they're not leaning.
Guy above me, user above me.
Sorry guys, that took me forever.
So anyways, so it's a non sequitur then, because you can have leaning towers on a flat surface, so your argument is also not sufficient still.
No, it's not a non sequitur, because you cannot have a leaning tower that is vertical.
Right, so you're contradicting yourself. If they are vertical, then they are parallel. If they are parallel, then they are vertical.
No, I'm not contradicting myself.
If they're not vertical, then they're not parallel.
No, this is not just a claim that I'm making. I'm not contradicting myself. The reality of Earth is contradicting the flat Earth model. We already measured
You're contradicting yourself. So you're just defying the refutation without actually giving a subsequent rebuttal to rebut my refutation. You're just repeating A after I said B instead of saying C after I said B after you said A. So you're saying to me that the towers are vertical but not parallel. You're contradicting yourself. If they're vertical, then they're parallel. If they're not vertical, then they're not parallel.
They're both vertical relative to where they are, right?
Yeah, which would be up on the horizontal plane, right?
Right, and in a flat Earth model, that would imply that they are parallel. Correct?
Right.
Correct. So, when we actually now go and look at 2 towers that are both vertical and therefore supposed to be parallel, and we measure them, turns out they're actually not parallel.
Yeah, you're contradicting yourself. That couldn't be the case.
No,
What you're saying is logically impossible and metaphysically impossible. No, what you're saying is logically impossible. Yeah, you're contradicting yourself. So you're telling me that the towers are vertical and that they're parallel, but they're not parallel. And so if they were vertical, then they would be parallel. So if they're not parallel, then they're not vertical. Or if they are vertical, then they are parallel and they're standing up on a horizontal plane. So your appeal is self-defeating.
You confused some words. Let me reiterate. So they are both, from their own point of view, vertical, vertical on a horizontal point, I guess you can call it.
They're vertical to the surface of the Earth, correct?
Points aren't horizontal. Just
well, you can extend a line from that point in both directions and make it horizontal in your mind.
Okay.
Right, so they're vertical to the surface of the Earth, correct?
I know you care a lot about words, so I'll try to be better. Sorry about
that. Yeah, without being pedantic, yes, please, because a point most definitely isn't horizontal.
Right, so they're vertical to the surface of the Earth, correct? It's my third time asking you.
Right, yes, so they're both vertical to the surface of the Earth. Of course,
right,
not
so that
from
necessarily
the same
implies
point.
that the surface of the Earth is horizontal, because vertical is perpendicular to horizontal. That's how you identify vertical.
I'm sorry, how do you identify vertical?
Perpendicular to horizontal, and vice versa. So if they are vertical relative to the surface of the Earth, then that's the horizontal line which they're perpendicular to, which their verticality is perpendicular to. So that necessarily implies the surface of the Earth and the seas are planar, not curving into a sphere.
Okay, so taking into consideration the flat Earth model, stating that the Earth is a flat plane, we can have two towers on that plane.
Yes.
They would be both vertical, and they would be both. I'm sorry.
No, if they're under stress and tension.
So even under stress and tension, if you
have this on horizontal planes, when you model bridges like cable stay bridges and so on, when you model them, they are under stress and tension. You can have vertical pylons and towers that aren't exactly parallel to each other on a horizontal plane. Stress.
I understand that. I'm just talking about towers, not even about bridges at this point, right?
I just said two towers.
Okay, so you can have a tower without any stress on it.
This is getting fucking frustrating with you, dude. Are you not listening again? You said this goes against the flat Earth model, that you can't have two towers that are not parallel to each other. Yes, you can. The bridge is under stress and tension because of the cable that's going over the top of the fucking tower.
But at that point, they're not considered vertical.
He's just not fucking following, is he?
I am clearly following. What you're saying is there could be stress and load.
What you just said is not implied by what he just said. No, you're not following. What you just said is not implied by what he just said.
Again, what you said is that what you said was that the tower could be under stress or loads, and therefore it could be. Well, I am assuming that you're going for it could be leaning towards the side, or there could be stress that would make it.
Yeah, you're attempting to attack a premise he didn't actually say to you. Yeah.
I'm trying to clarify. Let him speak, then he can answer.
Oh, you want
no, you're not clarifying. You're attacking a premise he didn't say to you. No, you're not clarifying.
Okay, I guess I'm not clarifying, and I'm just talking whatever the hell I want. I don't know what your point is, what you're trying to do here.
Yeah, you're not clarifying. You're attacking a premise he didn't say to you. That's a straw man fallacy.
What premise am I attacking?
The premise that he didn't say.
What was that premise that he didn't say?
Right, the premise that he didn't say. So how about you just focus on what he actually said?
Okay, I was trying to bring up a point, and then somebody interrupts and brings up something else, and you're asking me to focus on what they're saying.
Ignore him complaining about your tactics. Just keep talking about that subject.
Not ignore me.
So again,
not ignore me. Not ignore the critique I'm saying to him, which is not a valid reply to what Jedi just said to him.
Just talk about
the point. If your critique was,
I was already getting him back on track to the point I don't need your help.
Okay, let me continue then, please. So, if you have two towers, they're both vertical on a flat plane, they would have to be by necessity parallel. If there's stress on them and they're leaning, then they would not be parallel because they're not vertical.
Okay, so we're not going to go in circles with you. We heard you say that already. So then Jedi's reply, go ahead, Jedi.
I'm asking you if you agree with that.
No, you're not asking me anything. We heard you say that already. So, Jedi, please finish your reply.
If you agree with it.
Stop asking me. So, Jedi, please finish your reply.
I agree with your statement, yeah. What do you want?
if we go and measure these towers, which are under stress and yet vertical.
They're not vertical though, in reference to each other.
With a 10 millimeter discrepancy.
We've already gone through this.
Okay, so now when we have those two towers,
right? On the flat Earth model, this is down to tension, right? On the curved Earth model, this is because the surface of the Earth is curving, but the consequent is the same. The distance between the top of the towers is more than the bottom.
It's kind of ironic that every time I speak to one of you, the other one interrupts me, and then I'm being accused of whatever.
That's fine.
Yeah, you say you just digress the focus away from what Jedi just said, and you wonder why he's frustrated with you. You're not engaging the reply that he just said to you.
I'm trying to engage. Every time I say half of my sentence, I'm being interrupted.
No, you're not engaging it. You're digressing the focus away from what Jedi just said to you.
And he goes, hello,
and now
as
you're
if
persevering to distract the attention to your interruption.
Yes, I have to, because it's dishonest.
Yeah, you have to, because you can actually address what he's saying to you, so you have to attack something that he didn't say to you.
Because I can't.
You have to attack something that's not relevant to the subject.
If I let you keep doing that, then you're going to be dishonest the whole conversation.
Now you're going to persevere to try and verbally brawl me, instead of just getting back to the focus.
I literally agreed with you, and then made my premise, giving you the opportunity.
I'm going to refuse to talk to two people at once. If one of you wants to talk to me, then sure, but the other one has to be quiet.
Yeah, shush. So I gave you the concession that I agreed with your point. I then pointed out the juxtaposition between the two models. I then shut the fuck up so you could respond to what I said directly. You just then went and started talking about something else. So I lost my patience with you because I gave you my time to have a conversation with you, and then you started talking about something else. Fuck off.
All this time I was talking about one topic, and that was the vertical towers that have to be parallel, yet they are.
No, you weren't. You're repeating the same thing we already moved past.
I couldn't even say that without being interrupted by the other guy.
Yeah, because you're repeating the same thing that we already moved past.
Yeah, because you're saying one thing and doing the other.
Yeah, you're repeating the same thing we already moved past. Yeah, we don't need to hear you say it again and again and again and again and again and again. It's fucking annoying.
I haven't heard any counter argument to it. Oh, that's the end, I guess.
Yeah, it's the end. You don't have a reply to what he just said to you. That's why you keep repeating the same thing over and over again, distracting the focus, frustrating us, and then repeating the cycle over and over again until we get exhausted, and then declare that you won and that we failed to actually address.
If you keep interrupting, I have to keep repeating myself. That's just how it goes.
Yeah, no, you don't have to keep repeating yourself after we sufficiently replied directly to what you just said. No, it's another tactic of yours. You're one of those people.
You haven't. Every time I try to bring up my point, until now, none of you have let me finish my actual point.
There he is again.
Can you remember?
Until now, nobody has actually let me finish my point.
Can you
and here you're saying your point is wrong.
Can you remember what I said?
When?
Just a moment ago.
When you're talking about the towers can be under stress, or before that, or after.
Can you remember what I said about both models? The deviation between the top of the towers on your model, it's because of the curvature of the Earth. On the flat Earth model, that would be the tension that the bridge is under, the tolerances.
But again, the tension that the bridge is under, they have already measured that, and it is not as big as the discrepancy in reality.
But it's under tension, right?
Yes.
Good.
But again, the difference from being under tension is less than the difference that we see. That is the argument.
What? The difference under tension is less than the difference that we see?
Yeah, so if we look at each tower individually and you look at how much the position changes based on the tension, and you combine the two, the result is less than the actual distance.
The tension...
And that is because the Earth is curved.
No, it's because it constantly changes, doesn't it?
The mean position.
Yeah, the mean, but the measurement constantly changes, doesn't it?
You're right, yeah, but it always stays within a certain margin.
Why is that?
Because of stresses, and it always stays within a margin. I already agree with that. Like, I agree that it moves and it doesn't stay the same always. But this margin is too small to account for the distance that we see.
I told you earlier, with expansion, that's going to be dealing with things like feet, not millimeters. You're going to have
we can still account for that. We can still look at both towers individually and see how much they expanded from the heat, right? Okay. This is not an issue that we can't solve.
Okay. Have you ever built a bridge before? of your friends out of pasta.
I have never built a bridge before. Have you ever built a bridge before?
Yes, we've done this quite a lot. When I was younger, when we used to do things like group activities.
Okay.
Right, you build a bridge out of
wood or something, yeah.
string, cardboard, and things like that.
Okay, well, I have done that.
The tension that the towers are under pulls them apart at the top. Now that's on a flat surface, by the way.
Okay, so there's your answer.
So you're pointing out tension as if that wasn't already being accounted for by this margin.
Is that a rebuttal? Is that a refutation? What?
Yes.
What did you refute?
I refute that the claim that the tension is not being accounted for, which it is.
He said to you.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, pay attention better. Be a better listener.
Yeah, speak more clearly, maybe. Or maybe buy a good microphone.
Oh, listen better.
I can only listen to
clear, plain English.
I can only listen to what I hear.
What's being spoken to you is in clear, plain English. Listen better.
Stop being ridiculous.
Yeah, listen better. Yeah. So, what is your point?
Oh, yeah,
so you got your reply.
Yeah, this is turning very hostile, especially from Gregory. So I don't know. Is it okay to turn people down, or is that against the rules?
See, there's another one.
I mean, you haven't added anything. You've just criticized my points, but I haven't really said anything else.
Calm down with the semantics, Gregory, please.
It's probably best you don't turn people down because they will try to talk to you and then it'll just start causing audio chaos. So if you can tolerate as much as you can, I'd appreciate it.
All right.
Yeah, you can just stop talking if you don't want to talk to me.
Well, I like talking to people, but if they interrupt me to criticize my point every 2 seconds before I can even make it, then it's kind of hard.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure that would be frustrating. That didn't happen. So, anyways.
Well, of course, you're never in the wrong.
Okay, so here we are talking about this. So what the fuck is your reply to what Jedi just told you? What is the point of all this?
So the point of my whole argument is that 2 vertical towers, if they are vertical, whatever situation they're in, if they're under stress or not, or if they're whatever the situation is, if they are in the state of being vertical, then on a flat plane they must be parallel, but they are not.
Okay, that's not necessarily true, like Jedi just explained to you. We're not going to repeat this argument again.
I just repeated it. That was the first time I could actually fully articulate it without being interrupted.
Oh, it isn't.
Until the end, almost.
No, it isn't. You said that multiple times, so Jedi just replied to that.
But every time I was interrupted, right?
So you're still obfuscating past the rebuttal that I'm saying to you right now. Jedi just replied to you. What you just said is not necessarily true. That doesn't necessarily follow from the premise that is not the only conclusion. You can have leaning towers that are not exactly parallel to one another, which are vertical on a flat plane. You just explained that to you.
What other conclusion could there be?
What he just explained to you.
Can you repeat it?
No, I'm not going to.
Wait, why should?
Because he just said it several times.
Why should they be parallel on a flat plane? Why is that a must?
Because they're both vertical.
What if one is a little bit higher than the other one?
Then they're still vertical, right?
But not parallel.
Yes, even if they're longer, the one is still parallel.
I'm trying to figure out what the point is here.
He doesn't have a point. He just wants to chant his premise over and over again. He wants to dominate the voice channel with this. He's not actually getting to the point. Every time we say the rebuttal to him, he just repeats the argument that we just refuted. But Jedi just explained to him that he's still doing it. So I'm going to press my voice because he's going to persevere to press his voice so that he can fill the voice channel with the same rhetoric instead of actually letting the conclusion win the day. The conclusion is what Jedi just explained to him several times. He's sitting here talking as though it is necessarily and only true that it would be parallel, that the 2 towers would be parallel along a flat plane. Jedi just explained to him several times that is not the necessary only conclusion. You can have those 2 towers be vertical with the tension between them on the bridge, which makes them not parallel while they're standing on a flat plane. Period.
Then they're not vertical anymore. You cannot have that.
It's false.
Vertical means
Not an implication of the premise.
Vertical means 90 degrees from horizontal, right? It's a normal. I think it's called a normal angle from horizontal. So yeah, it has to be 90 degrees to be vertical.
Thank you for the truism. So you've been answered. That's it. All you do is just repeat the same thing we addressed.
Is it possible you could draw what you're talking about? Or
sure.
Like in Paint or something? Or
Yeah, I got you.
Okay.
So let's say I'm just gonna do it in lines because they're easy to draw. Just imagine that they're towers. All right.
Just really quickly, these measurements that are being taken, have they been taken when the towers have been under construction but not loaded with any cables, or is this when the bridge has been completely constructed?
When it has been completely constructed, they have put kinetographic GPS scanners on the actual bridge in reality.
Okay, did that answer my question then?
Yes.
Okay, so can you say
it's after?
After, so not during. So the towers have been made, but we haven't measured the towers to see if they're vertical. We're going to put cables over them and a bridge over it, then put it under tension, and then say it's not vertical now.
No, that's so they have been measured before, during, and after, with the most recent measurement being after.
Okay, cool. Have you got the before ones?
Why do they matter?
Just the towers, not under any tension from the roadway or the cables, to see if the towers are built vertical.
I don't know.
Well, then that would be the main issue, right? Are the towers built vertical or not? You're saying they're not vertical after they've been put under load and tension by the bridge and the cables. We need to know if they've been built to be vertical in the first instance. Then we can say that they've deviated from this vertical.
Mm-hmm. But when we measure the towers of the bridge as they are right now, they are vertical. And so we can go off of that. We don't need to add the towers before they were vertical, because that doesn't help. But anyways, here I made the most simple paint drawing I could do. That's 2 towers and 2 red lines. That's the distance between the points. The distance should be the same, but it's not. The top distance is it's longer.
So you're saying the black lines are not vertical?
They are vertical, but not parallel.
I mean, so was that it? We're just going to end with what he said?
No, I'm just thinking, I don't know.
Could we get some actual globe evidence now?
Yeah, so since there are 2 red lines, the top line is actually longer than the bottom line. And
no, your little paint cartoon is.
You just said earlier that this doesn't prove the Earth
somebody
is a ball.
specifically asked me to draw this, actually.
So yeah, okay, but I'm just saying your paint drawing is not evidence of Earth being a globe.
It's not. The Humber Bridge is, though.
Let me expose its self-contradiction.
Because I mean, if a bridge isn't, if a bridge is curved, that doesn't mean the Earth is curved. You would need to measure the curve of the Earth.
It's not about the fact that the bridge is curved. That's not the argument. And I don't want to go through the argument again, because...
Let me expose the self-contradiction. He just said earlier that this does not prove the Earth is a ball. He just said it just proves that this can't happen on a flat Earth. So now he wants to switch and contradict himself and propose this.
Well, now that I've thought about it for a bit, it does actually prove it, yeah.
No, I've already demonstrated to you that when it's under tension of the cables and the roadway, it's literally built to pull backwards from each other. It has to be built with tolerances. It's
Yeah,
going
but this should be measured.
Okay, get the measurement then.
Yeah, it's pretty retarded,
So
dude.
the thing is, this pulling back from the stress is measurable. But when you look at the tower, it's vertical.
I've already demonstrated this. On a flat surface, you put these towers under stress and tension, they're going to pull back. The difference from the distance from the top and the bottom is going to be different, but the surface is still flat.
The distance from the top of
That's
the
why
bottom.
I said in the first place you can have leaning objects on a flat surface. I said that several minutes ago.
Leaning,
here we are still
vertical.
going in circles with him.
Yeah.
Well, you're trying to make the argument that there's stress on the bridge and therefore it's not vertical, but it is.
Let's see some actual globe evidence. Yeah.
Right, and whether they be vertical or not, like either way, like either logic sequence, they're vertical, they're not vertical. You can have vertical towers or leaning towers on a flat surface. So your conclusion is non sequitur. It's weak.
But how
you don't need
can
to
you
keep going
have-
with him in circles.
Okay, but how can you have two vertical towers that are not parallel on a flat plane?
Dude, do you see how you just went in another circle again? We're not going in another circle.
This is not a
I
circle,
just
this is a
said
question I'm posing
the
to you
answer that I just said the answer that addresses the question he just asked me. I just said the answer to it, and then he said the question still after I completed the answer to the question he just
Well, you
asked.
did, and you said it's a non sequitur when it's not.
Yeah, I did say the answer. Right?
No,
I
you just
explained the
you just
logic
dodged it
sequence,
saying
and
it's a non
and
sequitur.
he's still
That's all.
interrupting the reply still because he has to do this. He
I
doesn't
thought you
actually want to
already
engage
answered.
in
Which
good
one is
faith. He's pretending to engage in good faith. So I already said the answer to him. We don't need to keep going in circles with these people. Enough.
Talk about pretending. You can't even talk to me. You're saying he is, as if you're talking to an audience instead of me.
Because we are talking to an audience. Are you not aware that there's other people in the voice channel and that this is being streamed on YouTube? There is an audience. Pay attention.
Are you feeling threatened, or why are you attacking me?
Duck. You got anything else for the globe, or is that it?
Oh, I wasn't even okay. So
Oh, right. So that all that time you spent talking, you weren't even proving a globe. I get it. I get
did
it.
I say I wasn't even proving a globe?
After he just said that he realized that this was a globe proof, he's
No,
inconsistent.
So
he's utterly inconsistent. He's just contradicting
you're
himself
misinterpreting
again.
me already.
This is not globe proof, Gregory. Oh no, this really is globe proof. Okay, no,
I
wasn't
wasn't
even
even, and you managed to get a whole sentence out of that and rebuff me. Holy
That's
shit!
fine. So you're not proving
Holy
the globe. Is anyone interested in
I
proving
absolutely
the globe?
am. Stop putting
No.
words in my mouth. I absolutely am proving the globe by the fact that two
Oh, so you
vertical
are
lines.
proving the globe.
Stop
Well, what you
interrupting.
just
I'm
said.
proving the globe
persevering to
Earth
dominate the
by
voice channel?
demonstrating
You
the
said
fact.
you weren't proving the globe.
Excuse me, I'm proving it right now.
You just
I'm
said you
proving
weren't proving
excuse me, I'm proving it right now. I'm proving the globe Earth by demonstrating the fact that two vertical lines extending from a horizontal plane have to be vertical and have to be parallel, and yet they aren't.
So he's repeating it again. So we're going to go in circles with him again.
You still don't have an answer to it. You
bro.
still call it a non-sequitur.
Okay. So your claim for that is because the surface of the Earth is curved. Okay, have you got a measurement of the surface of the Earth being curved?
Yes. But
Okay,
it's not
what's the
related to
measurement?
the Humber Bridge. It's a completely separate topic.
Okay, so what's the measurement of the surface of the Earth being curved?
I don't know.
So you don't have the measurement, so you don't know the Earth is a ball.
Again,
Moving
the
on.
point that I'm making had
Well, there
nothing
you
at
go,
all to
bro.
do. Again, the point that I brought up had nothing to do with the curvature of the bridge or the water or the Earth. Only the
Yes,
conclusion had something to do
Well,
with that.
we're not interested in bridges. We're interested in the Earth. Is the
The
Earth curved? That's the
conclusion had
question.
to do with the curvature of the Earth.
No.
not the
You can't
proposition.
conclude
He's
that without
contradicting himself
proving
again.
that with a measurement of
Of
the
course.
curvature. So let's see that.
You can prove someone is a murderer based on a fingerprint, even though that had nothing to do
Okay,
with a
so
gun
you
or
don't have a
shooting or
measurement
anything
of the
like that.
actual Earth's surface being curved, right?
Why is that a necessity to prove my argument?
I'm just asking. You don't have that, right?
No.
Okay.
Is it a necessity
does
to prove my
anyone
argument?
have
So you don't know the Earth
Because
is a
that's
ball. You
what's
don't have an
required.
argument to prove the Earth is
Is
a
it
ball.
necessary is the
Moving on.
question.
Yeah,
It's
that is
logically necessary to get the measurements of the
Why?
curve of the Earth. Yes.
Why is it
So if you're
necessary
going to claim the Earth's surface is curved, you're going to need a
You
measurement
just
of the
keep
Earth's
claiming
surface.
it's necessary, but
Yeah,
why is
given your
it?
concluding premise, you fucking moron.
Why is
Your
it
concluding
necessary?
premise is that the Earth is a ball with specific dimensions. If you don't have the measurement to prove that those dimensions are empirically verified, then you don't have a sound argument to justify that concluding premise. So if you don't have it, and you evidently don't, then you don't know that concluding premise to be true. It's very simple. Study logic and move on.
Yeah.
Can't measure them
So
when I
don't-
just I just gave you the
when
measurements.
we're actually speaking there, Brutal Duck. So you've already conceded you don't have a measurement of the Earth's surface being curved, so that's fine. We can move on. Let's see if there's anyone who does have a measurement of the Earth's surface being curved.
Okay, so completely changing the topic and then pretending like I lost him is great.
Yes,
You
we're
just,
moving on.
I mean, you just lost anyway. No one needs to pretend anything.
Yeah, if you
You've
keep
already
pretending, then I
conceded
lost.
that you weren't even trying to prove
You
a
lost.
globe. You've already conceded you weren't even trying to prove the globe for however many hours you were rambling and rambling. So yeah, you've embarrassed yourself, Brutal Duck. So we'll move on now. So any measurements of the Earth's surface being curved?
Should have put 50 quid down on there being stony silence.
Say again, that wind is muffling you.
Yeah, I couldn't really hear you there, Jedi. Old Jedi?
So I'm outside and there's traffic, guys, so I'll keep myself a mute for now.
All right. Well, we've got Buffy, Skywalker, Grotesque. What's up, Grotesque? Don't think I've seen you here before.
I'm gonna just be listening, and I'm not gonna try and make any points.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, if you think you do have anything for the globe, let us know. We're always keen to hear.
So we got any empirical proof of the globe? No. Okay. How's everybody doing? That good, huh? Good to hear.
What's up there, Dave? Hope you're doing well, brother.
What's going on, Jedi? I got a question for you.
What's that, mate?
I'm currently sitting cross-legged in my backyard, staring up at the sun. I'd like you to explain to me what I'm looking at. What is the sun?
I'm more surprised you're sitting on the floor cross-legged, mate. I tried sitting cross-legged the other day and I couldn't fucking get up properly. I'm more impressed with that, mate. Well done. But yeah, I don't know what the sun is, dude. Haven't got a clue.
What the sun is? It's an honest answer, man. I appreciate that.
No problem.
It's there every day, though, and it seems to be necessary for us to exist. But that's about all I know. We got any new people in here? Anybody curious, sincere, honest questions? No?
There's a few decent people's names in chats that I've spoken to before. I think Felix has joined us again. Just want to give a shout out to Felix. Hope you're doing well, buddy.
What's up, Felix? Does he think the Earth's a spinning ball?
I think so, but I can't quite remember. I think last time I spoke to Felix, he was quite a decent guy.
It's okay, Felix. I used to think that too till I actually investigated it honestly. But we're all on our own journeys. But if you're still buying into the story, then that's on you. The Earth's just not a spinning ball, man. It's not our fault, man. Don't blame us. We're just pointing it out, right? In no way does it represent itself as a spinning ball, as far as I can tell. But anyway. This has been Dead Air Dave checking in. Enjoying sunshine in my backyard. It's like 70 degrees here in Kentucky. Beautiful day the Creator has created for us. Back to you guys, or silence. Solid long enough to invite anyone. The low in motion, vacuum is back. Please come in and share it with us. We can look for that. Thank you.
I think the Earth is a globe. Round. Thank you for listening.
Hell. What makes you think that?
Shit, I don't know. I just listen to the scientists.
So you just listen to the stories you're told.
Yes.
Is it possible that those stories are not true?
Impossible. The guys who said look very smart. And why would you have an entire industry revolving around hiding the truth?
Yeah, why would you have a whole industry that makes videos and images of things that aren't real? Like Hollywood or something. Why would you do that?
No, Hollywood is run by. No, I'm not gonna say it. Listen, I'm just saying, it's just too.
Yeah, it's got to be real.
Do you think the people that work at NASA, all of them know that the Earth is flat, but they're just hiding it?
No.
Okay, so
most of them are like you, right? Who go, well, I don't know, but some
other people said
it's
at the top? Who's at the top?
I believe it.
Who's
at the top? You are, my guy. You're the very top of your own pyramid of belief. You have decided to believe in stories, images, and videos you've been shown. That's been your choice.
Wait, where did it all start then? I don't get it.
Where did it all start? Where did what start?
The whole flat Earth thing. I mean, the round Earth thing. Why?
Whole flat Earth.
Who came up with
Well,
that?
the Earth started a long time ago. I wasn't here. But if you go outside, it's still as it was when it first got here, which is flat and motionless.
Okay.
You know when you go outside?
Yes, I've been there.
It's cool, eh? So you go to the beach, you see that nice flat horizon. You notice that the ground isn't spinning at 1,000 miles an hour.
I see how ships disappear.
Ooh.
It's like
So
the
what does that
ocean
mean?
swallows them.
So they like sink downwards into the ocean.
Yes.
So are they sinking? What's happening?
I don't know. What is happening? You tell me. They're not underwater.
Interesting. No, they're not underwater. Could it be an effect of perspective and how we see things? Or must it be that the surface of that water is curving downwards?
Yes.
Okay. Could you show me water, a body of water curving on the surface?
I have video evidence. Wait. Let's see. It's called the Milwaukee Milwaukee Lake curve experiment. Basically, it's a lake that is very long, and he took the video twice. Once, the weather was a little too hot, so there was water vapor and made it all not see really clearly. And then he took the video again on a colder day where the water surface was clear and you could see very far without all these vapor effects. And you can see.
How far could you see?
He mentions in the video, I think like a few miles. Hold on, let me check. Way more than a few miles. Let me correct myself.
Yeah, well, it's a half an hour video, so I'm not going to watch it, but I'm skipping through it. That water looks.
The footage. Hold on, you can go to 4:20.
That water looks pretty flat to me, bro.
The video is also split into parts.
Well, I see the water, but it doesn't look curved.
1 second. You have to see to the other side of the lake. You have to look at the other side of the lake.
Okay. How far away is the other side of the lake?
Start at 4:18. You see the tour boat? There. Did you see it?
No, I'm not seeing any curve of the water.
No, the boat at the end. I mean, there's a 2 meter difference. You can see how the curvature hides things behind the water.
Curvature. So you think that water's surface is curving down?
Yes.
Okay, who's ever measured that?
You can see it directly empirically.
No, you're talking about an obstruction. You're talking about not being able to see something. That doesn't mean that the surface of the water is curving.
Yes, it does. That's the only explanation as to why there is water that is just hiding it.
Oh. You sure about that?
I mean, if you want, there is also a calculator. Hold on. Here. There's also a calculator.
Yeah, we know about the calculators. That's how we know there's no curvature.
What? Okay, I have given you the metrics.
I'll give you one.
Okay, give me.
Okay, there's an image in the chat.
Okay, Bob by ball. What is that?
That's not important.
Platform habitat.
Look at the numbers. Look at the distance.
Distance 3.46 miles. Okay. Let me run this through the calculator. Eye height, we're talking about 8 feet. Distance target. Wait, how far is the target? Max geometric, blah, blah, blah. 6.8 miles. Ah, shit, why did the calculator? It's weird. Ah, there it is.
Well, if you type in distance to horizon calculator, you'll get one that's specifically looking for the horizon distance.
Oh yeah, the horizon distance is 3.4. The calculator says it is 6 miles. Yeah. And the target.
But reality says.
And the target. Yeah,
where's the horizon in that image?
Wait, hold on.
Is it behind the rigs or in front of them? Oh, okay,
no, let me finish.
I'm rushing you, though.
The target.
That's okay.
The target we're talking about should then the target's hidden height should be 4.5 feet. Platform C.
Hidden behind the horizon, yeah?
Yes, 4.5 feet.
Right. But we see the horizon
the other one
beyond 10 miles.
Okay, and for the other one, 10.10. Oh, almost 30 feet. And you can wait. In this picture, you can actually see on the second platform. There is a lot of stuff that you cannot see, but that you can see on platform C.
So wait, where do you see the horizon? Okay, just slow down. Where do you see the horizon in that image?
What do you think a horizon is?
The horizon. Right? The line between the sea and the sky.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, where do you see that? Is that in front of the rigs or behind them?
The horizon is always a constant that is behind something, like, or in front something. I don't know what you
Well, no,
mean.
because remember, you said it was supposed to be in front of platform C, obstructing it with 4 or 5 feet. That's what you said.
Huh?
But we can see here it's actually behind platform habitat, which is over 10 miles. So how's that happening?
The horizon is just the point in which it starts to slope down.
Yeah, that's supposed to be at 3.4 miles for an
Yes.
8-foot observer height. Yeah.
Yes.
So why do we see it beyond 10 miles?
Because, oh wait, I can send you a picture. Hold on.
You understand that doesn't match the calculator.
Wait. Yeah, by a few metric points. Wait. Here.
Well, that's quite a lot.
You see this? Okay. Just because there is the horizon starts at 3.4 blah 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 miles does not mean that everything suddenly disappears behind the horizon. You just
So how could
slowly
that
things
be?
disappear.
Yeah, but the horizon would be in front of the rigs. How could that horizon point on your image end up beyond the target, H1, if that's where the horizon is supposed to be? In between you.
No, the horizon that you're talking about with the 3.4 miles, that's the horizon that is covering up 4 feet of platform C and 30 feet
It's not covering
of
up,
platform.
though. The
at the other.
horizon isn't in front of, it's not covering any of platform C. It's beyond platform habitat. It's in the wrong place.
No, you don't understand how horizons work.
What are you talking about, bro? The horizon is very clearly marked with a green line and arrows pointing to it, yes?
Yeah, and?
Yeah, and that's beyond platform habitat, yes?
Yes, so what?
Which is beyond 10 miles, yes?
Yeah, then you don't know. Then that's not a horizon. That's not a horizon that you think of. Do you think the horizon
Wait,
is
you
the
just
thing?
said it was the horizon.
Do you think you
Hold
cannot
on,
see
bro.
beyond the actual
Don't spiral
horizon?
off. Do you understand the calculator is saying horizon at 3.4 miles? The observation is saying horizon beyond 10 miles. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is the dumbest conversation I've ever had.
It seems like it always comes down to that.
Nervous laughter. That's all right. Is that your coping mechanism? It is funny, I agree, because
Oh my
it
God.
so clearly debunks the calculator.
Oh no, I have a 4th grade education. I have no idea anything about this stuff. I'm just listening.
Yeah.
No, I was talking to, I don't know who I was talking to. Cooler Master.
So the thing behind the I don't even know where to begin with. So the horizon, okay. Do you think
beyond 10 miles?
Beyond 10 miles, fine.
Yeah.
Well,
not fine if you believe in the globe, because it should be at 3.4 miles if you believe in the globe.
Why do you think we can see something beyond 10 miles?
Well, in this case, we can see the horizon beyond 10 miles because the horizon is not a curve of Earth, putting it at 3.4 miles, as the globe religion would maintain.
The horizons, you know that the horizon is just where the sea meets the sky, right?
Oh no, you just said a minute ago it's where the curve of the Earth is.
No, for the calculator. For the calculator,
Okay, so it's not
where
the curve of the Earth.
Hold on. For the calculator, it's
You're
where the
contradicting
convection
yourself,
starts, where the curvature starts. But when you say
so it's the
horizon,
curvature again.
when you say horizon, you literally mean the point in which sea meets sky with your eyesight.
Well, that's how the horizon is defined. But if you believe you live on a big spinning, tilting, wobbling space ball, then the horizon is supposed to be, like you said,
You forgot when
that
you said
curvature. Right?
When you said spilling, wobbling, you forgot the word magic in it. Please use magic for you.
How about fantasy? Can we agree on fantasy?
Yes, Discworld. Let's do that.
Yes. The fantasy space ball religion would say that the horizon must be at 3.4 miles for an 8-foot observer, according to the calculators. But when we look for an 8-foot...
anyway,
we see it beyond 10 miles. So why are the calculators wrong? Or is reality wrong?
Okay, I'm gonna explain this as slow as I can. Okay, hold on.
Please do, very
And
slowly.
where the horizon starts, okay, the flat
At
Earth
10
model
miles.
does not. Okay, where the flat Earth model does not
What
say
model? What are you talking about?
at some point the round Earth model. I'm sorry.
Right,
The globe
yeah.
model does not say starting at the horizon you are completely blind. You can see nothing, nada.
No, but
Okay.
it says the horizon will be a distance away from you based on the curvature of the Earth, based on your
Yes.
observer height. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and it says based on the observer height of 8 feet, the horizon will be maximum 3.4 miles away from you. You understand?
Exactly, and everything and everything behind that horizon.
So why in this observation from an 8-foot observer height is the horizon beyond 10 miles, way further than the maximum 3.4 according to the globe model? Why?
Because you don't know what the fucking horizon is.
That's not an answer, bro. You tried.
No, that is an answer. You think the horizon is where
No,
the
you
eye
just agreed. The horizon on the globe model would be at 3.4 miles for an 8-foot observer. You just said yes.
You don't know what an horizon is. I'm not gonna explain basics to you. Just because the horizon, at which point you lose sight of certain things behind the
Okay,
horizon.
you tell me what the horizon.
slowly-
Before you said the horizon
slowly
was the
feed-
curve.
He doesn't even know what he's talking about.
Is the horizon the curve of the?
Yeah, he doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm done with you, man.
No, I'm talking about you,
You're giving
man.
up already?
The picture that he sent me even proves the curvature of the Earth.
Here's the thing. If
Right,
you see
you're
beyond
getting
the curvature to be, there's a contradiction there. There's a problem. That's what he's trying to say. So is the
No, he doesn't know what the horizon is. I'm done with him.
Well, you said the horizon was the curve of the Earth, didn't you?
is the horizon?
Remember, you sent the video of
Holy
the
shit.
Lake
How are you
Michigan
guys
or
being
whatever.
this dishonest?
I think
Dishonest.
he might be a little stoned or high or something. He's not even following the conversation.
confused.
No, I'm done with you guys. I had an urge to try to save your souls and that Globe
GG's.
Jesus might accept you, but no, it's too late for you guys.
GG's.
Maybe
Run
Globe
along now.
Jesus will accept you.
You got to be intellectually honest.
Cabal will remember this.
You have to be honest with.
Anyway,
Bennett, you're
gotta
coming
go
through
get
pretty
Pokemon.
quiet. I don't know if that's your mic or what.
He's imploding. He's imploding. He's kind of it's slowly sinking in and he's losing it.
Don't let the door hit you on the way out.
Confused,
You mean
you
the
were one that
horizon,
said
right?
to me, you were the one that said to me, the horizon is the curve of the Earth, and you sent a video where you said, "Look, that boat has gone beyond the curve." Oh, he's spiraled out.
Hey, can you
Oh,
guys hear me?
GG's. A little bit, yeah. You're a little bit muffly.
Sorry, I'm a little muffly. Yeah, here's the thing. If we don't know what the horizon is, why don't you define it instead of sidestepping? Why don't you define it and let's see what you got, and we'll look that up with the definition.
He already ran away.
Man, I think some people come in, they're either high or they're just the cog dis is so strong that they can't even intellectually, honestly approach a conversation
Good evening, all.
What up?
What's up, Crypto?
Oh yeah, nothing much. Just some sort of container that I can't identify. What about you guys?
You're gonna have to show it to me.
No, I'm good. I'm good. Why is it so quiet in here? If the globe has run out of bad arguments?
Well, we just had a guy in here who spiraled about the Black Swan, and then it just went quiet.
Oh, I see. Bro. How's Body Scotland?
Oh, it's quite nice today, actually. The sun's nearly out.
Oh shit!
Nice.
We haven't even got sun down here, so fair play.
A real treat.
Yeah.
How soon are you?
30 seconds of sun and half the population gets sunburn.
Yeah, I'm out here getting up that bit D.
Is that why there's so many vampires in Scotland?
Yeah, pretty much.
You know, I'm taking the risk. Yeah, pretty good, pretty good. Actually, I just had an amazing 2 weeks, but I can't really tell you what happened because it'll be too much personal info. But yeah, really, really good 2 weeks.
Great. Glad to hear it.
But I was so busy that I ended up sleeping, I think, 16 hours last night. Oh.
Oops. Spin of the
First
earth
time I
rocking
can get in a proper sleep.
That's nice.
Exactly, yeah. It was more the Chandler wobble that helped me get to sleep last night. Yeah. And I was just listening to the wind whistle past at 1,000 miles an hour. That was quite nice.
Yeah, that is always relaxing.
Yes.
You just Mac Daddy guy. What's up, Mac Daddy?
Pretty alpha name. I like it.
My favorite name on this server is still Tax Women 100%.
What the fuck? Jesus Christ. I think that's what like a lot of these like really rabid, annoying feminists have done is just make other people go fully the other way.
Yeah.
Even just as a joke.
Sorry, Sydney. Give me all your money.
Imagine paying 100% tax. Like there would be no point in doing anything.
Who else have we got? Any Globers in here? Got Rich Evans. He's always good for a spiral. Scott. What's up, Scott?
Gotta love a good spiral.
Looks like Rich's new point is to ask who even claimed a radius. It's an interesting tactic.
Who claims a radius?
Yeah.
Isn't that every Glober?
Well, not Rich Evans. He's going rogue.
If
He
you
doesn't
don't
even
have
claim a radius.
if you don't have a radius, you don't have a sphere, surely.
I don't know, Rich. Do you want to help us out? Help us understand your new position? Maybe you're saying he's a flat earther. Is that what you're saying, Rich? Good for you, Rich. Took a while, but you got there.
He could be the Neo of flat Earth. These Globers, man.
Oh, yeah. So Rich is saying, you don't seem to be understanding. You claim the radius of a specific value. All I am asking is how you acquired it. Well, Richie, that isn't a monumental burden reversal.
We didn't. That's the point. We are asking how you got that value.
Quite a sophisticated tactic. How did you get the value? I'm not claiming it. No, but how did you get the value?
How did you get the value that you're rejecting? What? What? Oh, jeez. I'll tell you how I got the value. I got the value from being told by Globers that it's true and that I'm thick if I don't believe it. That's where I got the value from.
Didn't you go to school, Richie?
Basic physics.
There's a whole body of science out there, Richie. It's humongous.
The body of science compels you. Oh man, these guys. These guys, man.
These guys. All right, Richie says, I don't claim an exact value because it is dependent on where on the latitude of the Earth you are measuring. I have seen an image with a perfectly spherical Earth, which I haven't heard a glober ever. Don't really know what you're talking about, Rich.
So he's saying that NASA provides perfectly spherical images, but Globers don't claim perfect spheres, which means that NASA and Globers don't agree, which is interesting. So why can't they get their official story straight? That's a bit strange.
Yeah, so who's lying, Richie? Is it NASA or is it the Globies? Interesting.
Does he think this is our first rodeo with dishonest Globers?
Yeah, I don't know. It's like he just reset. He's got a wee switch on him.
Yeah. I think Richie might be in my top 3 Globers called Richie in the VC right now.
Hear that, Richie? You're climbing the chart.
He used to be a reverend. I don't know if you guys remember that guy.
Yes.
Kind of. Right. There was a Glober who come into the chat yesterday or the day before, and he was like, talking to me, and he's like, "Do you remember me?" And I was like, "Should I?" He was like, "Yeah, I used to give you loads of problems back in the day." I was like, "Did you?" Don't know who you are. Sorry, mate. It's like, I still don't know who it was. It's like, yeah. I think these Globers don't realise that they're just not that. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, because like for the Globe side, if they think they've got what they think is a win against Flat Earth, they're going to go and tell all their friends and family, update their social media. It's a big event for them. They don't realize we're listening to inane Glober babble 24/7.
Exactly.
It's like that meme where the guy's like standing in the doorway, a grown man, okay, standing in the doorway, said, "Hey, Mom, I won the internet, or I won the internet argument.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, the amount of times that you've seen, like, when I used to watch TV, like a singer would go on the X Factor and they would like give this like decent but not spectacular performance, and then one of the judges would be like, "Nah, you're not good enough. Fuck off," something. And then, pardon my French, and then they'd be like, "You're gonna regret this. You'll be sorry." And it's like, they won't be sorry. They won't be sorry. They're all millionaires, and they are all living in nice mansions in the south of France. Like, they won't be sorry. And it's the same with us. Like, I don't remember you. I'm not going to be sorry that I don't remember you. It doesn't matter, you know.
Yeah, they would be like, if we had some kind of reality TV show, they'd be our number one fans. They freak out if they see someone from this VC, like a mod, in another voice channel. They're like, "Oh, you went to a different channel. I saw you in a different channel." They're like writing it down in their diaries and shit.
Right.
Yeah, it's super cringe.
That's us just not giving a fuck at all.
And it's like, bro, why are you monitoring us?
Yeah, I'm sure they do as well. It's just cringe as fuck.
Yeah, the guy Space or Biddle, he didn't want to talk about Flat Earth anymore. So then, but he still wanted to talk to Flat Earthers or quote unquote conspiracy theorists. But he didn't want to so he wanted to talk about the lunar mission, and we told him here that that's not really a Flat Earth topic. So we went to Conspiracy Channel. It was like me, Jerry, Bit, and some other dude, just talking about the whole idea of the overview effect and what it meant for humanity. The plaque that was signed by Richard Nixon. Carl Sagan talked about how ironic that moment in human history was. And after about I don't know, it wasn't too much time, like 15 minutes. A bunch of the anti-flat earthers came in there with me, or MI, and basically almost right away she starts meeting all the flat earthers, without pause, without just oh, you're over talking, you're mic spamming, just one thing after another to just mute your mic. And I'm like, this conversation was fine until you started over mobbing.
Yeah. Yep.
What kind of pissed me off was I have a perfect record on the server. I mean, a lot of people do, not just me, But I've never been a mod, never did a bot command where it shows up in my criminal record or whatever. So now I got some stuff on my record. It's fucking bullshit. All because she wanted to flex mod perms on flat earthers.
I don't worry too much about it. I'm here on an alt because the original account, they decided to tell me that I couldn't have a certain image or a certain number in my profile, which is just cringe as fuck.
Yeah.
You've got an avatar that we don't like. Jeez, grow up. So just get an alt if it matters that much to you.
The next time there's some chicks around, you can flex your criminal record.
Yeah, the globalist criminal record. How dare you talk about flat Earth? They ask you a question, take no answer, then tell you that you can't answer, then use your answer to tell you how dumb you are for answering that.
Yeah, it's funny because Shane was pulling up. Shane St. Pierre was pulling up a comment from a Glober about something to do with the atmospheric pressure and how it requires gravity, and he thought he'd asked Witsit a gotcha, and then in the gotcha he's put hint, you can't answer this question, close brackets. It's but then Shane did answer the question, but then the Glober just didn't answer. It's well, you've already made the statement assuming it can't be answered, so then when it does get answered it just gets ignored. Well, how are you going to learn anything with that mindset?
Because I was told on Gem Pandas, if you ask a question and they respond with just random animal sounds, that's an answer.
Brilliant.
So I'm like, sure, let's use that. Just even silence is an answer. So if someone says you can't answer, and you give them any feedback at all, that completely debunks their worldview.
I'm just going to be a werewolf. That's an answer.
Just howl at the moon. This is lunacy. This is flat Earth. Kicking down the hole.
Yeah. Yeah, imagine one day I cut the purse of one of these Globers and you just have all these coins with Gem Panda's head on it.
There's social currency.
Do you know the reference from the 300? Where he's got
Oh yeah, because heads of the kings, yeah.
Anyway. Globers, wherever you are, come out.
Wait, is Gem Panda like the guy in the temple at the top, like licking chicks, all creepy, like the freaking leper looking dude, like freaking translating what the girl is all amped up on the gas at the top of the mountain that Leonidas visits. Is that him? Is he one of the creepy old men? You know what I'm talking about now, right? 300? Leonidas climbs the fucking mountain?
Yeah, I haven't seen the film. It's a good film, though. I like it.
Have you seen
it? Flat Earth! I need to watch that film again. I really like that film. One of the few films that has come out in the last sort of... I don't know, how old is that film even? I don't know. One of the few films that's come out kind of semi-recently that I actually quite like. Most of them are shit now. Like, if 300 was filmed today, then Leonidas would be a transgender Muslim black feminist. Do you know what I mean? It would just be cringe.
Yeah, it'd be like this. The real story was he was like a houseboy, and the wife was actually leading the troops, and then he got heartbroken because he couldn't find the sugar, and then went out to the battlefield to meet her just in time to see.
He didn't want to be with her because he wanted to be with his freaking gay lover. Holy crap!
Or they would tell it from the side of the Persians. Because in Hollywood, there's no right or wrong. There's no good, no evil. It's just all subjective.
Yep, and then they do butt stuff, and everything gets better because they did butt stuff.
It's like you see that the Cobra Kai, like kind of like a reboot or retelling of the Karate Kid.
I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it. I just assume automatically that all shows from the last 10 years are just cringe and pushing degeneracy until I'm like, forcibly told otherwise.
Any flat earthers in here?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, you're bringing together load.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Do you have like a sound argument that establishes the conclusion that the Earth is flat?
Yep.
Oh, are we doing this bullshit again? Oh god, this guy, dude. If you're gonna have a conversation,
yeah. Well, I'm actually not interested in you like sort of running from the question. What's P1?
Yeah, someone just put him on mute. This guy's boring.
Yeah, you're petrified of me. It's fine. All right.
I'm bored of you.
The argument.
Well, this is you come in here every day and that's the same thing, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. So the reason for that, right? If you have an ability to track, right, is that I actually haven't found a sound argument that establishes that conclusion. You fucking idiot, right? So rather than sort of dodging the question, how about you answer it?
It's not a ball. There you go. It's not a ball. So there you go.
Yeah, what's going to be premise one?
You come in already just triggered, like straight away without anyone speaking. You're already triggered.
What's P1? Yeah, what's P1?
Do you just wander through life in a rage?
Yeah, what's going to be P1?
Okay, Gib, tell.
I'm not actually hearing premise one of the argument.
Okay, Yeah, the premise one would be nothing new under the sun. So you come in here day in, day out, no change.
What's going to be
Nothing
premise
changes
one?
that. Nothing new under the sun.
To engage this guy before, and he just
I'm not actually hearing premise one, right?
Nothing new under the sun.
That's just the type of thing that I'm going to be looking for, right? I'm looking for premise one of the argument.
Yeah, premise one. Nothing new under the sun.
All right, just look at the Black Swan modus tollens. There you go.
Oh, the Black
Like you've never
Swan
seen it
modus tollens, right? Well, the Black Swan modus tollens, right, is actually going to be an unsound modus tollens, right? This is going to be a confounding variable.
Sound.
It's going to be presupposed in the premises such that it wouldn't establish deductively the conclusion.
All right, specifically what?
Yeah, so there's going to be, right, an underdetermination.
Specifically, what is it? What is invalid about
Yeah,
it?
you fucking retard. I was talking, right? So there's going to be an underdetermination.
Yeah, you're still speaking in generality.
You're dodging. You're scared of me. You're scared to let me finish the sentence. So I'm going to do this one more time, right? So there's going to be an unsoundness to the argument because there's going to be a presupposition, right, and premise.
What is it in the premise already? For fuck's sake!
This guy is just going to keep saying that.
Yeah. So I know you. I know you're.
Like I'm gonna put him on mute, and he's gonna stay there because he's gonna be a waste.
So we've got all the P's and the Q's from our modus tollens. He's seen it a million times, and he's just going to speak in generalities about how it's unsound, and he's not going to provide any specifics.
Of course, there's no point talking to this. I've been saying that for the last 10 minutes. I don't know why anyone even bothered thinking it would be any difference. Like this is his character. 2 years.
Yeah, he's gonna come. Like, this is my foul of proof. He'll come in here day in, day out. Premise one, and no answer you give him will be an answer. And there is nothing new under the sun. Nothing will change that.
Look, if you put it in a proper logic form, right, and the premises are not ridiculous on their face, then you do have a sound argument. All you could do then is attack the premises themselves. So it's not about putting it into a logic string as much as it is about proving the premises in the first instance that you put into your logic string.
Yeah, I had it.
Yeah, if he's not willing to talk about the meat and potatoes of the premises themselves, then what's the point of even offering him an argument? It's pointless. So, for example,
can somebody, one second, man, can somebody link the most up-to-date modus tollens edition? I just want a quick check.
Yeah, go to Huey's website. It's right on there.
Well, my only concern with it, and I don't know if the guy was getting onto this, is the fact that Earth is not a globe is the end statement in a sense. Like it's if this not then that. All right. So
a globe that's 3959.
Okay. But then
right. But if you follow,
the confusion
that is true.
The confusion
that is true.
The globe, right?
That's
the confusion.
Right, but the problem is in the heliocentric model, the model is contingent upon a globe of that size. Can't be twice that size. It can't be 3 times that size. And according to the Black Swan, if the horizon is beyond the oil rigs, the Earth would be approximately 250,000 miles in circumference. Okay, which is gargantuan in size compared to what it is now, allegedly. Which would destroy the entire model, right? So the entire model is retro-engineered from that radius value. So there's repercussions. So yes, technically that argument in itself only disproves the 3959, right? But because of the margin of error, it actually disproves the premise in totality that's reverse engineered from the Glober's paradigm claims.
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Quantum Eraser is not stupid. Okay, he did that intentionally. Okay. He didn't make up a faulty argument so that Globers could be like, oh, you didn't properly parse your premise to your conclusion. It's different. It's like, well, no, dumbass. I did it on purpose to make you guys look dumb when you try to argue against it. Because when you try to argue against it, what are you going to argue against? You argue a giant globe, you destroy your model. You argue refraction, you destroy your model. No matter which way you go, you destroy the globe model. Right, with that, I'm going to go build something in real life and not take into account for the curvature of the Earth. How about that, Globers? Sacrilege, I know. All right, I'm out.
Yeah. Yeah, and you'll notice that other guy's just kind of left. He comes in, he tries to shit all over the chat, and then he leaves. That's just kind of his gig. So in future, if you hear him talking, just mute him straight away. There's no point. He's here to waste everyone's time. He doesn't want to.
I was tabbed out. What's his name?
I don't know, but I always recognize his voice straight away, and I'm just like, oh, it's this dude again. Yeah. But he always seems to come on when I'm driving, so I never get to him, you know. But next time I will.
Yeah, I tagged him in the chat, Crit. It was GRMP was his name. And yeah, it's just always the faux intellectual, like he knows he's emotionally unstable and raging, so he has to overcompensate and try to sound like he's being very rational and intelligent by talking about following premises through to conclusion, but then he adds in, "You stupid motherfucker, fucking piece of shit."
Yeah.
So, you're so pressed, bro.
He's like a Tourette's logician.
Yeah.
So funny, blah, 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 blah. Retard! Okay. There's something bubbling under the surface there.
Yeah, right.
It's funny, probably my first 5 years of let's just say, flirting, I used to be like, what's the word? I used to find it a bit like jarring about how angry they were that we would like dare not to be glurfs like them, right? But now I just find it funny. It's like, how can you get so wound up that someone has a different opinion than you do? Like, what's missing in your life that you think that this is like angering you?
Yeah. And I say part of the reason is because what they think they know hinges on an appeal to consensus. And when we disagree, we are threatening that consensus. So their whole foundation is trembling.
Yeah, that makes sense, actually. Does make sense.
Like without even knowing the arguments, they just know, well, I believe this because everyone else believes it. And when they hear other people seriously challenging it, that alone is enough to freak them out.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
Let me guess.
What would you like to talk about?
I want to hear you guys argue. Come on, argue. Come on.
Well, we need a Glober in the chat.
Well, Joe Mama is better than Crit, okay? Crit, you can go fuck yourself. Joe Mama is way better.
Thank you, I guess.
Damn. Yeah, a fan already.
Sweet. Do I need to send you some stickers so you can like put up Joe Mama stickers in your local area? Oh shit, jet lag's in the house. What's up, jet lag? She's probably been to the UK again without saying hi to me. Very upsetting. Who else have we got in the house? Clown to Seal, Crit. How you doing, guys? Fat Fish, Effie Batman, how's it going? Got Felix, Gimply, Joe Mama, of course. Mark 6, Morvis, Mr. Amish. How's it going, guys? Plum Bob, Cyclone, Quad Reconor, Stylish Tiger. I want to know what's stylish about you, Stylish Tiger. And we've got Sydney, Turquoise, and of course Mr. Carl. So what's stylish about Stylish Tiger? No dice.
I talked to this gal on the server when she said she works at a factory, and they get paid by the part.
We had any good space news recently, Crit? What's happening up there?
Oh, well, there's that eclipse coming up, guys. I don't know. I haven't looked much into it, but for them.
Fucking love eclipses.
Yeah, it's like the 8th of April or something, isn't it? Something like that.
Is that going to be visible from here?
No, it's Paco Totality is like in the States. I don't think we'd see much, or if they say completely. Yeah, I don't think we can see it over here.
Is it one of those eclipses that disproves the globe?
Nah.
Oh. Boring.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Yeah.
Only like
Just 7 hours ago, Space One rocket explodes seconds after liftoff in Japan after multiple delays. Wah wah.
lovely.
Another failure.
It's not like the globe to fail utterly every single time it tries to launch a rocket into space.
Mm.
It just probably didn't account for Coriolis, that's why, mate. They were facing the wrong direction.
Yeah. Did they account for the Globiolis effect?
Yeah, Globiolis. And to be honest, I think Britain. If Britain's got, I don't know if Britain like launched rockets from Britain or anything, but they've got a disadvantage because of this equator thing, right? So they say they got to launch from the equator to make it most efficient due to like the rotation of the Earth. So like, what's Florida's pretty closer anyway. It's only like 15 or 20 degrees off the equator, so it's really close, right? So like, I'm not exactly sure where Britain launches the ship. Maybe it's just we just launch it from Europe. I haven't looked into it. I don't know. If anyone else knows, let me know.
15 to 20 degrees is still quite significant, though. If that's the argument, they have to launch from the equator. It's a huge amount of distance.
But that tangential velocity is like going to be 1,000 degrees up until like where I am now. It's like a half of that speed, almost, just over half, just under half with my my location. Current.
You'd just do it from Mexico, though, because that'd be way closer.
Yeah. Well, I think that's right. You think so? You save a bit of fuel, wouldn't
The FAA requests large funding increase for commercial space office. There you go. They've requested an extra 60 million, which is a 36% increase from their last year. We need more money, Globies. What you got? Shake your pockets out. Give it to them.
Just imagine them like grabbing Gem Panda by the ankles and just shaking him. All right, there's 60 million.
Now the Globies are like, take my money.
Yeah, probably.
So I flat smacked somebody today at work today. You know, I kind of planted the seed last week, and I told him to look at flat Earth, right? And then he came back to me today, and he was going into the whole, oh, I've watched this video, this guy's saying there's a dome and there's ice surrounding it, and I'm not sure about that. And he was really dismissive of it. And then I went over the fact that we're working in a big warehouse, right? And I was like, so we understand the ground's fairly flat and level, right? And you're assuming that the walls are parallel to each other. Then where's the flat Earth? Well, I mean, where's flat Earth? Welcome to flat Earth. It was that brief moment where you saw like the penny drop when he's like, huh, yeah, right, we're supposed to be on the surface of a sphere, huh? Because I asked him the question, so which end of the warehouse is higher than the other? That's how I got him. And then he can't answer that, can you?
Just a quick question for the Americans: Are you following any of what he's saying? Just because of the accent.
I just came in. Can you please restate what you were saying?
Do you want me to do it in an English accent or an American accent?
I mean, it doesn't really matter to me.
You want to do it in the Queen's English, pal. That's what you want to do.
Queen's English.
None of this northern bullshit, you know? None of this northern slang. Up north.
Well, I was just thinking, warehouse, like that probably doesn't make any sense to Americans. I don't even think they use the term warehouse, and probably don't know how you would say warehouse either. So it's like, I was just thinking, like, I wonder how much they're keeping up with what you're saying. Anyway, whatever. I'm sure they are.
Yeah. I'm sure.
I've had family go over to LA and you try and order water, and they're like, sorry? Yeah, can I have some water? Sorry? And then you literally have to say, like, water.
Energy.
Yeah, that's it, man.
Can I have some water, please? Oh, water! Why did you say so?
I've had to do a lot of translations recently, you know, because the Sydney's over and stuff. So I mean, like, it's a path and a pavement. It's not a sidewalk, you know, going through the whole stick, right? The whole stick.
Yeah,
So
all that shit.
all the small things, like it's a dressing gown. It's not a robe. Like simple, like things you don't even think of. And explaining how it's not illegal to jaywalk. That's another thing. Cross anywhere, no problem. And trying to explain how a pelican crossing works with like we have priority and stuff. It's like what? They're so kind. You're letting you cross the road. It's like it's the law.
A toucan crossing. The only thing I even remember about that is the toucan cross, because it's like a bike and a pedestrian thing. I don't know, man. Like we've got like so many different types of. Yeah.
Well, you have the zebra crossing or the zebra crossing, however you want to say it, right? And that doesn't include the bollards or the poles either side. And if the poles are either side of the road, then the pedestrian has 100% priority, and the cars have to stop, almost like a stop sign. We don't have stop signs. That's another thing. Not very many.
Yeah, we don't have many, do we? We do have some, but.
And like,
I remember
I've got like one. Sorry, man, go on.
Just quick, yeah. I remember on my driving test, I was told that if you come up to a stop sign, you have to actually put your handbrake on, otherwise it doesn't count as you having stopped.
What?
Oh yeah. Damn.
That was a thing where you live?
Yeah. Ridiculous, right? That you're going 0 miles an hour, but your handbrake isn't on, so you haven't stopped.
What if you forget to take it off and you start driving? I mean, cars didn't always have that handbrake warning where they warn you if your handbrake is on.
Well, the thing is, one of my family members has got a car where the handbrake just automatically goes on when you come out of a drive, when you put it in park. So, how does that work? You literally have to stop your car to then start it up again.
I love Israel. Yes, indeed.
And he's gone. The guy wanders into a flat Earth channel, only has one thing on his mind that he has to get out to flat earthers, and that's he loves Israel. And then he leaves.
Joe Rogan podcast activist. No wait, ex-con turned activist featured on Joe Rogan podcast arrested in gruesome murder.
Didn't even hear what he said.
Terrible roboting there, Joe Mama.
Podcast. I think it's way better.
Nick from State Farm. Are you the same guy as E.T. from Earth Awakenings?
No.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Who am I? I am a figment of your imagination. I don't exist in reality.
Ah, okay, I see.
Just like Earth curve.
Just like flat Earth?
Yeah, just like Earth curve.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. Who are you?
I'm almost nothing.
Oh. That sounds intense.
Yeah.
What's intense?
I don't even know, to be honest.
Okay.
Well,
something Earth curvature.
Something complete.
What were you talking about?
I have no idea what this guy's saying, to be honest. Well, that was an interesting conversation.
Crypto, can you be quiet, please? I'm trying to listen to an interesting conversation.
Yeah, sorry, I'll pipe down.
God, you just can't stop talking, can you?
That is actually true, to be fair, but not right now. So, have you dealt with what's your premise, dude? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that went through me like grated teeth or nails down a chalkboard. Yeah, I think I might have done. Yeah.
Yeah, he popped in earlier, and I was just like, put this guy on mute because it's the same. It's the same every time. What's P1? It's like, dickhead again. Then he just rejects whatever your premise is, even if it's valid, and then you just get bored and mute him. And that's just the pattern of his conversations.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah, some of these guys have gimmicks or sticks, don't they?
What? Sorry.
Some of these guys have like gimmicks. They come in here with their idea and what's your premise, and they won't move away from that point. There's a few of these types around who argue from I don't know what is this, arguing from being a fucking idiot or something.
Argument from idiocy.
Apart from that guy, anybody else been in? I was talking to some Austrian Jew, some Austrian dude earlier, He was quite cool. Can't remember what his bloody name was. He was talking about the Humber Bridge and how bridges prove that the Earth can't be flat because of divergence of the top of those towers.
Was he a world leader or a bodybuilder?
Good question. Sounded more like a dictator in waiting or something. Yeah, he was more Hitler-like. Oh, Nephilim Freeze joined us. What's up, Nephilim? How you going?
Hello.
Hello. How are you? Good. Good. Good.
None of you people are actually goofy enough to believe the Earth is flat, are you?
Go on then, I'll bite. Yeah.
What? Well, how in the world could the Earth have oceans if it were flat?
How in the world could the Earth have oceans if the Earth was flat?
Yeah.
How do you mean?
Why wouldn't the water just flow right off the Earth, right off the edge of it?
What do you mean by edge? Maybe the water's contained.
You know, what contains it? What keeps it from flowing off the edge of the Earth?
Land?
So there's the whole Earth is surrounded by a disk of land or something?
Maybe. I don't know. But the water seems
You
to
don't
be
know.
still here. Hold on. The water still seems to be here, so I don't think it's falling off anywhere.
So there's an imaginary wall of land going all the way around the perimeter of the flat Earth, huh?
No, it's not imaginary.
Well, you said you don't even know if it exists or not.
It's a bit of a like.
You did imagine it.
It can't be imaginary if it's actually containing water, can it? So why would you even say that?
Well, he did imagine it. I asked him, he said he didn't know it's there.
No, okay. So if you have water in a bathtub, is the bathtub imaginary?
No, but if you don't know the reason, then you're imagining one.
No, you know that it has to be contained because it hasn't fucked off.
No, you don't know if it has to be contained unless you know the Earth is flat.
Yes,
we
that
know
is the
it's
nature
not.
of water.
No,
That's
the water.
I'll back off in a second, but that's the nature of water. You know that if the water hasn't fucked off, then it's contained. That's really simple.
If you don't know the reason, you're imagining one, supposing one. Right?
The water's level though, isn't it?
No.
Yeah. Okay. So, do you have a measurement of water curving over
That's why
distance?
ships disappear incrementally when they flow out to sea.
What do you mean by incrementally?
They disappear from sight slowly.
It's from sight slowly, so things go away, reducing angular size with
They move
distance.
towards the curvature of the Earth and they disappear over the horizon.
Nephilim, dude, I bite, but we'll have a conversation. So listen to what I'm saying. So far, you've just said boats disappear. What, they get further away and reduce in angular size until we can't see them anymore? Or is there more? Or is there more to your explanation?
No, you can see them being swallowed by the horizon because they're from the bottom up.
Oh, see, that's the bit that I was looking for, from the bottom up, because we can understand things getting smaller with distance. That's got nothing to do.
No, because part of them is not visible anymore.
I was going to bite. I'll have a conversation with you. But if
You're trying to misrepresent what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying.
Fucking hell, dude. I tried to help you.
No, you know what I'm saying. You're trying to say I'm not saying what I'm saying.
I'm trying to get to the bottom up bit. So are you saying that the physical curve of the Earth is obstructing my view of that bottom of boat?
You already know this.
No, I'm asking you. Are you saying that the horizon is
Well, obviously,
physically...
that's what I'm saying.
Hello? Fucking...
It's obvious that's what I'm saying.
Okay, cool. But I can provide you images of that not happening.
I can show you video of it happening.
Okay, so we seem to have a problem then. An observation of what? The horizon being geometric or not being geometric?
Ship disappearing over the horizon.
What's the horizon?
Curvature of the Earth.
Well, when I show it to you not being at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, that's not curvature of the Earth. That's the limitation of your view across that surface.
No, sir. When we see a ship disappearing with the sea, we see it disappearing from the bottom up because it's going over the horizon.
I can make a door disappear from the bottom up when I lower a camera to a surface, the floor. The floor isn't curved. Yes, I can. I can
No,
show
that
you
doesn't work.
Dude, I can show you the images.
When something gets farther away, it doesn't start disappearing from the bottom up.
It does. You can put a
No, it
camera.
doesn't. I'm an expert in photography.
Excuse me.
You're
Yes,
wrong.
I can show you photographs of this.
No, when something gets farther away, it doesn't disappear from the bottom up.
It does if you put your camera on the floor.
No.
Yes. Would you like to see the images?
No, if you had a perfectly flat board and it was 30 miles long and you put something on it and you dragged it away and you looked at it with a telephoto lens or a telescope, it wouldn't disappear from the bottom up if the camera was sitting on the board. It's just going to get smaller and smaller.
Do you see the two images I posted in the text room?
Son, I know what I'm talking about.
Yes,
I studied photography at the New York State.
Well, I mean, if you assure us that you know what you're talking about, then we don't have to challenge it, I guess. Like, I mean, we just accept what you say.
If something gets farther away, it doesn't disappear from the bottom up, even if the camera's at the floor level. It doesn't happen.
I mean, if you just keep saying it, it's true, right?
It's not true, and I can tell you why I know it's true.
No,
because
it's not true.
Two reasons. Firstly, there's no physics that would make it disappear from the bottom up just because it's moving away from you. That's nonsense.
It's on the surface.
It's stupid.
You just keep saying it.
Secondly, it's a matter of perspective. There's nothing obstructing it. Look, if you just keep talking every time I open my mouth, I just mute you. You know that, right?
You can't mute a moderator. If you do that,
I'll do what the hell I want to do. You can kick me if you like.
Do you know? Yeah, but you don't stop talking. Just leave then. Like, kindly leave. We don't care. Did he leave because he can't filibuster? He just left because he couldn't get away with filibustering. That's hilarious. What an idiot. He thinks that the reassertion is the evidence for the claim. It's pathetic.
Slight straw man to the point as well. Nobody's denying things reduce in angular size with distance, but in this instance you're saying things disappear from the bottom up on a surface. I can demonstrate that to you on a known flat surface, things disappear from the bottom up. Hey, can you look at my images? No. Okay. I knew that conversation was quite well.
Yeah, he already decided that we were retards, and so he wasn't going to listen to anything you say. It's like doing this again, are we?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's all he ever does. He's been doing this for like about 6 months. Occasionally comes into the conversation, talks through people, and fucks off.
What's his name?
Nephilim 3.
Oh, that guy. I just won't bother with him next time. I think I've just got a growing list of people there's no point bothering with because they're only here to antagonise and not really have a debate.
I saw his name pop up and I knew the conversation wasn't going to go well, but he did speak and I did buy it, and I was right. But hey ho.
It is what it is.
We have Hyper, a round earther, in the chat. He's just jumped out, you arsehole. His name is really cool. It's Hyper Dash, a round earther.
Well, he must be then.
Mm. That's how we identify. Oh well, I guess it's back to swimming in silence until somebody says something stupid and we all start buying.
Yeah. If I just assert that there's no way that what you're saying is true, then I don't have to provide any evidence, and I'll just discard your evidence because I can. I guess.
Apparently so.
I'll be back in a bit.
All right, bud. Take care.
You too, mate.
Cool.
What's up?
None.
I help. Jetty doesn't need anyone's help. Indio doesn't need anyone's help. Why? Because we're in here every day in the gym practicing. So yeah, man, that's a great point. Don't worry about what the crowd has to say about you guys. They're gonna spit on you anyway. Just go in there with a raincoat or some shit. I don't know. Umbrella. But yeah, man, we're not worried about what the audience has to say. You guys have probably seen those memes where it's like one whole bunch of people rushing towards a cliff, and there's one person going the opposite direction. And they're like, "Yeah, what's stupid? Where are you going?" Well, not towards my despair, not towards my pitfall. So anyway, maybe you guys get it. Don't worry about what the crowd has to say, guys.
Oh,
But
man.
also,
Well,
yeah,
you know, the thing to know about that is just the crowd's not going to stop. You know, the
facts.
resistance is not going to stop. You know, if the truth is a needle in a haystack, there's a lot of hay, and there always will be, right? But it so always will be beset with everything that's not the truth. It'll be all around us, and it'll be vocalized. So it'll try to be attacked, as it always is. So it's just expected. But yeah, you know, the thing about it is what we're seeing by moving forward, progressing with this is concession from some of the weaker arguments that the
Oh
globe
yeah,
had. We're getting so there's an indicator to keep moving forward because we are changing them, not the other way around. That's a very good indicator of where the truth lies.
amen.
There's more resonance here. We've got the traction, right? As you see, how many people are going to Glober servers, or are there any?
Not me.
Do any exist? Who's going to the Glober servers? Tell me more about Globe stuff.
Well, they're all here, so what servers?
Exactly.
I don't know.
Exactly. So where's the traction, baby?
Right here, baby.
Where's the
Yeah.
rubber
Yeah.
meet the road?
Yep. Right here. Let's get
So
it.
yeah, no worries.
Yeah, why isn't there any like why don't you hear about like Glober get-togethers, like Globe
Right.
like gatherings? Like I don't hear about any of them getting together and going to the beach and making observations. No, they're just coming here and that's it, and railing against flat earthers in their own
Bro.
unique ways.
They'll go to our meetups.
You know
They
something
come
funny
to
about
our
this?
shit.
Would you guys have it any other way? Would it be as
Hell
valuable?
no.
Would it be as valuable if it was something that you didn't find out, that you didn't have to fight for or work for or want to know? If you didn't have to seek it and get merit to it and do your research, would it mean as much as if the plane was just taught to you as a kid?
Bro, I wouldn't change a thing. Not even gonna lie. I would not change a thing.
It gives it value, kind of, this lie.
Yeah.
Finding the truth. You know what I'm saying? Like, we did it. We're
Yeah,
here. And it's time to Paul Revere this thing, right?
yeah. And
Paul Revere.
and the longer we go, like you talked about traction, it gives us more and more traction daily. I mean, every day we're gaining more traction because they keep spouting off the same old religious chanting, of their globe Earth, and zero proof to back it up. So every day they come in here and do that, we're gaining more traction. So right on, keep it coming, keep it coming.
Sir.
Well, and as time goes by, a lot of that rhetoric that they bring to the table is whittling away. It has no value anymore. They don't bring it.
Man, they don't even remember their old rhetoric anymore. Yeah, of course.
They've run away from it. They've run
Yeah.
away from their own claims. So, like, Creative Bear talks about this a lot. Like, like that was our claim back in the day. Like that was refraction was our claim that the horizon is not physical, and they immediately jumped on the refraction bandwagon and quickly, as fast as possible, gathered up all their wagons and swiftly ran away from the geometric claim completely. It's hilarious.
God Got the wagon, circle the wagons. Yeah.
Yeah, pull out all the wagons. We get ready to go. We better run from this geometric claim. Holy shit! The flat earthers are hot on our trail.
Someone needs to make that meme because they did that in Django where they had everyone wear those little hoods and round up and run into the town. It was a trap and whatnot. We could definitely make that meme.
The meme. They should have a bunch of Glovers and wagons and running away from a 9-year-old flat earther.
Oh my god!
Because the 9-year-old flat earther has more information than they do about their globe. I guarantee you.
Yeah. Shout out to Sky Lives. Who's 13 plus. But
can you imagine? Think about that real quick before. Sorry, I didn't mean to preempt there, but
it's okay.
Think about what life would be like. Like, listen, I'm in my mid-60s now, which is fucking hard for me to believe, man. And I never thought I'd make it this far in life, you know. But that being said, what if like I had discovered this when I was 25 or something? That was 40 years ago for me.
God damn.
Think if I had been a flat earther for like 30 or 40 years, which could have happened, I suppose. I bet the bottom dollar that there were flat earthers around me that knew this and just didn't talk about it.
Oh yeah, man. That's such a good point. Because people sit here, they're like, well, where's all the flat earthers at? Yeah, well, what makes you think they want to come out here and get spit on like we are? Anyone can look around and see how flat earthers are being treated. Why would you sign up for that treatment? Might as well just keep your mouth shut. So there's probably a lot of people like that.
Talking about treatment and kind of looping back around to taking this out into the public.
Shout out to QE. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, right. Shout out. High five. No, but now in these Discord servers, of course, I mean, it's like fair game and open arena. So it's a little different here, but I'm talking about, you know, personal one-to-one on the streets kind of thing with people, with normies, right? Now, there's not a lot of anti-flat earthers roaming the streets, right? They're all hooked up in here. But after thinking about this, and I know it's going to sound funny, but I mean it sincerely in a way of how to look at approaching people, right? And it's how you look at sex.
Oh my.
Yeah, I know. Let's get into this.
Misogyny. Let's go.
Well, so let's just say, let's just say an individual likes what they like in that arena, but you don't go around telling everybody about it. But you kind of get the hint of who might be interested. You know what I mean?
Right.
And it's a feel out thing,
Yeah.
So, I mean, as far as what Sonny was talking about earlier, dumping every conspiracy, you're backing it up. You're just going to dump it on somebody.
Back it up and dump it. Back it up and dump
it. People run away sometimes. So I don't know. I mean, I'm just kind of good practice, looking for good practice on this kind of thing. And as far as some successes of landing some nuggets, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I want to add one more thing, Sonny, to what your point, how like people just keep quiet. And I found this clip recently. It was hilarious, but he makes a good point how like, well, people got bosses and shit. They want to keep their job and shit. It's actually really funny. I want y'all to listen to this. It's only like maybe 45 seconds tops.
Money is not gonna make me not agree with it.
Yeah.
Because I'm different from a lot of people. I pay myself.
Right.
I ain't got no boss. Probably if I had a motherfucking boss, I understand a lot of people who don't say anything too because
they're under somebody's thumb. Yeah.
I respect their mind too. I gotta respect that because
they gotta feed their family.
They gotta feed their family, and they don't want to fuck up saying no shit.
Yeah.
About their family too. It's just I'm in a different situation. I've been speaking about this since I came home. So, I mean, as you can see, I can't be blackballed. I mean, my ball's already black.
Yo, what the fuck? Oh yeah.
Mine are too.
Yeah, shout out to
Yeah.
Lil Boosie, man. That's a great clip though. He's like, yeah, man, they don't want to fuck up their shit, saying some shit. Yeah, he's just he's not even it's not even specifically about flat earth, but he's making a great point though. Why people just keep their mouth shut. People ask, where's all the whistleblowers, this, that, and the other. Well, they got families, they got checks, and they're almost at their retirement or whatever. Why would they say some shit? So I love that. That's why I like you guys, because y'all are different. You're gonna say this shit no matter what, no matter how far away your retirement is or whatever. I'm just gonna say it. We can't be blackballed. Our ball's already black.
Yeah, that's a good one.
We're our own boss. That was the first point too. It's like we're our own boss. No one's paying you as a flat earther. You must say this. You must do this. We do what we want. So no one can sit here and blackball you and tell you what to do.
I think that people ask this question like, what difference would it make, if it's flat or if you know this, and I'm here to say it can make all the difference in the world. Look, I'm not some fuddy-duddy freaking boomer. Like I might be the age, but I'm never going to settle for just good enough. Like, I mean, like we all have those parts of our lives where we do kind of have to settle a little bit, just to survive. We have to compromise a little bit. So, but I'm glad I never settled. Like I've always been young at heart because I refuse to like go along with the herd. Like I've done that my whole life. And like, it's caused me a lot of challenges in my life and a lot of heartbreak, but now here I am. End result is here I am with like-minded thinkers that have gone through the same things that I have. With this information, we are literally unstoppable. Think about it.
Facts. Yeah, we can't be blackballed.
Well, what's the alternative? There's no going back now, right?
Facts.
Could you imagine?
Where would we go back to? The globe?
Exactly.
Like no.
March on.
The same old misery, but only knowing like that would be really extremely hard to cope with, having known this information and then just turning your back on it. I think that'd be the worst thing. That would be like a betrayal of self.
I mean, that's why it's disgusting. Those people that like who claim to have been flat earthers and then so-called made the switch. I think that's rare if that's even real.
That irks
but
me.
That's just fucking loser.
Irks me, man. That really irks me. That one thing makes me passionate about this even more, because like that's impossible. Somebody comes to their senses and go, oh, the earth is exactly the way I experienced, and then go back again to fantasy instead.
Ain't no way, boy.
Double agent moles.
Yeah, see, I don't buy that. Like, I don't buy that they were real. Hell no.
Those people deserve a double hyper flat smacking.
It's always existed, and it'll always be the hay, right? It'll be up in there, and they'll just keep coming. And the only thing really to do is get the radar to where you see the template that they use. You can spot them quick. You know what I mean? Pick them out quick. Try to, anyway.
Yeah.
But the whole thing is always in movement, so wherever we go, there'll be a response to whatever's being said, right? So let me give you an example. Like if you guys follow Nathan, listen to Nathan is what I mean by that. Then like today's show, whoever was quoting this, Witsit or you don't quote me on that, whomever he was doing a review of, one of the current dudes, right, saying that yes, the earth is measured flat, but it's not flat. And we need to get there. So basically, this is the new kind of globe. This is a concession. So you see what I'm saying? So now there's a concession that, okay, yeah, it's measured flat. Yeah, they weren't saying that not too long ago, right? So But now today, right? At least whatever video Nathan reviewed, just to hear that is entertaining to me. For them to now be saying, like, moving the goalpost to, all right, it's measured flat, but it's not flat. That's new. I like that. Right? So we dig in and they transmute, to whatever they
Yeah,
need to
they're just like following along in the footsteps of the flat earthers that trudged the way through the first initial stages,
Is it any different than what Neil deGrasse Tyson and the crew, Nova, whatever has been going on for all these decades, of having to continually change and add to the story, right? It's a living story. How far out space is. Now we know this
Yeah.
about space. You know what I mean? And they'll always mold it to what, if somebody's finding some stuff out, somebody's got some questions, if something doesn't quite make sense about the lie they told before, they'll restructure the next part to cover that,
Well, think about it. What they're doing there is they have to, because that makes me think of like how we are actually on the daily causing them to have to make changes to their narrative, because what else are they going to do? Because a lot of people are listening to us now. A whole lot of freaking people are out there listening to this because we're basically everywhere in every social media platform. There we are. And it didn't used to be that way, but now it is. And it's like we've set the foundation to where it's in the culture. It's starting to promulgate into the culture, to be infused into the culture. We're part of the culture now, whereas before we were completely on the outside. Now I feel like we're sitting in our lawn chair, in our lawns, waiting for people to arrive.
Oh,
there's no, like, if I keep that in mind, then I'm much more effective as a speaker, as a communicator, and as a purveyor of the truth to the best of my abilities. And I'll shut up.
Man, kick back and enjoy your mint and julep. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Figuratively speaking.
Right. It's that time. It's time for some fun and a little excitement as far as just confidence in this, right? I mean, relax. The deal is done, and it's getting out there quickly. And it's not going to be too long before it's going to be completely embarrassing to admit anything about a NASA stuff. Embarrassing.
Yeah, man. I think they're folding up shop. I think they're folding up a bunch of websites. They're making them obsolete. They're canceling all this information, and they're switching it all over to who knows what. But you see it if you do a little investigation of the web itself and see how many sites you go to in doing searches are old NASA sites that are no longer being kept up, and they admit this to them, right in front and their disclaimer. And it's pretty amazing. It's shocking, actually. I don't know if you guys know about all of that. You probably do, but or have come across what I'm saying, but just didn't pay it to much mind. Just like it is kind of morphing into some kind of into something else where they're the people that are in control of the bandwidth are sweeping up after themselves. So it's harder and harder to find certain information.
More and more people are showing more and more people. And if you actually take a look, which is what all this is about, actually take a look, which puts on the mindset of be skeptical at what you have learned and learn. And when people look at the amount of digital cheese that NASA has provided in its entirety, I'm asking you guys, how big is that sandwich? I mean, it's almost like NASA saying, oh, you figured out we were pissing on you the whole time?
I know.
You finally figured that out. because we were going to keep pissing on you because you had your mouth wide open for it, right? We thought you liked it. You kept saying, go NASA, right? And you gave us all this money, or we took it, or however it works out, and nobody said a thing.
And
But
for quite a long time, everybody was buying it, and yeah, definitely for way too long. I think
it's insulting, is the reality of it. It's a mockery.
Yeah.
Right? This isn't just a what do you believe thing. This really comes down to individual indignation of how civilization is running. No is the answer. Ridiculous trying to pull everybody to wear 2-foot red clown shoes and flop around, and everybody's doing it. You got to say no.
Exactly. It makes me think of the Agent Smith, like totally, and also about zapping all of our energy, i.e., attention span. Like if someone can capture your attention, then they've got your energy for however long till you decide to take it back. So yeah, it's amazing to be alive on this day and age. I'll tell you that much. I saw the whole thing come about from before when I was a child, and there weren't even transistors yet. Everybody's using tubes. Do you know that they had tube amplifiers in the radios of the aircraft when they first came about, and in your cars too? Some of the oldest automobiles, not oldest, but say in the 40s and 50s, they were all using tube amplifiers, literal tubes lighting up, glass vacuum tube, like I have in my guitar, amps.
Yeah,
and
better than solid state. But yeah, you're right.
And then everything shrunk down, and I saw the whole thing happen, man. I've seen 4 or 5 different whole complete sets of technologies come about and then become extinct.
Yeah, replaced for sure.
Yeah, obsolete.
Cheaper. Yeah.
So all of those changes that trips me out. But anyway, I don't know where I was going with that, but it's all part of the same game. Anyway. Got control of your energy, your attention, and your technology as well. Yeah, that's it.
Well, man, it's hard to say how much power you're looking at from the powers that be, how intelligent it really is, how sinister it really is, how forceful it really is. There's some vile stuff going on, but it makes you think if they really wanted to just take it all and do it, they wouldn't have to ask, really.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, let's just say, for example, a government decides to quit working on roads. No more road work. Not going to take too terribly long. Nobody's going to work. Nobody's driving trucks. Nothing's moving, and everything collapses.
Huh? Sounds kind of a little bit like now. Excuse me.
Just saying, all of these humanitarian services, running water, hot running water, that's a blessing.
They do stop when they want. Like sometimes they don't warn me. They turn the water off.
Well, at some point, people cared about people in a way where since you were of some age, man. I mean, you kind of saw this formulating. I mean, culture in America was a lot more polite, say, in the 50s. Right? I mean, there was there was a mannerism, a public mannerism, and definite lines you didn't cross. I mean, even on the networks, like on TV, like I Love Lucy, right? If you had a bedroom scene, you had to have a man and wife in 2 separate beds, 2 singles with a nightstand in between them, and they could never have their 1 foot off the floor. 1 foot had to always be on the floor. Those were network rules.
That was a strange life. Yeah, I saw all of that, the cultural change and all of that.
That's
It went really fast. You know what I mean? It's like amazing how fast it all went by. In retrospect of it, I guess in retrospect, that's how we do see things as it going by fast. I don't know why that is.
Behind that polite face, which the citizens had, the media kind of showed that the citizens were in nod to that, and by and large, the American population was like that. But behind the scenes, right, the people that was still nefarious. That's always been going on, right? I mean,
Right.
when
I
you
think
really
that's
start peering into the levels at play, because it didn't take long after like that I Love Lucy, we were going to space, right? So obviously they plopped a
wild.
big one out,
Yeah, and they kept it going. That's but like it makes me wonder, like what you got to wonder what the bottom line is, what the end goal is, like, and that's about the only thing I can think of legitimately. I mean, there's a bunch of side issues there, but what's the goal? Like, what's the purpose of? I think it's just to take. They're using the energy of everybody somehow. They found a way to divert it all over, so where the energy goes, everything of energy goes to them.
I would look at all historic rise and fall. All historic rise and fall. Why a culture rises and how it falls. It's always from the inside, right?
Right.
Or a lot of the times, I say, from the inside, from the people that made it rise, right? And it's a turn
Yeah.
on the population. So, yeah.
Well, once they severed once the ties to our past are severed, then we have no way to recollect that information. So most of us don't know more than maybe a few generations back what was actually going on and what decisions were made. Same thing on this earth-wide scale, as far as the plane of existence, that we've all been under these regimes. I don't know. I kind of lost my plot, but
Yeah, but
hope you got
you know
something.
what? Well, let's not get entangled in the human darkness of things, because it's just a
Oh,
bunch of punks getting together, because it's just human decisions, and I
right.
mean, some people are okay with killing and doing things like that, but they're still, humans in a lot of ways. So thinking about all of this understanding is this absolute creation here, and when you see the real underpinnings of the darkness, it shows you more and more about what the truth is what's lying up against, right? It's dark and sinister out there as you peel back. Way, way, way stuff you don't want to see, stuff you do not want to see. And it's everywhere, right? And it's another layer, it's another level of existence that people are on. It's a club, it's way up there, and they don't
Yeah,
know
I think
anything.
we're protected by the truth, though. Like, I think honestly, there's a bubble around me. I'll just keep it on my side of the street, but I feel like there's a bubble of protection around me with this truth. And well, I mean, like, I don't know. I think it becomes what we make it. And I know that's like philosophical, like esoteric kind of like conversation, but I think it's necessary. But what I was going to say about the decision making, that like I started with the family, go back to these families that had great power. However, they got this wealth initially, like we'll never know that. We'll never know the actual history or the line of events that, and how close to even the false history that we've been taught, how close it is to us actually. Like those people are our relatives and can be traced back to, So I find that all very interesting.
This whole thing points to a spiritual realm, and it's just one of two agendas it seems to be as it always has been. But the thing about it, if all the things that point there are pointing correctly, then God's got this, and
Totally.
it will not be mocked. It'll be defied, but it will not be mocked, and every jot and tittle of the law will be fulfilled. And there's an end page to this. So, but gird your loins, nevertheless. Yeah, keep your head on swivel, man. But no worries. Absolutely.
Nice. It's been nice talking. Nice little conversation. Nice talking with you, Rotoox.
Yes, sir. I got to roll myself.
I'll send you a friend request and
You're too late.
okay. No, I got it. Oh yeah, I got it. All right, got it. There we go. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I need to go get a brace for my left hand. I'm a musician for 56, almost 56 years, a guitar player, and I hurt my hand so bad this time. I don't even know how I did it. But my left hand is out of commission. I have to go get a brace for it.
You're going to need that. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll heal.
Yeah. ASAP. Well, all right, my friend, and everybody else. Good
Yeah.
combo. We'll see y'all.
Yeah, I'll be back shortly, probably a few minutes. Right on. Thank you. Thank you.
Hey boys, so what's next? What do we have next?
It's like they just like showed up and so
Who's available for an interview? Should we interview somebody?
and then one day I came home and they were
Sydney.
walking around.
We got Bob.
I was like so excited.
Hello.
Hey, my boy Z, Top Z.
I do see someone that does not have a flat earther role. Let me just see. His name is I am Kovac. You there, Kovac? Okay, never mind. Yeah, but he's I think he's and Turquoise. Turquoise also is not fully a flat earther, but he's deafened. And NFS Phantom also deafened. He's not a flat earther. Okay, or at least he doesn't have the role. Kovac, you there, Kovac? I am Kovac. All right, never mind. No one's talking. Fuck it. Yep, everyone's muted.
Go on then. I'll step up to the table like this morning. How you doing, guys? I'm back.
What's that sweet?
I'm not fucking leaving. The show goes on. This is my home. They're gonna need a fucking wrecking ball to take me out of here.
My phone overheated there.
He hired too many American citizens.
This is crazy because look at NASA. They're not doing anything right now compared to SpaceX, right? So they're going to hamper SpaceX and take one of the most, successful spacefaring companies in recent memory. They're going to hamper them.
Well,
they're going to handicap them.
I'll tell you what the real issue is. The real issue is that the DOJ knows that if Elon Musk actually builds Starship, it's going to crash into the firmament, exploding, exposing the Earth as flat.
Wait.
And then chaos ensues.
Come on, bro.
Come on, bro. I am kidding.
You're trolling.
It's going to get to the end of the planet.
Tim, do you believe in flat Earth?
Of course not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, of course.
That's the joke.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
The DOJ is
I'll say there's
scared.
no way, not Tim too. No way, man. Now the ice wall is a different story.
That's
That's mainstream. Though. Sure.
It's like that's
Bro,
what you have to worry about.
Global
next.
warming?
We were arguing because I know, like, I have these friends who are like, then why can't you go to Antarctica, Tim? And I'm like, you can literally go to Antarctica. Like, there's this weird thing where they're like, if the Earth was round, then why don't they let us go to Antarctica? I'm like, some dude filmed himself marching through Antarctica, bro. It's just you got to get a permit for it.
They think there's like government agents guarding the end of the Earth.
Well, they're right. They flat earthers think, not all of them, that if you get too close to the edge of flat Earth, there's armed ships that will stop you.
They're going to reassign Trump's Secret Service after he goes to jail and send him to the end of the Earth.
I'll be completely fair.
You need a permit to go to Antarctica?
Yes, it's controlled by various military groups. I think there's like 14 nations that have territory there.
Okay.
And it's because it's scientific research and strategic location that's uninhabited. If you can show up on a cargo ship doing supply delivery and then like go on the shore and like look at the penguins and stuff like that. Tons of people do these little tours. You're there for a few hours and you leave. If you want to do an extended thing, you just have to let the other countries know, because it would be like entering Russia without a visa. And so because of that, they're like, then why won't they let you go? And I'm like, bro, you can't go to Russia without a permit. The Earth isn't flat because Russia is requiring visas. I just love the idea, though, that there's like a secret conspiratorial battalion guarding the edge of flat Earth, so that anyone who gets too close at any point of the flat Earth, they stop you. Like, dude, there's no secret cabal dedicated to protecting the firmament.
It's where all that black budget money is going.
What did he say? I never heard the flat Earth theory, so this is all new to me.
Oh,
this
there's
is
a
something
bunch.
I haven't.
We have friends that.
Well, you're having a tug-a-rugga there, eh?
What?
Huh?
Believe in it. I don't know why, but once again,
To be fair, I've not gone to outer space and looked at the Earth, so but there's a whole bunch of other reason why the flat Earth stuff is just stupid. But it is what
But
it
the thing
is. Some
if you
people don't believe it.
the Earth is real, your other conspiracies are also wacky as well, which is funny enough.
Yeah.
Well,
hilarious.
The Earth is it's actually flat and hollow.
I was gonna say, what about Hollow Earth? That's what we really should be talking about.
No, like this is the real conspiracy.
Donut Earth.
See, everybody keeps saying that the Earth is flat, and there's the other one, the Earth is hollow. I think it's flat and hollow. It's a donut.
Okay.
It's a donut.
Donut Earth.
Donut Earth theory. We just can't tell.
Wait,
That'd
so then
be-
the
that'd
other
be pretty
planets
crazy,
are
though.
donut holes, and the Earth is
That's
just a
right.
regular donut?
Wouldn't it be crazy though if the Earth was actually a donut? Like you are hanging out in your city on the inner ring, and you look up and you see Chicago.
God damn.
God dang, indeed. Gotta love these theories.
I mean, that's just what the mainstream has to say, guys. So just be prepared.
Wouldn't it be crazy if the Earth was a donut, man? Come on, man.
That was Tim Pool.
I've heard that name before, but I can't recall where I'm from.
He always wears that beanie. I'll post a pic.
Is this supposed to be also like a truth podcast or something?
I think he's more into politics. Seems to be his main focus.
Lame.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's collabed with Rogan and Alex Jones, and so let's see how many followers he has. $1.35 million on YouTube.
Owen talks a lot of shit about Tim Pool. I don't think he
Probably.
likes that dude.
Probably.
I've never watched him. I don't know anything about him.
1.35 mil on YouTube. Not bad. FNF is at 1.56. Let's go. No, but that was actually a collab of those two channels. But it's just really interesting. He brought that up unprovoked. You know what I mean? So it's just funny that I do foresee a future where it becomes talked about a lot more, maybe than the past few years, but time will tell.
Yeah, it just happens. You can even like mention things about the globe, and people will bring up flat Earth.
Exactly. Unprompted. You know, completely just, you know, you didn't provoke them to say it. You didn't. That's what's really interesting to me.
Yeah, I was playing I think I told this before, but yeah, I might tell again. So I was playing this fighting game with my buddy, and there's a stage where in the back you can see a planet Earth, you know, quote unquote. But we're playing on that, and he's like, "Isn't this stage like great? It's awesome, right?" And I'm like, "No, I don't like it." And he's like, "Why do you not like it?" I'm like, I hate globes." And then he's like, "Are you a flat earther?" Are you a flat earther? Right away, right away. It's pretty funny.
What was your question when he asked that?
What did you say?
What did you say that led him to say that?
I said I hate globes. All I said is that.
I think you brought that up. You brought
I
up the
just said
flat
I hate
earth.
globes.
Yeah,
I mean,
but you know what that leads to, right? You knew what he was doing there.
no, I really didn't. Like, he didn't even know that I'm into the subject, so he's not that good of a
Yeah,
buddy
but
of mine.
if you tell someone I hate globes, the next question is why do you hate globes? And the answer is because of flat Earth. It's a segue.
Yeah, but like, it is a big tell that that's where their mind leads right away. Like, they recognize that that's what it means. So. There's so many people I know that are like really into space shit. And to me, it's so strange. I mean, I get it, but I also don't get it. It's very funny.
How long have you been a flat earther, and how long were you a heliocentrist?
I've been a flat earther for about 5 years at this point. And I was one for, I guess, 27 years of my life, yeah.
I guess that's almost 30 years of being inside the programming and not being aware that the argument is even taking place or that it could do because you're not questioning the idea. And there's a lot of propaganda around. I guess you've probably got the experience like we all have that it is actually quite conceivable that until somebody brings it up, then this is all anybody knows. So any imagination, even if we're talking about space rockets, space adventures, or whatever it is, that's independent upon on the person, but the premise is still available to them. It's quite easy to see that, right?
Yeah. For me, it was like, as soon as it was brought up, I was kind of like really into it. I was like, what is this? This is something that's been eating at me. I didn't even realize it. And once I realized it, I was like, okay, this actually makes sense.
Ah, okay. So you come from the point of view of there's something quite not right, but you can't put your finger on it.
Yeah.
Until
I mean, I already always had that thinking. Like, I would sometimes look up at the sky, like at 16 years old, 18 years old, and I would think, man, I don't really feel like the ground below me is moving. Like the shit above is moving, but I don't feel like the ground below is moving. I remember vividly having that thought. And now thinking back, like, yeah, obviously, you moron.
Yeah, I feel that. I understand that completely. I used to lay on my back looking up at the sky, trying to figure out whether I could feel the earth moving. I managed to make myself a bit sick when I was concentrating on the clouds, which was making me feel like the earth was moving. I had been drinking and it was summertime. But yeah, that was the only way. Remember asking my dad a couple of times, especially on holidays, like at the beach when we were like swam out into the water, looking out to the horizon, asking him if that's the curve of the earth. being in aeroplanes, asking if that horizon's the curve of the Earth, and just still questioning it because it looked fucking flat. But you kind of put all that on the back burner. You don't necessarily question it much past the, okay, I guess it makes sense. It's just really big and it looks flat and it's moving so fast and all excuses.
Yeah, you just don't even, you take it for granted. Like, you think about it for like a second and then you just go back to whatever else. It's like
There
a
you go.
passing thought, you know?
Yeah.
Yo, what's up, people?
So,
what's up, boss?
Not much.
Oh, snap.
Good to see you.
That's
Yeah,
India.
I've just been listening. It's pretty cool. Oh yeah. People's elbow.
that would be his music. That would be.
Yeah, so I just got I don't know why this popped up in my feed. It says Nobel Prize winner explains James Webb Space Telescope versus the crisis in cosmology. So this is Dr. Adam Rees, Nobel laureate. So I just watched like 30 seconds of it, and he has the guy start off with the cosmic distance ladder, which is like how far they know stars are away. And one of these, no. So here, dude, it gets. Just listen to this. So he goes, okay, now explain this. Right? How can you use Cepheid variables to precisely measure distance? And his entire statement is circular logic. I really can't believe it. And I'm looking at these comments and like, they're like, this is amazing. Like, yada, yada, yada. Like, didn't you just catch that he needed to know the distance already to use that to measure the distance? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, right? He's like, yeah, we know if it's doing this, then it's this far away. Because stars that are this far away are doing this. Like, what the fuck? Like, what are you talking about? Like, that was totally circular logic. Like, what do you... Oh, man. Space fanboys is something else, man. They can't even critically think of, like, about what's being said by these people. Actually play it, dude. Because it's so... It's like, play like probably like 2 minutes of it. I clip it, but... Yeah, I'm gonna play this. Listen to this, dude. Now, that's what I'm doing himself. But.
We've talked quite a lot about the Hubble tension here on the channel. And this, of course, this measurement of the expansion rate of the universe, you measure it in the nearby universe, you get one number, you measure it in the cosmic microwave background radiation, pretty much at the beginning of the universe, you get a different number, and they don't overlap their error bars. And so something's going on, like we don't understand perfectly the expansion rate of the universe. So there's new physics going on, but maybe there's a mistake in the measurements. And it's important to double check all of your measurements very, very carefully. And so my guest today is Dr. Adam Rees. He is one of the most capable error measurement double checkers in existence. He won a Nobel Prize in 2011 for being part of the team that discovered dark energy. And Adam's work is in just measuring the expansion rate of the universe using Cepheid variables with the most precision. He used the Hubble Space Telescope And more recently, he's got his hands on the James Webb Space Telescope and has been able to do even more precise measurements of Cepheid variables, measuring the expansion rate of the universe with even more precision, just narrowing down those error bars to the point that they've almost gone away. We've got a wide-ranging conversation here with Adam Rees. We talk about just like, what are Cepheid variables? Why are they so good for measuring the expansion rate of the universe? And then we spend quite a while talking about other methods of measuring the expansion rate of the universe, what's going to work, what's not going to work, how do the new tools coming fit into that capability. It's a fascinating conversation. I think you're going to get a lot out of it. All right. Enjoy this interview with Dr. Adam Rees. Adam, you have revolutionized your team the Cepheid variable method of measuring distance in the universe. Why are Cepheid variables such an amazing yardstick for measuring distance in the universe?
Now I pause it. So listen very carefully as he tries to tell us how he measures the distances to these Cepheid variables. He never actually says how they actually get a distance.
Right. Well, I would say Cepheid variables have been sort of the gold standard of measuring long-range distances for about a century, since Henrietta Leavitt first discovered that they have a very tight relationship between the period with which they pulsate and their luminosity. And so because they're a star, that means that, they're a discrete object. They're common in the universe. And so therefore, when we see them far away, because of their pulsations and the particular shape of their light curve, we recognize them to be Cepheid variables because we can measure their periods independent of how far away they are just from their light curve. That zeroes in on what actually turns out to be really the mass of the star. So it's a star of a certain mass. The fact that it is varying is because its temperature puts it at a particular position in stellar evolution that causes this pulsation. So the consequence is we're dealing with a very specific object, a very specific mass, a very specific temperature. And so that's what makes it such a great distance indicator, is the specificity that we have even before we measure the distance. The other thing that makes them...
Now tell me if any of that gibberish made any fucking sense.
No, I'm actually starting to pull on my hair a little bit. That was weird. That was completely
he has the temperature of stars somehow. I don't know how he has it, but he has it.
Yeah, we measure the distance by measuring the temperature and measuring the pulsation, and then we can get the distance and know that they're far away from the temperature and the pulsation, and then we can get the distance. Like what the fuck are you talking about? This is a Nobel Prize winner. This is the pinnacle of science.
My favorite part was the introduction. He said, "This guy is the most capable air measure checker." Like, what the hell is that?
Yeah, and he couldn't even tell us how he was what he was actually measuring. Well, he said he was measuring the pulsation period and the brightness in the light curve, and then how did he get the distance out of that? That's what I want to know.
Well, he said of a certain size and mass, didn't he? Did he already know the size of the object?
Well, that depends on how far away it is.
Yeah.
Which is the thing he's trying to figure out in the first place.
Yeah, I thought we knew that. I think that was the bit somewhere around he was trying to explain near the beginning is where it all took place. It'd be interesting. I'd want to listen to it again. Have you posted it?
Yeah. I'll post it. You can listen to it like 50 times. You're never going to be able to decipher how he got a distance from that.
No, yeah, exactly. But yeah, this new James Webb Space Telescope stuff, it's kind of broken their cosmology in half, hasn't it? Shit.
Well, I mean, they already knew the problem was there. It already existed, like where their shit don't match up.
Oh, for sure.
They compared like Type 1A supernovas to like the cosmic background radiation, and that didn't add up. And they compared like the so-called expansion rate. Oh, what was it? I'm trying to think. Fuck. There was something about this so-called expansion rate. I saw something on it that it was mainstream too. That basically said there is no Hubble expansion. That it's a bunch of bullshit.
Well, it's all
I can't
done with
remember.
it's all done with that light curve and Doppler shift, isn't it? This expansion rate.
Yeah. But it might be based upon something else. They were saying that there was like, I can't remember off the top of my head what it was. Was that the redshift? That these shifts have nothing to do with it moving. That it was some other phenomenon that was causing. Because a red shift and a blue shift, it's a shift in shift in wavelength, and there's lots of ways that can happen.
Yeah. Might just be the color of the light.
I think it was like maybe like there's some I can't remember exactly what it was. I think it had something to do with, needless to say, refraction or something like that.
Of course.
Yeah, of course, man. That's like the fucking Swiss Army knife. It does everything.
Well, this is where I think if I get this right, where they say that they discovered one of their darks, whether it's dark energy or dark matter. I think it's dark energy, with regards to this expansion rate, because of all the extra energy. There must be extra energy out there because the expansion rate, it's increasing, it's accelerating. So where's the extra energy come from? Oh, that's the dark energy. Ooh, is it? Is it now? Okay. Have a problem with entropy. They really do.
I mean, like, I don't really have a problem with them, telling their stories. But when they run around and go on TV and start telling people, like, oh, yeah, we know what the universe is doing, and we know this, and we know that.
Stop the cap.
If I was on that same TV program and I asked them, do you think in 500 years, the shit you're saying now is going to turn out to be correct? And they would all say no. They all say, yeah, you're right. Like, so why are you sitting here, like, prognosticating like you know? This is your best guess. See, whenever these guys are pressed, right, on, like, if they're pressed to give, like, an evaluation of the absolute truth of their claim, they'll say, best guess. This is our best guess given our current understanding. They say that we use the word shit. Which is fine until you start saying it's absolute truth, which is not fine. So you have dumbass Globers coming in here talking about black holes and gravity waves.
It's if I get this right, maybe a week or two ago, I saw a jump up on my feed about them discovering another black hole, taking an image of it somehow. It's
Oh my god.
Yeah, exactly. Black holes everywhere.
Yeah, so I actually saw, I should post this. Yeah, I'll see if I can find it. Popped up in my YouTube feed. It was a YouTube short. It was the astrophysicist saying it's very possible that our universe is on the inside of a black hole.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard this.
What the fuck?
I thought these bastards were supposed to be intelligent. The only space I'm seeing is the gap between their fucking ears.
They are intelligent. They're making tons of money talking bullshit.
Not gonna fall for that shit.
You don't even have to be a good writer, man. Like it's like you have like people that write fiction, but then you can write write fiction, call it nonfiction, and be a horrible writer, and people will buy your books. It's typically like non-fiction, like Lord of the Rings. It has to be, written with quality, right? It has to be good writing, compelling writing, storytelling, all that stuff. They can just say stupid shit like we're living inside an enormous black hole. And this story can be horrible, but like people want to believe this nonsense.
Me. I'm actually kind of disappointed that I used to. But what other choice did we have?
Maybe I don't know if this is unique to me, right? So I used to believe all that crap too, black holes, yada yada yada. But when I think back and like when I was very young, I read a lot of fiction, right? All the typical fiction that, like, at least in my day and age, was like I said, like Lord of the Rings, Wrinkle in Time, like fantasy novels, science fiction novels, stuff like that. But then when I think about how I thought about that in my mind, right, versus how I thought about the so-called scientific claims, right? There's black holes, planets orbiting the sun, all that stuff. I realize now that in my mind, it was the same thing, right? But things that are actually nonfiction, right? Like the instruction manual on how to put together an piece of IKEA furniture, right? That's completely nonfiction, and it exists in the physical world. How that resides in my mind is something different than how their so-called scientific claims, which are supposed to be objective reality. They resided in my mind the same way as like fiction resided in my mind. That's why, like, I'm not like embarrassed. Like, it's kind of embarrassing, but it isn't. The only embarrassing thing is that it's the same thing as like thinking Lord of the Rings was real. You know what I mean? Which is, when you're a child, it's okay, but as you get older, it's kind of not okay.
It was
sorry,
I'd say I remember a guy talking about that he surmised that it was over 1 million degrees at the edge of a black hole. And I remember thinking, man, that's got to be complete crap. This is like 20 years ago. I was just thinking, what? Where do they come up with these numbers? I was like, it's pretty bad. Like,
I saw a video last night about a nuclear bomb.
Earlier. So stupid.
Well, check. Yeah, I know, dude. That just made me think of a video I saw about what would happen if a thermonuclear bomb went off in Los Angeles. You're talking about like the temperature it reached, and like it would be the hottest object in the solar system. Just fucking rolling my eyes, man. Like, what the? You talking? And it's showing like 3D animations, of course. The temperature is going to reach 10 million degrees, and it'll be the hottest object in the entire solar system. Just like, shut up. And the people that make those videos, they actually believe that stuff. I mean, they believe it. I used to believe it.
You saw Terminator, so all the people turned to ash. Dude, they enough movies. If you see enough freaking movies, it's I don't know. I think it really does make not to me, but at least I don't feel like it. I don't know, man.
You ever see The Day After?
Shit, are you talking about a really, really old?
Yeah, it was like one of the first. It was a made-for-TV movie.
Booth Powers, Booth.
Yes.
He was he was a flight guy, and he was like, "Let's not drop him because everybody else is dropping him." That whole thing. Like he decided not to drop him because everybody else was dropping him. I'm like, well, if everybody else is dropping him, the whole world's going to be dead anyway. So why should we drop ours or something? It was like they were in the aircraft that were dropping like nuclear bombs, right?
I don't know if that's the same movie. Hold on, let me check.
It was a TV freaking movie. It was TV. It was like a freaking ABC TV freaking.
I thought that was a frozen, like when Earth was supposedly got frozen all of a sudden. I thought that's the day after.
Oh, maybe it is. Maybe it is the one with
the day after is a nuke movie, bro.
The Day After Tomorrow is the one with.
I'm thinking.
Yeah, Day After Tomorrow was a good movie.
That's the nuke movie, though?
A really old.
I just posted a link to the movie I'm talking about in the chat.
Yeah, there's the day after and the day after tomorrow. One's about ice, one's about nukes.
Got it.
So the day after was famous because it showed like there was at the beginning of the movie kind of like showed like what's supposed to be realistic, the realistic effects of nuclear bomb blasts. So there's like people driving on the highway in the distance, they see mushroom clouds, and it shows them like a big frickin' pressure wave hitting them, and then there's like nuclear fallout and like chunks of shit just falling from the sky like and like ashes, and then people's skin starts peeling off and their teeth start swelling out. So it was like a propaganda movie from the 80s. Guess who came up with the idea of nuclear fallout, nuclear winter? Never gonna guess.
Oh God!
Come on, man! You guys can do it, man. You guys have never guessed, but come on. Who came up with the theory of nuclear winter?
Another sci-fi writer?
You're pretty close.
Does it not say this? Who's the guy?
By Dawn's Early Light. That was the one with Powers Booth. That was the one I was thinking of.
That's another nuke movie, yeah.
Carl Sagan.
Who the heck was this?
Carl Sagan. That's how he got famous.
Oh,
really? Sagan. Fucking hell.
Carl fucking Sagan, man.
Yeah.
So Carl Sagan, he was an astronomer, and he like supposedly saw like a comet or asteroid something hit Mars, and it kicked up a dust cloud and obscured what they could see with Mars supposedly.
Well,
and
wait a minute.
He wrote a paper about it saying the exact same thing would happen on Earth if there was a nuclear bomb blast and would cause a nuclear winter.
I was gonna say,
we'd all die.
Wasn't the Scientologists, weren't they like one of the first people to tout that freaking like all the souls are in the volcanoes and they were dropping like thermonuclear bombs around the volcanoes to like seal in the spirits in the volcano. Dude, the freaking Scientology
fucking
crazy. Dude, you look into some Scientology crap, man. Watch that show on that girl on who's that freaking that damn TV show with the fat guy and the girl from freaking like Queens. They had a show on like TLC about her and her Scientology thing. It was like Leaving Scientology or somebody with Leah, whatever the hell her name is, I forget. Damn it.
So Carl Sagan, his claim to fame was coming up with the idea of nuclear winter. He was part of what was it called? The Union of Concerned Scientists. That was like, so back in the 70s, people were against nuclear power plants and all this crap. And he was kind of like the ringleader of all this crap. I'm sure Sonny remembers all this shit.
Yeah, I do remember a lot of it, actually, because I was always looking
protests in front of, 3 Mile Island and all the crap that was going around back then.
So I was right. Another sci-fi writer. That's what he is.
Yeah. And and now we have to deal with fucking stupid Eratosthenes because of that jackass was on Cosmos.
It was
I don't know if
Leah
you remember.
Remini.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Leah Remini did that Scientology show on TLC or something, or Discovery. He left the church, and it was this whole. She talked about all the crazy crap they did, like when she went in there and found out their whole you don't find out all this, you don't find out all the nonsense until you get way up in the church. So after you've put in $10,000s and thousands of dollars in books and done all this stuff, and usually you don't find out anything unless you put in a lot of money, or if you're famous Tom frickin' Cruise or her. But then she finds out about the volcanoes and the thermonuclear weapons and all these spirits that are trapped in these volcanoes, and she's like, holy crap, this is batshit crazy. And she that's when she started thinking, I gotta get out of this freaking crazy place.
Yeah, they were really pushing a lot of that stuff in the even in the late 70s, but the 80s and the 90s for sure, really pushing that space agenda. And then a bunch of these whatever they are, astrophysicists, whatever that is, they all did this thing. They said, what the bleep do we know? They all started talking about quantum physics and stuff and how much they don't know. They're all admitting it. This is 10 years ago. That's a good show. That's a good movie to rewatch because it talks about the double slit experiment and so forth.
I can't. Are we still live?
Yes, indeed. According to my look, both bots are in here.
Cool. Then
Rumble and YouTube.
Live, ladies and gentlemen, we are live. Decent panel we got going on in here. Some pretty big names as well. Shout out to Sunny. Shout out to T-Dub. Yep, Sunny. Man, how you doing?
I have to wait until after 1 o'clock to get a brace for my hand so I don't use it because it's I'm not used to that. I never had problems with my hands. Anyway, that's another issue. So where are the Globers at with the proof or they just denied any proof at all, even their own? They're just Matrix. Yeah, Matrix and I were on the Ball Busters show yesterday, and tuned in there with QE and the gang. Pretty fun.
Okay. Ballbusters.
Yeah.
Nice.
Looked
Shouts
at
to
a
Ballbusters.
debate. Looked at a debate that was between Witsit and some Glober.
Okay.
You have to watch it. He'll be releasing that. I think he said on Thursday or something.
Word.
I don't know if any of you guys are aware. This is really interesting. So tonight we've got a blood moon lunar eclipse. I'll post when you should be able to see it. Just give me a second.
Tonight? Yeah.
Yeah. It's the evening of the 13th and 14th. So it's the 13th tonight, going into the 14th.
Yeah. Wow. I'll see if. I wonder if I'll be able to see it because right now it's a blue sky, but it's been overcast every single morning and nighttime.
Hold on, that's next year. I put the wrong one in. Give me 2 seconds, I'll find the actual one.
Well, hopefully I'll be able to see it. I'll take a look on time and date and see what time it's supposed to come around.
There's also an eclipse coming up soon.
Yeah, on the 4th. That's on the 4th.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're so right. It's not tonight. That was next year. I'd got the wrong one up. Next one that's happening in 2024, the next pre-umbral lunar eclipse, which is the next blood moon, is on the 24th and the 25th of this month. Now, I think that's like 10 days before the eclipse that's supposed to be taking place across America.
That's some interesting timing right there.
No, it can't be 10 days. It's got to be 14 days. So I think it's the 8th of April that eclipse actually takes place. Let me double check. Because you'd have to have at least 14 days to go from a full moon, which is when we observe a lunar eclipse, to when we have a solar eclipse, which is when the moon is in a new moon phase or when we don't see it. Where's the moon's eclipse? Yes, April the 8th. It goes across America.
So the next blood moon, you said, is the 24th, 25th of March this month, right?
Yeah.
And the solar eclipse is on the 14th to the 15th, isn't it?
Solar eclipse is the 8th of April.
Oh, the 8th. Didn't I already say that? Okay.
You said 4th. You said 4th, buddy.
I thought it was 4th. Okay. Solar
I
eclipse.
4th, 6th, and 8th over the previous months, so it is the 8th, buddy.
Check.
I heard check, but no mic.
Well, I was asking for the check. I was going to offer to buy this round.
All right. Well, if you're buying, let me get a.
What's up?
Hey, how are you?
Virtual bar is open.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm just on my lunch break.
Hey, Wave Mixer. Another person born in 1958. the
Hey,
year
Another
NASA was
OG.
created.
Another legend.
The actual
OG.
year.
Well,
yeah,
maybe,
the actual. Sorry, go ahead, Wave. I'm sorry.
You might be an OG. I'm an OF because I'm an old fart.
Oh, wait, you're an old OnlyFans?
He remembers. He saw Van Halen before they were Van Halen. They were called Mammoth.
Oh,
I
he on
did.
OnlyFans.
That's funny. That's a
I
funny.
saw 'em- I saw them play at Stacy Agajanian's 15th quinceanera or sweet 16, something like that. Yeah, I think it was a sweet 16 party. in Pasadena before Van Halen became Van Halen when they were still Mammoth.
Oh my gosh, that's
used to be
before
the-
freaking David Lee Roth joined them. Before they had any equipment or anything. Even before they had David Lee Roth join them, right?
No, that was David
David
was
Lee
still
Roth
there,
was
and he was
there.
wearing a spandex back then. He was there,
Dude,
but they had to change the name.
Like there was a time before where Eddie was singing, and they didn't have a lot of equipment, and they were doing like backyard parties, and it's all in that documentary. But yeah, then they had.
I was around LA back in those days and on the west side on the beach. Like I remember all of that happening. Like I was a young guitar player too, right at the same time.
The Van Halens used to live right behind one of my best friends, up by the corner of Orange Grove and Allen in Pasadena. She lived on Orange Grove. There was an alley behind her place, and I forget, Loma Vista maybe, I think might have been the name of the street. But they lived on that street on the other side of the alley. And when I was 14, 15 years old, something like that, we used to hear them practicing. They'd be back in the garage, which was right next to the alley, and we'd be back by the alley where the pool was, and we'd hear them practicing when, we had no idea who they were. And then when I got into high school, they were the local party band. Everybody wanted to have them there. They had to change their name from Mammoth because there was another band that had the name Mammoth. So they went to go with Van Halen. David Lee Roth was with them when they had that transition from Mammoth to Van Halen. I used to ride my bicycle when I was going to my friend's house that had the pool. And I'd go by the house and I could hear Alex just pounding away on the drums. He might have had him up in the living room or his bedroom or something, but I could hear it from the front of the street really, really loud. But we had no idea who they were. That was just, somebody,
Isn't the story Eddie played drums first, and then they switched? Like, yeah.
That's what I heard.
That's the story.
And they didn't like David. They thought he was like kind of a fancy boy, like a came from money or something. But they wanted his PA, and that's why they let him hang out with him, or something to that effect.
That's a trip.
That's the way the story goes. I've seen that documentary. I don't know if any of that's true or false. What I do know is that right by the corner of Allen and Villa, there's a little liquor store that said they used to frequent. And we used to frequent that too because they'd sell cigarettes to minors. So I wouldn't be surprised if they too were frequents. And Eddie has his name that he went ahead and when the concrete was wet, he put his initials in there, EVH or Eddie. I don't remember what it is exactly. But that's a place that I used to frequent when I used to go up there and visit my friends right around the corner. And my neighbor that lived there, when I talked to her a few years ago, and I was saying, hey, did you know that Eddie Van Halen used to live behind you? Eddie and Alex Van Halen? She goes, yeah. And I go, oh, you never mentioned that to me. And she goes, oh, okay. But we were really tight when we were teenagers. But as things happen when people, go from teenagers to early 20s and so on, a lot of friendships break apart once you get married. You're doing married people things and stuff. And it never, I knew who Van Halen was, but I wasn't that much in touch with her when they were becoming popular. She was actually in the Air Force at the time. So anyway, interesting story for me. I was there. I didn't know who they were, what was going on with David Lee and having the money for the equipment and stuff. That wouldn't surprise me.
I knew I had a friend who was friends with the Guitar Center in LA back in those days. So I frequented places where bands like that would hang out because this guy became what did he become? The manager of the LA store Guitar Center, and then or was it Hollywood? I don't know, but he became the regional Guitar Center manager. So I've been in places in there, up in Pasadena, Altadena. Like I had friends in Altadena, like same time, late 70s. Yeah, mid to late
Guitar Center.
70s.
Guitar Center. I've donated to the Church of the Guitar Center many times.
The Church of the Guitar Center. I still have a guitar that's a Dan Electro professional Longhorn, based after the Dan Electro Longhorn, and I bought it at McCabe's Guitar Store in Santa Monica. I still have that guitar. I've had that guitar for over 40 years.
You know, I haven't bought a guitar in several years. It's been a while. But sitting here right on the other side of one of my monitors is a bass, PV bass, that I got to go ahead and do some work on. I got it at a really good price. And I want to take it all apart and take it down to the bare wood and get it refinished and stuff, because the back's kind of checkered. So not checkered, but it's stuck to the padding, the foam padding on the inside of the case. It sat for so long that it kind of adhered to it, and it's really nasty looking. So I'm going to pull the whole thing down, refinish it.
Yeah,
one of my projects to do. Just
that's what I have. This
when
bass,
I get the time.
This bass guitar I built. Did I show you? I think you saw the picture. Looks like a P bass, except I cut the headstock myself and shaped it, designed the curve, and it looks really good. Precision woodworking.
You designed the curve. Is this all your fault? The curve.
I designed.
You designed the curve.
I actually placed the radius on this headstock. Yes, I did. There's a couple of curves in this one. So it looks pretty much just like a Fender P bass, I think. I don't care. It's nice. I left it the natural wood look. So if someone bought it cheap from me, they could just refinish it. I don't know if I'm going to keep this one. You never know. I might end up keeping it, but I have it up for sale. We'll see what happens.
Well, let me just ask you this: is your fretboard, is that flat?
The fretboard is what?
Flat. It's not curved, right?
The fretboard is flat as possible. Yeah, and I had to.
Okay. Just making sure.
I had to adjust
because you said you were responsible for the curve
of this guitar, so I made sure there was no curve in the neck. Yeah. Well, actually, the neck has to have just a tiny little bit of curve, but you're starting from a flat baseline. So I actually put a straight edge up to all the frets and get it flat as possible. Then when you put the strings, you have more tension. So it pulls the tension, that'll bow it. You want a little bit of bow in a neck on a guitar, because that will give you the relief you need in order to make the strings sound clearly, as long as you have enough clearance. And it gets into more technicalities as you get higher up in the neck and get towards the body, because you can have a curve right there. You don't want that. You have buzzing frets. Yep, all from a flat baseline, horizontal. I check it on my bench. And then set the truss rod, which is a rod that goes through the neck. This one is Apollonia wood for the body. It's a hard maple neck with a stained poplar fretboard. Pretty fantastic, but I can't play. That's probably how I hurt my hand trying to play the bass. Too far out of but I don't know, I might have hurt it on the bike. Boy, that was a changed subject. Okay, back to the flat earth. Anyway, reminiscing with friends from a faraway time. That'd be Wave Mixer and myself.
Yeah, just mute it up so you guys couldn't hear me crunching on my lunch break. I was listening to you talk while I was chewing away.
Figured so. So listening to QE's show the other day in the panel, I wrote down a few notes, and not that it was actually maybe noteworthy, but one thing that is noteworthy is the 12 things that this particular Glober presented. And I'll just read those off because I have to go soon. So a Glober presentation, here's what they're going to be using, or this is one idea of what the Globers will use. Okay, 1, Himawari weather satellites. 2, our NASA's photoshopped. 3, no flat Earth map. 4, space is real. 5, satellites are real and in space. 6, solar eclipses. 7, lunar eclipses. All the photographic evidence from Apollo 8, number 8. 9, ISS is really in space. 10, spacewalks cannot happen underwater. 11, southern hemisphere flights. 12, water finding level. So that was just what he was going to try to bring up, all these 12 points. And I don't want to make it I don't want to give it away, the plot, because this show is going to be released by QE coming up on Thursday, I think he said. So there's a little shout out QE. Very interesting. Let's see. Jedi, yeah.
Have you seen QE go to town on those Muppets properly? Like yesterday's Ball Busters was pretty soft. When QE does a treatment, you want to sit and listen to that, mate. You'll be in stitches.
Oh, I've heard it in person in the arena and back for the last 4 years here on the server. So, I've been privy to some of the most rewarding conversations I've ever heard in my life. Not just like here on Discord, but in my life, whatever. But yeah, very intriguing and very interesting. Good stuff.
Hey, Sonny?
Yeah.
It's like shooting hippos in a fishbowl.
I know. I saw your.
Hey, Sonny?
Yeah, I got it. Yep.
Not to derail the thread again, but I posted some guitar porn for you.
Uh-oh.
I know those are very nice looking. All of them.
Sticks.
I like the middle one.
The one on the left,
is the middle one like a ES330 or something, like clone, like?
It's an Epiphone 339.
339.
Yes,
yeah,
339.
I like that shape. And then the SG, which I think is maybe
it's got the P90s.
Nice stuff.
Yeah, P90s in the Epiphone. The SG shape on the left. That's one that I designed. I had somebody that's a luthier go ahead and do the whole guitar for me. That's a neck through design. It's got a maple, or not a spalted maple top. It's a carved top like an SG. It's also a semi-hollow body. And the pickups are the Seymour Duncan P rails.
That's pretty cool. Like, I like that a lot. I wouldn't mind building one like that. I think I could do it. But I also saw also saw kits for like an Ibanez type guitar with the Ibanez neck. And so but the SG I miss, like it basically got stolen by a family member. And plain as I can say it.
Well, I've got an SGJ. I've got a Epiphone G400, which is an SG. It's got a solid neck on it. It's not a bolt-on neck.
Right.
I've got the SGJ by Gibson, which has the extra frets on it. My babies, most of them are packed up just because I don't have room to get to them. So
exactly, I hung a couple of guitars up on the wall, and it saved me a lot of floor space. But I need to hang up some more. I try to get all the guitars up off the floor.
Yeah,
So
you
I
gotta
have
click
like
on
I
those.
have kind of a rare Targa 70s Targa Stratocaster type deal. Like look it up. Let me see what model it is. I don't have a pic of it or nothing, and I need to put strings on it. Apparently, it's going to be mine for a while because of my dear brother.
What happened with the dear brother?
He decided to like. I loaned him my SG. Big mistake, and he lives in LA, and I've had no transportation like to go up to LA and get it all this time. So he's had it for like 8 years. He's even been down here. He stayed with me for a month, and I flat smacked him. So he went back and just did the opposite. And I never saw my SG, like after that time. So I should let it go. Anyway, it's all right. I'll build me a new quiver of guitars. I don't care. I already have 5 of them right now. One of them being a bass. Pretty
And,
nice.
but you only just
Schecter.
need one more.
I have a Schecter Omen 6, like Schecter. It's a badass guitar. Take a picture of that one.
I've got a fun like one man band setup. It's super fun to jam out on. It's like got this looper, like a 6-track looper and a drum pad, and just put a chord progression down, put a drum beat down, and jam out. I really want to get a 12-string acoustic for that. I think I'd have so much fun with that too. But it's pretty darn fun on the electric also.
So I took a Cort electric guitar and stripped the whole body down, redid it, did a bunch of work to it, and I called it Dirty Girl. And she looks kind of like this. So I did a bunch of rewiring on it. So it was like a super strat wiring, and it had 23 tones on it, depending on the positions and the push-pulls and all that kind of good stuff. And I gifted that to my wife's, I guess it would be her cousin. So he had a guitar and somebody had stole it from him. So I felt kind of bad. So I gave him that Dirty Girl guitar. That's what I call her. And he's playing that nowadays. And that's a picture of him enjoying Dirty Girl after I redid a whole bunch of work. Stripped all the finish and everything off of it. I wanted to give it that old ship type wooden plank type of look. And I made the pick guard out of wood. The pickups are interesting. The first 2 pickups, the one that's in the neck and the middle pickup, were actually off of an SG3 that had 3 single coil pickups. And the back one was an EVH type humbucker. All the hardware on it is brass.
Yeah.
The bridge, the knobs, the tremolo.
That's on the last one? That's on this last one you posted?
Yeah, the Strat looking one. And it's got an upside down neck off of it. I forget what I got that neck off of. That was off of something else.
It's got a nice maple neck. That's the same neck that's on that guitar. Okay. I got you. The one that looks burnt kind of has, yeah. So
yeah. And that was naturally the color of the wood. So
now
it was a 4-piece that had 4 pieces of wood.
Are those single pole pickups in the middle and neck position?
So those are SG3 pickups. So the SG3 was only made for a couple of years. I think it was in the 70s, maybe the 80s. I'm not sure. But it had 3 single coil pickups on the SG3. And I have a set of the 3 single coil pickups. But what I did, I went ahead and put one in the neck and one in the center. And I put the humbucker back in the bridge.
Yeah.
And it's got an interesting set of tones. So, and usually, because the way single coils always give you that hum. So I put it on the first 2 for the bridge tone, or for the neck tone. I've got, the center and the front pickup, and then I could go back to the rear only to get that humbucker sound.
Nice.
Take a look and see what just breezed in the door.
I love that clip. That clip's hilarious. Who did just breeze through the door? Magic. How do you say that, guys?
Yeah, Magia Coldus.
Yeah, you're up.
Anyway, enough guitar talk. Sonny, it's always been a pleasure. I got a few more minutes before my break is up, so I'm just going to kick back and listen and give somebody
likewise.
Give somebody a chance to talk about the flat Earth.
I'll post a couple in the interim. I'll post a couple pictures as well till we get to the next conversation about the Earth.
Take a look at these windows. Breathe through the door. That shit geeks me out, Matrix. Did he leave? I think he left. Ooh, we need a nice blue track.
Sister boy should have stuck around.
I like that.
Yeah, don't worry, I'm out farming more sounds. I'll keep them entertained.
Always. I'm always farming. I agree.
The scary part is I'm just looking through Waldorf and Statler at the moment. Yeah, this is good.
You can find inspiration from anywhere. And it's everywhere. Shout out to you, Matrix, man. You're making my life so much easier over here. It's great. It's great. So awesome.
Well, I know
man.
what it's like when you've got multiple windows open or you're on your phone, which is even worse. You can't see everyone, especially when you've got more than about 8 people on. And yeah, it's just good to have someone else keeping an eye on the board. So, oh, someone's walked in, play that clip, and everyone sort of goes, oh, wow, where is he? And you know you're looking for someone.
But also the fact that you put a lot of thought into it as well. So we definitely we very much appreciate it. Your clips are original. They're funny. No, I'm over here like about to bust a spleen half the time. So I love it, man. Keep up the good work. Right, so
No, I think there's more of it out.
we haven't done a ping in a while. We could do that, or we could interview somebody. What do you think?
I could always go dig up my buddy Neil and interview him. We have a special guest joining us on the panel, and please give him a welcome. His name is Neil, and I have a few questions to ask him. Neil, who's measured the diameter, circumference, or radius of the Earth?
Earth's circumference was first accurately measured more than 2,000 years ago by the Greek astronomer Eratosthenes, who at the time lived in the Egyptian city of Alexandria.
So tell me, Neil, how did Eratosthenes measure the Earth 2,000 years ago?
He had heard that in the nearby town of Syene, midday sunlight shines straight down to the bottom of deep wells on the same day each year, indicating that the sun was directly overhead in Syene. In Alexandria, however, sunlight on that day never reached the bottoms of wells, but instead fell upon the sides. Eratosthenes reasoned that the difference in the angle of incoming sunlight was due to the curvature of Earth's surface. And so by measuring this angle, he related the distance between Alexandria and Syene to the total dimension of the globe.
So your only measurement of the Earth was taken 2,000 years ago, before clocks or cell phones were invented, yet Eratosthenes was able to communicate with someone 500 miles away
and be able to sync their time to take measurements at the exact same time? I must say that I do find it fascinating that with all the trillions of dollars NASA has received, we have no measurements of the Earth with our modern digital equipment. It leaves me wondering how we know the size of other objects in the sky if we don't even know the accurate size of the place we live on. Well, surely we've been able to measure the axial rotation of the Earth, haven't we, Neil?
By the mid-19th century, most educated people knew that Earth spins on its axis, completing a rotation once a day. But there was no obvious visual demonstration of the Earth's rotation, only astronomical evidence.
So, Neil, if I get this right, are you saying that there's never been a measurement of the Earth's axial rotation?
No one has ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth.
Thank you for being honest, Neil. I do have one final question for you. Normal atmospheric pressure at sea level is 14.6 psi. The vacuum of space is said to be 10 to the negative 17 torr. Can you have gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum without a container?
The second law, thermodynamics, says that you cannot have a gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container.
Okay, Neil, let me get this straight. The only measurement of the Earth was done 2,000 years ago with sticks and shadows. The axial rotation of the Earth has never been measured, and space is a direct violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
You know what, Wave? You are correct. You caught me. The Earth is flat. Is this the part where you snatch my wig?
And with that, I think I need to get back to work and off my lunch break. Thank you very much, Neil.
That was enjoyable. I enjoyed that. Have a good day. Good to see you again, wife.
Hey, good to hear from you too. I gotta.
Wave mixer, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks, Neil Armstrong. I mean, Neil deGrasse Tyson. No, that's not Neil Armstrong. Boomer alert on myself.
Coffee's corner roaster wave mixer. Your wife's coffee, by the way, for your order.
I know what you mean about pedals. That's all the pedals I have right now, though. The lineup. Need to get some new ones. Here I am with a broken hand, though, and I can't play. That drives me a little bit nutty. That's all right.
How'd you break your hand?
I don't know what I did to it. I really hurt some tendon or something in my wrist. Like I must have really pulled something in my wrist. So I don't know how I did it, but it hurts like hell. I'm like a wounded bird.
Have you got it strapped?
What's that?
Have you got it strapped up?
I'm going right now to get a brace for it. Yeah, and probably that would help keep it up. But I can barely put my socks on, man. It's terrible.
Yeah, I bet. Get it strapped up. Yeah.
It'll heal. It'll just take a while.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Yeah, it has to do with my little finger. Yeah. Oh yeah, man. I'll be all right though. I've been worse. This is a perfect time and a perfect timing to have just a little bit of beer, like a tiny bit, like 6 ounces of beer. It's my belief that people in the old days, they knew how to use whatever was around them like that and be able to use it as a medicine when needed. No, it's not easy. Try that. Try not being able to use your dominant hand. I didn't realize how dependent I am on my dominant, and it happens to be the left.
Sonny, come on, I'm here. I'm here. Stop your complaining.
I'm not complaining. Just describing.
I'm just fucking with you, dude.
Start learning to play with your feet. I can pretty much play with one hand, even one-handed. Start learning how to play with my right hand, but see, I can't strum with the left hand either. Can't do shit. I don't know, it's just interesting when certain things like that jolt you out of your normal routine, you know? The physicality of things.
That's me, Sonny P Mac.
Even P-Mac.
We love you, Sonny.
Love you too, man. The Juster from I'm gonna mess it up. Daddy.
That's close enough.
Okay.
33.
I'll be starting to talk just like you, Dad, in just a few moments. It won't take me too long.
Sometimes you sound like a posh leprechaun. Oh my god, I'm a pot of gold and be here now in a minute.
Oh yeah, my dad used to teach me a little ditty or something called like I'll take the low road and you take the high road. Do you know that? No, we're not going to start singing English, Irish folk songs. Never mind. Unless you do know it, sing it for us.
Nah. Do your balls swing high? Do your balls swing low? Can you something to and fro? Can you throw them over your shoulder like a something fucking holder? Do your balls swing low? That's the only one I know close to that.
Okay then. Before this conversation gets derailed any further, Indio, save us.
From what? What do you need saving from?
I'm just joking around, man. Probably ourselves more than anything else.
There you go.
Hey, heaven helps those who help themselves.
Right? Ain't that the truth?
Did you guys see the P1000 got discontinued? The Nikon P1000.
I mean, it's a good camera for the price, but it ain't that great of a camera. Problem with that camera is it has a super small sensor. I mean, you have a crazy zoom on it, but you have this tiny ass sensor relative to like other cameras. You know what I mean? The sensor sizes are just really average.
They must have made a fortune during the rise of the Flat Earth Society. Anyway, they probably started the whole thing. Clever bastards.
Yeah, I do think it is the most powerful zoom camera, though. Still. But yeah, I guess now you can always hook up something to record to a telescope or whatever if you want to record and capture it.
Can you imagine that? Bunch of Chinese people in the boardroom, like, sales are dropping here, lads. What are we gonna do? Some clever Japanese person, like, you know what? We make it always, I shouldn't put on the accent, but somebody might think that's racist.
It was strange timing though. Like Nikon, I think like 6 days ago they did sign like a contract with NASA to make cameras for NASA, and then like 2 days later they're like, we're not making the Nikon P1000 anymore.
Oh,
A strange coincidence there, huh?
Isn't it? Right, I didn't know that. You see what happens when you pay attention, you learn shit, like.
Yeah, so NASA's like, stop making those cameras. They're annoying.
And I couldn't believe it because it's made by Disney Plus. But that Shogun is pretty fucking good. The first 3 episodes dropped there. Well made, well written, well done, mate. I was surprised.
Yeah, it's good. Does that mean the P1000 is worth way more money now that they discontinued it? Does that mean I could sell mine for like a whole bunch of extra money?
Yeah, give it a year or two. It'll probably be double, triple the price.
No more spare parts, though. comparison between NASA and Disney. They're fucking more or less the same thing, aren't they? It's all make believe.
Disney's for kids, NASA's for adults. That's the only difference.
Yeah, I actually bought. After I saw that post, I decided to buy a P1000 like a few days ago. Pretty fun to use it. I got some shit already planned out, places I want to go.
Maybe like saying something like
Does anybody speak garbled?
Sorry about that. I realized my mic was not properly connected. Damn, I'm getting cooked. What I was saying was, I wonder if there's any people that work for Nikon, like executives or people that are in the company that understand people have been using their tools for these purposes. You know, maybe one of you guys needs to go get an interview with like a Nikon CEO or something like that. They gotta know, guys. They gotta know, right? Or am I tripping?
No, they know. They're not stupid.
I would have to imagine they know. I mean, I literally be rapping about it in some of my songs. So I was like, Black Swan Night can't be at the beach down in the rabbit hole to go deep. um, so hey, them bars was fire though. Let's just keep it a stack. Black Swan Night can't be at the beach. Yeah, I think I have like 2 songs with that too. Here's the whole bar. It says Black Swan Night can't be at the beach down in the rabbit hole to go deep. Last night they're Glober and now he can't sleep. Some of them lurk, yeah, some of them creep. Said he measured out just like a drop and then a dip. Got no gun, no bullets on his hip. Lord Earth proof, but the trigger goes flick. Shadows in the dirt propped up a couple sticks. It's actually really easy to rap about this stuff, though. You guys should try it out sometime. Shadows in the dirt propped up a couple sticks. What is that a reference to? Pop quiz.
Now, man, Aristosthenes.
Yes, sir. Shadows in the dirt propped up a couple sticks. I actually say that in a lot of songs. I'm like, shadows and sticks, man, that's some bullshit. So like, it's actually really fun to like throw it into a song. You can solidify your understanding of it and then present it out and teach it to others. Some songs. So yeah, I love this stuff, man.
Yeah, I bet there'll be a lot of like hilarious and well done like flat earth songs in the future. Like more than just the few people that are doing them now.
Yeah, I already got more on the way. I already got like 2 songs kind of, ready to be created. I just need a little bit more motivation to get it done. But I've got some really good ideas. I think you guys will love it. More modern stuff too. I think you guys will really love it. So be on the lookout for that. But you guys are gonna freaking love it. The template is perfect, so I think there is definitely a future for more content. I've got like 9 songs, and it was definitely a phase. It's been a while since I've done it, but I've got more ideas. There's some good stuff coming my way. I got like 3 songs I can do, to be honest. So I talked a little bit about it a couple weeks ago. Uh, kind of played the song and then talked a little bit about some of the lyrics I insert there. So hopefully it inspires some of you guys to give it a try. It's easier than you think.
Where is these songs you speak about, Kimasabi?
Oh, all my stuff is on my SoundCloud. I have, I think, 7 or 8 parodies, and then 1 or 2 original songs. Let me put this up here.
When you get to 33 songs, you have to stop. 33.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see here. I'm quiet right now. What are we doing here? I could do a lyric review. We could do whatever. Welcome to the panel, anyone that's just joined.
I'm just here to be entertained. Entertain me. Come on. Dance, puppet, dance.
All right. All right, let me go full monkey mode. Gesture mode. All right. Where should we begin?
Begin at the end, and we'll go work backwards to the beginning. How's it? Do all your songs in reverse.
Get my songs in reverse. I mean, maybe we could just do a lyric review or something like that for starters and see what you guys think. If not, no worries. But let me stick this one on. This is okay. We got people leaving already. Hold on.
Well, Sonny can't fucking play us a song, so we're stuck with you, creation.
Oh shit. Oh, that was just their religion. Yeah, we can do this. We can just talk a little bit. Maybe I'll pause it a little bit here and there, and we could talk about some of the lyrics just for some fun. If not, we can shift the conversation from there. But I haven't done this in a while, so it could be fun. And welcome whoever just joined it. Flat Lloyd Wright has joined the panel. Well,
it's Speculation Sunday, but I learned last week we can't speculate too much on a Sunday.
All right, so lyric review. It is. This one's fine.
Get my days mixed up, man. Fucking night shift's driving me crazy.
It is not Sunday, but doesn't matter what day it is. We still push FE every day, every single thing, and we don't stop. Right, so the song's called "Push FE." Is a parody of a song called "Pushin' P." And so the beat's fantastic. So I was like, you know what? I really got to do something for this. So, maybe I'll stop it here and there. We could talk about some of the lyrics, but I hope you guys enjoy. This is Push FE by yours truly.
Push your feet, I push your feet, I push your feet, I push your feet, push your feet. Yeah. Glover came in and engaged. He's telling me just how far that I should see on the CD. Yeah, no, that's not FE. You the me, yeah. Time to eat. I push your feet, yeah. Club the feet, galaxies, yeah. Fantasy, gravity, another geek. He climbed a tree just to see it's not curving, yeah. At the sea, I got no C's, yeah. I studied on the live stream, yeah. QE, Oakley, yeah. Creation B, my homies, yeah. We push a fee, we push a fee, I push a fee, I push a fee, hey, hey. I push a fee, yeah, 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 yeah. Push a fee, yeah, yeah, yeah. I ain't speaking on no Chinese, that pink chaling. Glober's tasting on defeat, like on repeat. And it's CB on the beat, a floating steam. Yeah, shuffling the feet, like Ali. Yeah, Glober's tasting sweet, like honey. Yeah, and we do it for free, not money. Yeah, every ladies be some honeys. Yeah, Glober's in, they be funny. Push a fee, I push a fee, I push a fee, I push a fee, hey, hey, I push a fee, I push a fee. Yeah, 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 yeah. Circle round the map, we go east. I push a fee, clown new ballers for FE. We don't want no peace. Got a spot across the pond, no curve degrees. Drop the dot and then we plotting exotic beams. See a curve, it's FE. Globe is on your screen. Worship balls like it's D's, you know what I mean. Portuguese or Chinese, yeah, still FE. Water freeze, ain't no curve, yeah, still FE. Privately, live stream, bitch, I push FE. Debunk the glow, space is fake, bitch, I push FE. Push FE, I push FE, yeah, I push FE, hey, hey, I push FE. He paranoid, he can't sleep, the topic deep. Got facts on me, that's why they watching me. I push FE, I push FE, push FE, I push FE. Push a fee, hey, hey. Yeah, 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 yeah. Brought up Effie, a red pill, of course. Yeah, 3-point space spin curve. Yeah, it's flat in a cup of water. Yeah, water doesn't curve, man, that's retarded. Yeah, Effie community, the whole endorsement. Yeah, can't leave the earth, man, it's unfortunate. Yeah. Slept the troll, now we finally tussling, yeah. Bring the heat, you better ask some questions, yeah. Too rich a checks, doing the VC for it. Took the R out of the alphabet, then try to sort it, huh? Push a fee, I push a fee, I push a fee, I push a fee, hey, hey, I push a fee, I push a fee. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Okay. I will say, I like the background music. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
That's so glad.
I'm just kidding. It's me. I'm always kidding.
I just
You're doing the garbled language again there.
Porky, porky. Oh, sweet porky.
and I'm getting cooked. Yeah,
Porky, porky.
I don't know headphones in. God damn.
That was good. Yeah, it was good. Yeah, I think your lyrics got better near the end there. Halfway, it's kind of too. It's too low key for me at the start, but I suppose that maybe that's just a interpretation. Yeah, Borky, Borky.
CB, you chopped up, man.
Oh, for real?
Robots.
Yeah.
Alright, guys. I'm going to bail out. Work time. You all have a good one, and I'll catch you later.
All right. What do they call people? All right, my China. That is kind of going through my head now. That's a good sign. Oh, he's deafening himself. What's the matter? Don't like criticism? Nah, I'm just kidding, man.
I think I fixed my mic. Sorry about that, boys.
The beat was good. It is kind of going through my head now. Ah, it's catchy.
All right, boys. Well, fuck it. We on to the next one. On to the next one. All right.
Always pushing.
Always. We can stop us at any point. It doesn't matter to me. But yeah, next one is a parody. A song called "Floating" by Schoolboy Q. So instead of floating, I called it flat smacking. On the chorus, he's like, "I'm floating, hey, floating," right? So I just switched it up. Right? I'm flat smacking, flat smacking. Yeah. So it actually turned out to be a really fun song. So we'll throw the song and we can talk lyrics afterward. One or move on to the conversation. This is flat
Floating like a
smacking. All right.
yours truly.
Yours truly. So.
Flat in this bitch, globe confusion with the drip drop. It's flat everywhere. I got facts up in my Ziploc. Flat up in this place, no globe model, that's for kid bops. You ain't on flat earth, you can kick rocks, okay? Flat, hey, flatten, smack, smack. Flatten, smack, smack. Flatten, smack, smack. Flat, yeah. Globe got no curve, bitch. Yeah. Yeah. Flatten, smack. Flatten, flat, smack. Flat, smack. Flat. Yeah. Globe gone flat, got no curve, bitch. I'm flat. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch. Yes, I'm flat. Hey. Take it off, yeah. Globe off, yeah. Live stream, yeah. Everybody here, bringing up air. Gas pressure, yeah. Flat is my fate. The globe is gon' hate. The truth I chase. And it don't break. We just killed space. Yeah, it's all fake. Back in the safe. Now hit me that tape. 10 toes in the mud. Measured earth. And it's flat, yeah. Glober dunked on in its fields. And that's facts, yeah. I ain't tryna fight you too emotional. Now take this flat smack like it's supposed to go. Fade it out the globe. Had to bounce right quick. Wonder how I drop out, learn to count like this. Got a folder with no earth curve where I keep my shit. Hit a bay first with a laser, ain't no curve in this bitch. Okay, I'm flat. Hey, flat, I'm smacking. Flat, smack. Flat, smack. Yeah. Globe, no curve, turn that flat into facts. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch. Yes, it's flat. Hey, flat, I'm smacking. Flat, smack. Yeah, flat, smack. Globe gone flat, got no curve, bitch. I'm flat. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch. Yes, I'm flat. I'm a globe destroyer. Yeah. F.E. Doyum. Doyum globe spoken ass nigga. In the live stream joking. Took his globe like it's stolen. Broke brain can't focus ass nigga. Pause about, we gotta call up. Call up nigga, he gon' chop his head off. Can't run the game round here, bruh. Cause we're hang no sphere, bruh. Lil nigga, do you got a problem? What? Lil nigga will come and solve it. Yeah. Facts coming in, can't stop it. We getting to the money, y'all jogging. Yeah. Good times represent victory. To the same globe's just dead to me. God. A washed up blurf don't mean shit to me. Nothing. I'ma surf off the curve in a Tiffany. Globers do nothing for me unless you leave in BC where the curve be. I'm flat gang, savage free. Globers get smoked just trying to diss me. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Flatten, I'm flat. Yeah. Flatten, I'm smack. Flat, smack. Flat, yeah. Globe gone flat, ain't no curve, bitch, it's flat. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch, yes, it's flat. Hey, flatten, I'm smacking. Flat, smack. Flat, smack. Yeah, flat, yeah. Globe gone flat, ain't no curve, bitch, it's flat. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch, yes, it's flat. Yeah. CB, you know me.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Golly. Golly. Right.
That was a lot more
Lord.
fun, dude. That song was a lot more fun.
Yeah. Hell yeah. I had a fun with that one. That was a good time. The chorus is fire. Slap, 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 slap.
Yeah, it was
So
good.
hell
Yeah,
yeah.
you know that was a tad better than the first one.
All right. Hell yeah. Let's see. I said, bringing up air, gas pressure. Yeah.
I don't know about the like. I'm not a fucking what do you call it? A connoisseur of rap, but I don't know about the and the and the and the, maybe I don't know.
Oh, okay. Hey, you don't know about that flow though. You don't know about that
Yeah, I know,
flow.
I know.
Hey, that's how you gotta get
Yeah.
that flow going. You know, it's like
Waka
that's how
waka
you get
waka.
that flow going.
Just maybe you should change that. Change that. Change it. Go maga
Nah,
maga 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 maga.
yeah,
Maga ha.
you know, wait,
You're fucking speaking garbled again, boy. Nobody understands garbled.
You're roboting.
all right.
That's okay. We'll forgive you this one time. Next time, you're fucking. That's
Is
it.
this
You're
better now?
barred.
Is it better
Yeah,
now?
it's
All
better
right. I
now.
don't know what's happening. No problem. But
You
yeah.
garble one more time, it's a lifetime ban. You know,
All right.
fucking Irish.
Fucking Irish.
We
Up here
bastards.
making fuck. That was good. That was good. You still rapping Irish. I like that. You wee bastard.
The
You.
wee bastard. I'm on the flatter.
Sure, you're not the fucking size of a leprechaun. You're up to me fucking knees.
Yeah.
Hey,
There is nowhere to touch the knees.
no, now you sound Indian. Like that's what I do. But I try to do a Liverpool or an Australian accent. I always turn on sounding like somebody from India. But yeah, the Blarney Stone. You're so ugly, man. The Blarney. When you went to kiss the Blarney Stone, I went, no way, not even upside down, bruh. Fuck off. Never mind. You do songs, I do bad jokes. That's my thing.
Everyone knows their role right now.
Go upside down and kiss the damn thing.
You're so ugly when you kissed the Blarney Stone and threw up.
Yeah, for me, creating like the instrumentals and the songs is real easy. Like I can do, I could put together stuff real fast and add like fun guitar solos and stuff to it. But the hard part for me is like I'm like kind of a perfectionist with like the lyrics, and I don't like writing something like clever and fun is like that does not come easy for me for some reason. I have to like it's like for the lyrics is hard, but the music is easy.
Yeah, I get that. You definitely can't overthink it because I'm a bit of a perfectionist myself, but you don't want to like overthink the process. Just getting it done is better than like overthinking it and then not doing it. You know what I mean? I think getting it out is better. And you can always revision it.
Good advice. Good advice.
Yeah, because I know how it is. Man. I'd be like, oh, I'm not doing it unless it's perfect, but it's better just to get it out and like, do a remix later on or something. Like, so. But I totally understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, I've been thinking because I got this one man band set up, and I can throw down like fun drums and a chord progression. And I've been thinking about buying a mic and getting like a little bit of like fun auto tune or reverb or something. But then I just have to start writing lyrics. Just never do that.
I mean, we can. I actually could totally do this with you guys here on the fly. It'd be hilarious. But we could kind of like go through what it's like to write lyrics to a song. You know, I'm sure you guys have your own favorite songs, or like you have a song where you know every single lyric to the song like by heart. You know,
Jesus,
and it
thousands,
wouldn't take too much for you to like swap out the lyrics because you understand them already. So
thousands, thousands, thousands.
right, right. So like it wouldn't be that hard to do it. It just takes, the creative work is not, you don't just clock in and do a thing and then clock out. Creative work is very, when you're it's like surfing, you know what I mean? You have to surf when the waves are there. You can't just surf on the still waters and stuff like that. So, but I
But
mean,
I mean,
uh,
I think there's a lot of people like me in here that when you like something way back in the day, like the bands or some U2 album or whatever, what you would do is you would take the inside that had the lyrics on it, and you would just so eventually within a week or two until today, you know, all these albums, the bands and U2s and all that there, even some Michael Jackson songs, you know it word for word, bro.
I
Yeah.
gotta, you can do this if you want to, but I have a song that I'm working on right now. I can kind of show you guys like the process of writing it. It's actually a blast, but it definitely is not easy. Otherwise, I'd just have it done already. But yeah, it's honestly like you guys should try it. Like take a song that you like or you know all the lyrics to and try to like swap it out for this topic. It's honestly a blast.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I've noticed that when I try to think of lyrics to a song, yeah, I know. Then all of a sudden the words flow, and then you could kind of take those lyrics and rearrange it into a different song.
Yeah, all right, you know what? Fuck it. I'll do it. I'll do it. Let me definitely YouTube and I'll play a little bit of a song and I'll show you kind of the process here in real time. So I'm gonna definitely YouTube guys. We'll be back in the song. Whoever just rejoined the damn YouTube, thank you so much. I really apologize. I accidentally disconnected it from the call. So, who is that? Is that Helio or Republicus? Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. All right, so there you go.
Have you tried turning everything on and off again?
Does this mic work? Well then, fuck that mic!
Welcome, Solano the Second.
How you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm home. Wondering why you guys think the Earth is flat.
Flat how?
Say what?
Like flat how?
I don't know. Like a pancake?
Why do you is think that we don't? Well, no one here thinks that. So
Yeah.
see, that's the problem. I would say a lot of folks. They'll
This
be
is
like,
so
why?
hard. I'm sorry. I'm a flat earther, man. I'm a flat earther, bro. I'm trolling. I try to come in as a glober, and I'm really just playing around.
Isn't it hard?
It's been 10 years for me.
Isn't it hard to do that?
It's hard, man. It's hard to tell.
You're roboting real bad, bro.
Is that him or me?
I think it's him.
Right, cool.
Yeah, I
So
try
it's
to
not.
try to be a globy sometimes, and it's hard, man. You got to like literally stick your head up your butt now to find all these stupid questions. Can't do it anymore. Can't do it anymore.
There we go. There we go. Is that better?
Possibly.
I'm sorry, man. I'm deep in Georgia country right now.
Get a peach.
Hold on. I'm originally from New York City, but there we go. I don't know what's going on. It keeps connecting to my car.
Turn off your Bluetooth.
I did. It's just like giving me a hard time here. Maybe it's Apple Play. I'm not sure. Let me see. Let me just turn the car off.
Oh, if you got it plugged in, you just got to unplug it if you're plugged in Apple. Just unplug your phone from the car.
Yeah. Whew. Yeah, I'm originally from New York. It's my drink, Papa. Alrighty. All right, guys. I'll probably tune in later. I got too much going on over here. I thought I'd just poke in and say hello and try and act like a Glober here, but I completely failed.
Hold on, I pulled up the troubleshooting for Apple products. Step 1, confirm whether it's an Apple product. If yes, see step 2. Step 2, throw product in trash can.
I knew that was going to be. I knew that was going to be. I just knew it. You don't fool me, man. You Samsung guys.
That's funny, man. Right. Yeah. Yep. Yep.
I had a friend. I have a friend just yesterday tell me that, oh, I can't send you texts when I'm at home because of Wi-Fi, because of iMessage, because, you know, Samsung suck because they don't have iMessage. And I'm like, dude, you do realize that everybody else can send text messages over Wi-Fi to everyone else. You're the only one suffering from that problem because of iMessage. So he thinks that iMessage is a benefit when it's actually a limitation. Completely unaware that every other phone that's not an iPhone can freely text anybody else because they're on the universal texting protocol.
You need Wi-Fi to text?
Those are the main reasons why I don't like Apple. No, if you don't have cellular signal, back in the day, Apple was pioneering in that fashion that they came up with a way that you can send text messages through Wi-Fi rather than a cellular signal. So if you were in the boonies, right, and you only had internet, but you didn't have a cell phone tower, you could still communicate with your friends. So back then it was cool. Now it's a limit because the iMessage server screws people over and makes it so that they don't get their messages to their friends or they don't get their messages back from their friends. That's the main reason why I don't like Apple products in that regard. The product itself isn't bad, per se, you know. Like the physical device is okay, it's the restrictive platform that's bad.
Yeah, it never made
However, if
sense
I'm
to
not
me.
mistaken, there's still a lawsuit going on where like all the other major players are suing Apple to try to get them to be forced to accept the whatever the new texting protocol is, so that all devices can share a common text.
It never made sense to me. Apple does this, Apple does that. It's only $2.99 for this app and $1.99 for that app, and then you can Apple together and app, and yeah. But what if I want to do all the phone? No, you can't. That's just between Apple, and you're like, that's completely restrictive. And you're just like, well, this is just a money grab. It's just all it is. And like, what's the difference between the i14 and i15? Fucking one button or an app or something. No fucking difference, really. Like, and so it continues, and then people camping out all night to buying it, and the first guy comes out with a fucking new product. All these how do you say, zombies are clapping. Woo, yeah, woo. It's just, you know, like, fuck me, man. Like when SpaceX sends a rocket, it's those people in the background. It's a zombification of the nation, bah. Zombification of the nation. You can use that, CB.
I like it.
I don't know why you would restrict yourself to
I'll
one
give you that.
platform.
That's catchy.
Yeah, it's probably been used before. I think it's an original. Probably not. It was used in 1998 by somebody. Nothing new under the sun. I just made that up. Nothing new under the sun.
It's like sleepy hour. It's
Huh?
crazy. It's like, is it like nap time or something? What's going on, y'all? All right, well, guess it's clip time.
Useless twisting of a new technology. Who said that? What happened to AI Overlord? We're talking about
Oh
Apple.
crap!
Didn't
Is it still live? I thought it was over. Sorry. Hey chat, what's going on, chat? Dante's chat.
What do you call that guy again? I'm drawing a blank here. The guy that he just disappeared, the head of a union. Well, he wasn't the Irishman, played by Al Pacino. You're garbled again, bro. The guy that disappeared, man. Nobody ever seen him again.
Jimmy Hoffa?
Yeah, that's. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Yeah, Overlord. We're talking about Apple. He did a fucking Jimmy Hoffa. He just disappeared.
He went swimming with the fishes.
Probably in the sky, swimming with the fishes. Maybe in the ocean, flying with the pigeons.
He's wearing concrete shoes now, talking to the fish. Is what he wants from me, man.
And name that artist who said that.
Oh, I know.
You got to be like a millennial to get that one. The one I was saying. But if you know that shit, I'm gonna be old right now.
Put us out of our misery.
Lil Wayne.
Yeah. Little Pain. Fuck that guy.
For some of you guys, yeah.
Fuck that guy.
Well, you know what's cool about Lil Weezy? He's actually like on ESPN now. He's doing some pretty cool stuff. I have a clip of him as well on my phone. I can pull it up, where somebody's reciting back to him something he said. His reaction is hilarious. He's reacting like he never heard it. It's like, ooh. Yeah, he's going crazy. And the guy's like, you can't tell me that wasn't no bars. And it's just hilarious. I actually saved it for us because there was times when you dropped a certain line that was just like fire. Amazing. Sometimes you don't even realize it. So we pull it a long way. It's like 16 seconds. It's hilarious. Like the comments are always like, man, he's just Lil Wayne has wrote so many bars, he can't even remember everything he said. So when you recite back to him something he said, he's like, oh, I said that. It's actually kind of cute, but
yeah, well, didn't he do a latest music video with him in a fucking cheerleader dress and on the cross and all that kind of shit? Is that the same guy?
Wow.
Ah, don't speak
You
garbled.
can
No, I
hear
have
me?
no idea. Well, now I can a wee bit, yeah.
I don't. I mean, listen, man. I don't know nothing about the stupid rap industry. I did grow up with some gold. So y'all know I get it. Don't know, I get that too.
Even Snoop Dogg told a story there about him in the back of an airplane, and he kind of knew they were like he. Oh, there hey, hey, Ice back. Let's go.
Hey, hey, hey.
What is going on with people's mics today?
You can't hear me or what?
A lot of
Every,
robots.
everybody's fucking garble. Maybe it's my connection.
Because I'm hearing somebody come in clear, and you're saying they're garbled, and then somebody else is saying the opposite. So it might just be server issues.
Ah,
Trying to stifle the truth.
we'll keep pushing it.
Well, you also got to consider, like, we got connections right here with people from crazy distances, right? Different continents. Even
All
though we
over the
have
globe.
the main hosted server, let's say, in. Oh, yeah. But yeah, you get the point. There's a lot of connections.
Yeah.
So, like, back in the day, Call of Duty used to do peer to peer. They didn't have a main servers, but what they would do is the software would mitigate the connection to the lowest common denominator. So if you had 20 guys connected to a game and one of them had the worst internet, all your internets would suck.
Yeah, I remember that.
You know,
Those
because
were the good old days.
yeah, you can't. Yeah, where a guy would just teleport in front of you and shoot you in the face. And you're like, what the heck? But from his point of view, he had all the time in the world. Like he was creeping up on you, peeking around the corner, aiming at your head. But all you saw was a flash.
Yeah, peer to peer, man. Fuck. Nowadays they got servers on 0.0000 fucking whatever you call it, because it's big money now.
Well, the biggest money they make, like a lot of those games now, is those stupid microtransactions of buying costumes and all that other
Yeah,
nonsense.
it's massive. That's what she said.
Oh, she is a liar. She has been known to lie. So, speaking of liars, aren't flat earthers liars? I heard that rumor that flat earthers are a bunch of dirty scumbag liars.
Well, you're kind of right. We point out the liar. Point out the liar.
Because of, you guess why? Because of hills.
Because of his.
Wait a minute. Do you think the Earth is flat? What?
Yeah, explain a mountain.
No, fuck that. Explain drag queen story time. Fuck mountains. All right, I'm gonna go out here now and see if this changes anything because this is really badly. It's probably me. All right.
Folks, we are still live.
Or are we
Well, do it
memorized?
live. Fuck it. Do it live.
What's next?
Do it live
Oh
or
man,
get out.
that's a good
Do it live or get
segment.
out of town. Do it live or get out of town. I'm sorry.
All right, so the segment we're gonna do impromptu is what guy or celebrity or whatever, it doesn't matter, would you want to see as a flat earther arguing? And I pick that guy right there, Bill O'Reilly, in here as a flat earther arguing. That would be insane.
Wow,
All right, next person.
AI.
Who do you?
I like this question a lot. I haven't had time to think about it. So, anyone else want to go first? Well, I think and ponder. That's a great question.
I think Bill O'Reilly is a good choice.
Yeah. So, in the spirit of the game, you can't just pick somebody because they're famous. They got to be like somebody who would be an argument powerhouse or a presence powerhouse in the argument. So, Bill O'Reilly, obviously, that's a good one.
Man,
Who's that guy from Get Him to the Greek?
I vote for Whitsick.
Russell Brand. Russell Brand. He would be insane.
That'd be cool. That'd be cool. Yeah.
You can't vote for. Did you just say you vote for Whitsitt?
Yeah, that's not the right answer.
That's like saying who do you want to be a flat earther? Whitsitt. Dude, he's already a flat earther.
Oh, I thought you were looking for someone to debate a Glober.
No. I feel like
Somebody
Trump
who's
comes
not
to
in the
mind,
scene.
Trump
Yeah,
would be
maybe,
crazy,
but
but I don't
yeah.
think that'd be the right. I don't think that's exact. You said just don't pick someone just because they're famous. That's what came to mind when you said that. He's probably not the right guy. You know, I want to piss off all my haters, but Myron impression fluent. I'll be like Joe Rogan when he was younger. Remember what Joe Rogan said about the moon landing stuff and how many people that impacted?
Said it was fake.
There's no way.
So I would say maybe Myron's impression fit just to piss off my little haters. Say, yeah, stay salty. But
There's
yeah,
no way
he'd be
they
great.
landed on the moon.
He'd
Then
be
he
great
got
as a
paid.
flyer.
Then he got paid.
Okay, I'll see your Myron, and I'll raise you a Sandman.
Sandman. I've heard that
Mr.
name.
Sandman.
Why can't I think of who that is?
Bring me a
I'll see you a Sandman, and I'll raise you turd flinging monkey.
I don't understand the reference.
Well, you need to go find him out then.
Okay, I've heard the name Sam. Let me look at that.
Well said.
These are some of the old legends.
Yeah, I think he's talked to like Bill 777 maybe, or maybe I've definitely heard the name before. What was the second name, AO? Dirty
Turd flinging monkey.
Turd flinging.
Off to Never Land.
On Odyssey.
Turd flinging monkey is a lot like Meme War.
Okay.
Where he's basically, so there's a lot of guys who basically think that society is screwed and the best thing to do is just ride it out. rather than try to save it, to allow it to die, and then be there as the king in the new era.
Not a
He
bad idea.
debated Destiny. Wow, I'll check that out. And the lead attorney. Oh,
Dude, Destiny is such a low tier
he
opponent
is.
or voice in any topic. I have no idea why he's famous. He's totally a milquetoast beta loser.
Yeah, me
he's
too.
he's like he speaks fast, but his arguments are written full of fallacies. So.
What do you call that black fella that debated him? And he was like, so you used to be a conservative, yeah, and then you became a liberal, yeah, so you became a beta.
So he does try to can hold his own, but only because he relies on such fallacious debate. It's kind of disgusting. But
Then
he
the
got
man
cooked
goes,
by Candace Owens recently. Did you see that?
oh, she could cook anybody.
Yeah, she went on and cooked him one-on-one. That was good. She also went on Fresh and Fit recently too. It was awesome to see. Shout out to Candace Owens.
Yeah, she's amazing. All liberals are beta.
Yeah, so I'll check those guys out. But that is a good question. And does anyone else want to answer Anne's question about who is somebody you'd like to see maybe carrying the torch? Is it currently that might be a large figure? I'm thinking political.
Clint Eastwood make my day.
Oh.
You know that like Vivek, whatever. Last name Vivek format.
I got another one.
Fair enough. Clint Eastwood would be cool, but we kind of want to go with guys. Because remember, I caveated the game that they have to have like an argumentative presence. So, like in what they do now, the way they argue is very precise and effective, but it has this presence to it. And so you want to pull them in to the FE topic to have that acumen applied to this topic. Fair enough, whether it's on the Globe side or the Flat Earth side. Just having their presence in the topic would up the ante, you know?
William Shatner. He said the space agencies and sci-fi are the same thing.
Man, I seen him on what's that called? Ancient Aliens. And he was grilling these guys. He was like, wait a minute, I don't think that can happen. Talking about going to space and stuff.
Yeah.
I think he'd be funny to talk to you about this. I think it'd be
sci-fi icons like of that era, they would actually be good because they would have a lot of emotional impact being present.
Yes, of course. It's Flynn. What else would it be? Yeah, like, hey, Captain, so when you went on your 5-year mission and you left Earth, how'd you know where to go back to, seeing as how we're cruising around at 500,000 miles per hour, man?
Pat McAfee would be a
You ever notice how the viewfinder... Do you guys remember the viewfinder from Star Trek? That they look at the quote-unquote planets that they're getting up to? You ever notice how it's always like that corner top little view? And they try to mimic that same view in shots from quote-unquote space to appeal to everyone else is pre-programming. It's like, of course the Earth looks like a quarter of the Earth from the side, tilted, at a slight angle with the curve declining. Of course that's what it would look like if you were just looking at a planet.
And every time they say it can't be faked, we can't fake that. I was like, you know what year 2001 A Space Odyssey came out? You should check that movie out.
Yeah, that's a great question. Yep. And also, it sounds like this chick, sounds like this chick, and they're like, no, they couldn't have possibly faked it back then.
Today, that's
which is a
obviously-
very non-traditional, degenerate
We didn't have
Yeah.
pictures. Pictures didn't exist when traditionalism was invented.
And also,
you know, so how
Please,
could
did you miss that,
When was
Nick?
traditionalism invented?
Say that again, please.
not invented, but like the way that things are. I mean, it wasn't like so one.
It's like dead on the same shit, man. It's so funny.
That whatever show or whatever podcast.
That's the whatever, yeah.
Yeah, those girls on there.
Yeah, that's
Dude,
no, it's just
imagine thinking, but think about it this way. Imagine thinking that heterosexual mate pair bonding, where the pair progenites their children and then care for their own children together. Imagine thinking that somebody invented that.
right, exactly. That's the patriarchy. Yeah. Oh, this is crazy. I just related to Globies how they're like, yeah, but no, we didn't have pictures back then. They didn't exist. Couldn't have taken pictures. It's like,
And I say, hey man, I think that 72 marble there could be Photoshop, and they go, they didn't have Photoshop. I'm like, wait a minute. So you're telling me we had the technology to build a space agency, build rockets, figure out how to get to space, get through some deadly radiation belts without even knowing about them, land on the moon, make phone calls, pull out a buggy, go dune buggy and play some golf, take some pictures, send them back and get them inside the paper the very next day. But the thought of altering an image on a piece of paper is mind-boggling to these guys, and I couldn't figure that out. Is that what you're telling me? Because it sounds like
Oh, dude, it's more hilarious than that. The answer is in the title. Photoshop. They didn't have photographic shops before computers. That is so stupid. Photographs have been around way before computers.
And
Guess where you had to get your developed? At the Photoshop.
Yeah, I'm always telling them, yeah, like, Photoshop.
Right? Am I wrong here? I don't think so.
The Photo Hut.
You roboted out about a quarter of that, but that's all right. You got the gist.
It's crazy because they're specifically referring to an app. They're like, yeah, but we didn't have this specific app called Photoshop. It's like, yeah, okay, so what? It doesn't mean they didn't have the ability then. It's literally just like the chick. It's like, we didn't have pictures. We didn't have pictures.
It is hilarious. That's hilarious. How stupid. Oh my God.
Like, just a brand name, man. Photoshop's just a brand name. Just like these things, they're not called jacuzzis. They're actually called hot tubs. A jacuzzi's a brand name.
So AI, I have another candidate for a spokesman, Glenn Beck. I think he would be a good one.
I don't think he'll say anything.
He'd be interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Mormons.
That being said, I don't really know like a lot of what other stands he has though, so that's kind of like
He's a Mormon, isn't he?
my ignorance about his whatever he stands upon. I don't really know that exactly.
Stands upon the Mormons.
I know he talks about ancient
Wow.
America before, so that's the part that I like to listen to.
Now, if I could grill anybody, I'd want to grill Don Pettit.
Don Pettit. Wait, the question is, who really know? It's fun too. Right?
You're just really good Asian.
I'd like to grill like Joe Rogan, somebody that I used to like. I'm like, dude, how dare you betray us all? You fire, disgusting.
What? Why,
Turns out,
dude?
a lot of mine, man. He got paid off, man. He got that podcast, and now he's
That's
a lifer.
like
Well, that's not my
That's
answer to your question,
like
AI. It's more the question.
that's like
AI, you're roboting out too much for
admitting that
AI. You
you're
are
abusing
I don't think
the
robot
disabled.
Domo Roboto,
the cyborg is
Mr. Roboto.
but everybody could be a robot.
Domo.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
Domo.
The heavenly
Come on.
escape when I need you. Thank you. I want to thank
That
you.
was more a response to Homeboy who said that like, who would you like to grill? I would grill with Rogan. I'd be like, dude, you betrayed us all, man. Like,
Right. Why'd you do
They,
that?
yeah, dude. Like,
Why'd you do
they
that?
already did that though. They
Just
did
the way,
it live.
he
just the
wouldn't be
way,
the person that I would want to carry the torch for us because he's already betrayed us. Trust him
dude,
again. Loss.
the way he did
I would just,
Eddie
I would grill him. I'd be like, I'm very asshole.
when he was all telling Eddie Bravo, you can't say that. You're not an expert. That's misinformation. I was all like, dude, what are you an expert on then? Oh yeah, I'd love to grill Joe Rogan. I'd light him up.
Wasn't that a great moment though when they went, "Hey, what happened? You were this great defender of fucking that didn't land the moon. Now suddenly you've done a complete, 360 flip flop." That was a brilliant moment. Like
He got a bunch of money for a podcast, and suddenly he was a Glover.
he did, you could see it. Like the money was coming out of his fucking ears. Like
I can't think of a single other person I'd want to grill more than Rogan. I mean, who? Because he's the one that like turned his back on potentially like blowing,
I,
blowing the lid off this thing.
I'd love to grill Joe Biden because that would be an hour where we wouldn't have to
Yeah,
do much.
he's an idiot. He doesn't have any stake in this thing. No one really thought he was going to be like leading the forefront.
I'd ask,
He's not
I'd
that
ask
big.
Joe Biden a question and then take a nap for fucking half an hour, wait till he answers. Like
It's really disappointing because I did spend a lot of time with him years ago when he was like, you know what, I have questions about the movie. So he's back, but he's the money. His show is a loser now. I don't even watch his shit anymore. It's been years. I don't watch anything from him.
Yeah, it's
I watch something.
distraction. Just more bread and circuses, man.
I answer it.
You what now?
I do not watch. And I don't even care what the guest is, to be honest. I think Cat Williams went on there recently. He's been blowing up right now in the media.
Fucking mainstream is so niche.
Guys, while we have some dead air, I've got a 5-minute clip of Elon Musk calling out a reporter. And so I guess the message here would be to be able to stay light on your feet, always be attentive. And we're going to lose them on these live people calling up. Elon Musk calling out a reporter. Yeah, USDC tracker.
Free speech is meaningless unless you allow people you don't like to say things you don't like. Otherwise, it's irrelevant. And if at the point at which you lose free speech, it doesn't come back.
I think the issue some people have is that a lot of people were brought back. I mean, some people were brought back who were previously banned for spreading things like QAnon conspiracies. You have people like Andrew Tate who were brought back, who were previously banned for things like hate speech. Do you think you prioritize freedom of speech over misinformation and hate speech?
Well, you know, who's to say that something is misinformation? Who's the arbiter of that? Is it the BBC?
You're literally asking me?
Yes.
Well, no, you are the arbiter on Twitter, because you own Twitter.
Yes, I'm saying who is to say that one person's misinformation is another person's information? At the point at which you say that there is this is misinformation, like who is going to decide that?
You accept that misinformation can be dangerous, that it can cause real-world harms, that it can potentially cause...
Yes, and the point I'm trying to make is that the BBC itself has, at times, published things that are false. Do you agree that that has occurred?
I'm quite sure the BBC have said things before that turn out to not be true.
Correct.
In its, whatever it is, 100-year history, I'm quite sure.
Yes. Even if you aspire to be accurate, there are times when you will not be.
We've spoken to people very recently who were involved in moderation, and they just say there's not enough people to police this stuff, particularly around hate speech in the company. Is that
what
something
hate
that you
speech
want
are you
to
talking
address?
about? I mean, you use Twitter.
Right.
Do you see a rise in hate speech?
I mean,
but just a personal anecdote. Like, what do you? I don't.
Personally, my for you, I would see I get more of that kind of content. Yeah, personally, but I'm not going to talk to the rest of for the rest of Twitter.
So you see more hate speech personally?
I would say I would see more hateful content in that.
Content you don't like or hateful? What do you mean to describe a hateful thing?
Yeah, I mean, you know, just content that will solicit a reaction, something that may include something that is slightly racist or slightly sexist, those kinds of things.
So you think if something is slightly sexist, it should be banned?
No,
is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying anything. I'm saying.
Well, I'm just curious. I'm trying to understand what you mean by hateful content, and I'm asking for specific examples. And you just said that if something is slightly sexist, that's hateful content. Does that mean that it should be banned?
Well, you've asked me whether my feed, whether it's got less or more. I'd say it's got slightly more.
That's why I'm asking for examples. Can you name one example?
I honestly don't use. Honestly, I
don't. You can't name a single example.
I'll tell you why. Because I don't actually use that For You feed anymore. Because I just don't particularly like it.
But you said
a lot of people are quite similar. I only look at
hang on a second.
my
You said you've seen more hateful content, but you can't name a single example. Not even one.
I'm not sure I've used that feed for the last 3 or 4 weeks. And
then how did you see the hateful content?
Because I've been using Twitter since you've taken it over for the last 6 months.
Okay, so then you must have at some point seen the For You hateful content. I'm asking for one example.
Right.
And you can't give a single one.
And I'm saying...
Then I say, sir, that you don't know what you're talking about.
Really?
Yes, because you can't give me a single example of hateful content, not even one tweet. And yet you claimed that the hateful content was high.
Well...
That's false.
No, what I claimed...
You just lied.
What I claimed was... there are many organizations that say that kind of information is on the rise. Now, whether it has on my feed or not, I mean, right, and
literally
if you look at something
one.
like the Strategic Dialogue Institute in the UK, they will say that. So
look, people will say all sorts of nonsense. I'm literally asking for a single example, and you can't name one.
Right, and as I've already said, I don't use that feed. But
then how would you know that?
I don't think this is getting anywhere.
You literally said you experienced more hateful content, and then couldn't name a single example.
Right, and as I said,
that's absurd.
I haven't actually looked at that feed.
Then how would you know there's hateful content?
Because I'm saying that's what I saw a few weeks ago. I can't give you an exact example. Let's move on. We only have a certain amount of time.
Wow.
COVID misinformation. You
Amazing.
You changed the COVID misinformation
Has
rules.
BBC changed its COVID misinformation?
The BBC does not set the rules on Twitter, so I'm asking you.
No, I'm talking about the BBC's misinformation about COVID.
I'm literally asking you about, you changed the labels, the COVID misinformation labels. There used to be a policy, it then disappeared. Why do that?
Well, COVID is no longer an issue. Does the BBC hold itself at all responsible for misinformation regarding masking and side effects of vaccinations? And not reporting on that at all? And what about the fact that the BBC was put under pressure by the British government to change its editorial policy? Are you aware of that?
This is not an interview about the BBC.
Oh, you thought it wasn't?
I see now why you've done Twitter Spaces. I am not a representative of the BBC's editorial policy. I want to make that clear. Let's talk about something else.
I'm interviewing you too.
All right, let's talk about something else.
You weren't expecting that.
Be able to call up the BS guys. Call it out. That's just one example of many. Like lying to your face. You need to be able to stop them. Hey, look, I don't agree. I don't accept this. I have another example. 40 seconds long, but you can see like stark contrast between two different types of people here at 16. You'll see one party, a bit like Elon calls it out, hey, yo, what the heck? You lied. And then you see a second party who's like, what? Why are you being mean? This, that, and the other. Right? Think about who you are out of these two.
Seems like you guys had a lot of trouble this year. Must have been tough for you. Yeah. But even so, you're all still aiming to become pro heroes despite those hardships. It's wonderful. Hearts full of fortitude. I believe that's what every hero in the world needs to have.
He's too nice. This charming pretty boy's gonna steal our girls.
And Bakugo, it must have been hard for you, what, with that whole kidnapping incident? You have an especially strong will, don't you? Today I'm gonna do my best to learn from you. I really hope you don't mind.
Stop the cap! Pretending. What you say doesn't match the look in your eyes.
Hey man, don't be so rude! Sorry, he's just like that. It's fine. It proves how tough his heart is.
Bruh. Well, there it is. I mean, this is a 40-second. In 40 seconds, you can see this type of behavior and in real time. I play it all the time. It's just training. You guys have to be on the lookout for this type of behavior. People are used to your case. You have to listen to exactly what they're saying specifically, so you can break it down and defeat what they're saying, defeat their point. And so this character's gassing. I'm like, oh, you know, remember when you got kidnapped? That was so amazing. That was cool. You did a great job. People hear that, they're barely paying attention. They go, yeah, look, he's being nice. No, he's not being nice. The one character out of the group called out, hey, yo, like Elon, says, yo, you're lying. Sometimes you have to be that guy that sounds
Okay, so look, this one's a bit shorter. Starting with Super Bowl. Maybe fuck the saga. You guys may remember if you watched or not. I'm not sure. In here, just after the Super Bowl, I was talking. I was going crazy because the broadcasting, and I always pay very close attention to the broadcast. Something like that. The broadcast team specifically mentioned the Vegas Sphere, which that doesn't even know why they call it that. You've seen it's here, but this is the clip where the broadcast team goes to commercial and the camera hands to this sphere called. And listen to what the broadcast team has to say about it.
Sometimes it's crazy how the sphere is going to bounce unless it's perfectly round. What a sight this is in Vegas. You're awesome.
You guys catch that? I mean, let me post some visuals so you guys can see what it looks like first.
Yeah, my audio sucks. I'm far better with visual.
Yeah, I got y'all. Go ahead and post. So, grab it. I've got it. Oh, here it is. Yeah, it's in Vegas. And right before the Super Bowl, I mean, the first time I heard about it was because of Pat McAfee. Said they went to a concert inside of this place. Yes, YouTube did a performance inside there. And it was the look at this thing. And so they said it was just I don't know how to do it, but it must be some sort of like LED panels all over the wall. So they can project a bunch of stuff onto it. Inside and the outside. Walls and space. Pretty interesting. I'm not even gonna lie. But again, I'll play the clip. I just want you to listen to what the broadcast team says. It's like, I mean, my interpretation is like, well, Joe, it's not totally round, so yeah, some shit like that. So there it is. Well, they say it's a sphere, Bob, but listen again.
Sometimes it's crazy how the sphere is going to bounce unless it's perfectly round. What a sight this is in Vegas. You're awesome.
I mean, maybe I'm extroverted like that. I don't know. There's the visual test.
I thought some of them the NFL videos or rigged thingies were kind of dubious or not very interesting. And then I watched some of them. Man, there's some fucking moves there that are dodgy as fuck. Seriously, like those guys should be stopping those guys easy, but they pretend to do an ankle swipe and miss. Boy. You know what I mean? I didn't quite see the purpose in it, but it looks rigged.
There's a YouTube Shorts channel that does a really good job making funny. I've seen those those shorts where he's like a rep on the field, he like bumps into the players and stuff like that. Have you seen that? It's funny. I gotta get it for you, Justin. I gotta get it for you.
I think it was one of the short ones that sort of made me pucker up and notice. because I didn't know if I could believe that shit or not. I mean, how could you do that? But then, yeah, I think it might have been one of the short videos. I was like, holy fuck, that looks dodgy. Very, very dodgy. That's a dome, not a sphere. Very good, bro. Very good.
I found it for you. The channel's called Docker. You're gonna love this. I'll put a thing.
Wow. Yeah, that's weird. He was definitely down. I mean, TB, what was it, the whole Super Bowl thing? There was so many threes and 33s and threes and this and that, wasn't there? There was like so many coincidences, bro. It was fucking weird. The 333 yards, it was his 33rd time, it was the 33rd this, and it was the third that, and it was the third. You're like, fuck me, what's with all the threes, bruh?
But you got to check out this channel though. It's actually so funny. Like almost all these little like, it's the POV where the ref is doing something to interfere with the game. It's honestly hilarious. If you haven't seen these, you might have seen them, but they're
No, I
all
haven't seen
really really funny. They're hilarious.
Yeah, you have to laugh in this life or you go fucking insane. All the bullshittery.
This last one I posted has like definitely the most bullshittery in it. You can see it. I mean, a lot of it is jokes, but some of it is highlighting some of the nonsense that goes on in the sport. I only really pay attention to it because basically Pat McAfee put me on blast. He was like, "Yo, this is the biggest sport by far." Not that that means anything. There is no other sport that generates this much money and attention and this, that, the other. So I'm like, you just keep an eye on it. I'm curious. I don't bet or anything. It's the biggest sport by a landslide.
Yeah, I don't really watch too much sport anymore, but if I did, it would be the NFL.
Yeah, and I wouldn't blame you for that. I pretty much watch the UFC most. That's like the one thing that I will spend time watching. So yeah, the NFL does nothing even comes close. They shit on like every other sport, like revenue and all that. So keeping an eye out. Very interesting. Speaking of which,
I like cage fighting.
yeah, the UFC. Yeah. I might have a cool clip for you today to be debuted here in just a second.
Uh, my greatest regret is that cage fighting and MMA became popular once I passed my prime. Because if if it had come about when I was in my prime, I would have won everything because I would have paid everybody to take a fall.
Well, I thought you were going to say something else. I
The
wouldn't
fuck
do
is
that.
that guy? It's a crazy, 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 crazy world. Hello?
I'm still here. I'm just going to convert some clips real quick.
Why do I keep thinking that some lady is trying to talk? What the hell is going on with my mic, man?
How dare you?
Oh, there she is. Not you. No, it keeps sounding like I can hear some woman trying to talk. Like it's crazy. I think I did take my meds.
Guys, stay tuned. We're still here. Just look at stuff in the background. It's an exciting.
This is not a new world. It is simply an extension of what began in the old one. It has patterned itself after every dictator who has ever planned.
But you see, you can't tell people that. And just by telling, get them to see it. Just in exactly this way, people who know that the earth is flat can't be reasoned with. People who believe that the Bible is the literal word of God, absolutely impossible to reason with them at all, because they know it is so. So in the same way, we tend to know that we're all separate, poor little me, and that we are in need of salvation or something. And we know this is so. And so somebody says, well, you're not really that. You know that that feeling of separateness is an illusion. Well, that's all very nice in theory, but I don't feel it. So what will you do? What will you do with a person who is convinced that the earth is flat? No way of reasoning with him. If it's for some reason important that he discovered that the earth is round, you've got to play a game with him. You've got to play a trick on him. You tell him, great, the earth is flat. Let's go and look over the edge. Wouldn't that be fun? Of course, if we're going to look over the edge of the earth, we must be very, very careful that we don't go round in circles, or we'll never get to the edge. So we've got to go along consistently, along a certain line of latitude westwards. And then we're going to come to the edge of the earth, just so long as we're consistent. In other words, in order to convince a flat earthist that the world is round, you've got to make him act consistently on his own proposition and go consistently westwards to find the edge of the world. Now, at last, by going consistently westwards, he comes back to the place where he started, he's been convinced that the earth is at least cylindrical. And he may believe you, then take it on faith that if he goes along a line of longitude, the same thing will happen. But you see, what you did was to make him persist in his folly. Now that's the whole method of Zen. To make people become perfect egotists.
This is not a new world. It is simply an extension of what began in the old one. It has patterned itself after every dictator who has ever planted the gripping imprint of Putin on the pages of history since the beginning of time. It has refinements, technological advances, and a more sophisticated approach to the destruction of human freedom. But like every one of the superstates that preceded it has one iron rule. Logic is an enemy and truth is a menace. To the destruction of human freedom. This is not a new world. Truth is a menace. Logic is an enemy, truth is a menace. This is not a new world. This is not a new world. Logic is an enemy and truth is a menace. This is not a new world. This is not a new world. Truth is a menace. Logic is an enemy and truth is a menace to the destruction of human freedom, human freedom, human freedom, human freedom. This is not a new world. Truth is a menace to the destruction of human freedom, human freedom. This is not a new world. Human freedom, human freedom. This is not a new world. It is simply an extension of what began in the old world. It has patterned itself after every dictator who has ever planted the written imprint on the pages of history since the beginning.
It's fun, yeah. It's fun, yeah. It's fun, yeah.
We the best music.
It's fun, yeah.
Another one.
It's fun, yeah.
DJ Khaled.
You gotta make your mind up. I gotta ask you, bro, just how'd you find us? I got flat earth on my mind, is that a crime, yeah? Don't wanna go back to days when it was a glow. The curve is my priority, and I'll put that over everything. And the globe ain't shit, and there ain't no space. Waiting on gravity, validate. Cap gas pressure, and less contained. They say gravity, but you can't bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. Someone let go of the space glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, that glow.
I let it go if you say that there's curve, then that shit better show. Don't try to play like I'm slow, cause I've been running the block and I know there's no glow. Ask for proof and I give you some more. And I'm proud of myself cause I used to be glow. Now I just hustle and grind it, flat smack into all of my muscles or so. Asking me say it's a ball, he ain't got no proof at all. Keep asking why did it fall, don't try me, it's gonna end up in a brawl. Brenda's clocks like a dog, see too far less than some fog. Ask for curvature measurements, making go claims without no evidence. Globe's too big, can't see curve. Hopped in a plane, but you still ain't high up. Red Bull jump, no curve, can't see none. Parallel rays with some shadows and a stick up. Thinking measure shit, no hiccups. You know what's some bull that they whipped up. This is flat as little baby, it's CB, I ain't got no choice but to tell ya.
Say gravity, but you can't bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. Someone let go of the space glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, that glow.
Alrighty, MIDI HC. Yeah, that's a funny name. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server.
Thank you.
What brings you here? And be honest, what shape do you think the Earth is?
I'm just here to troll.
The world is a stage, Shakespeare. You think you live on a fake sphere. There are no curvatures, ain't there? That means it's not an oblate pair. NASA's lying, it's obvious, yeah. Look at the bloopers of sloppiest. Like they're not even trying to fool half the audience, yet they'll buy it up. You say you're woke, but it's diet, yeah. Want a debate, do not try it, yeah. Leave them unpacking and crying, yeah. Take out the rinse and then dry it, yeah. If you got proof, then provide it. You are VC verified, and either you're seeking the truth or you will just go into hiding. Give it me, debug FE, give it me, gravity, give it me, philosophy, give it me, pure comedy, give it me, debug FE, give it me, gravity, give it me, philosophy, give it me, pure comedy.
You gotta admit, sometimes this is just pure comedy. I mean, you know, don't get me wrong, we're looking for some evidence for this globe theory, but it's pretty funny.
is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a famous on the galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal, indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting, the earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Nassholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages, so many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small, and now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal, indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting, the earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Nassholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry.